Good morning, all. The title of today's lecture is The Roman Way of Life and Death at Ostia, the Port of Rome. On Tuesday, we spoke about architecture under the Emperor Hadrian, the extraordinary Emperor Hadrian. We talked about the buildings that he commissioned, and some of which he also had a hand in designing, since, as we mentioned, he was an amateur architect himself. We spoke about that Greek import, the Temple of Venus in Roma, and also about the two major commissions during his principate, the Pantheon in Rome and Hadrian's Villa at Tivoli. The main takeaway point vis-a-vis both of these buildings, and you see them once again now on the screen at left and right, is that Hadrian followed the lead of Trajan before him. What Trajan had done and Apollodorus of Damascus had done in the Forum of Trajan and in the markets of Trajan, and that is to combine in one building complex both the traditional and the innovative strands of Roman architecture. The traditional that goes back to Greek and Etruscan architecture and is marked by the traditional elements, the traditional vocabulary of architecture, namely columns and walls and the roofs that they support, and then more innovative Roman architecture, which is predicated on concrete construction, faced with a variety of materials from stone to what we'll see today is the ascendance of brick as a facing, which began, as you'll recall, after the fire in AD 64 in Rome. Again, looking at these two buildings as examples of what Hadrian, he and his architects tried to do. The Pantheon, you'll recall, on the left has a traditional porch, a porch that looks very much like a typical Greek, Etruscan, or Roman temple, but then a revolutionary body. When you walk inside the building, a revolutionary cylindrical drum and hemispherical dome. And then with regard to the Hadrian's Villa at Tivoli, I show you a view of the canopus, and you'll recall that the canopus makes use of columnar architecture. There are columns that border one end of the pool, although they are columns with a twist, because you can see they support a straight and an arcuated lintel, which we saw in second-style Roman wall painting, and then eventually it begins to infiltrate. Built architecture comes to the fore under Hadrian. So that's a playing around with those lintels in a way you wouldn't have seen in Greek and Etruscan architecture, but still relies in the main on the traditional vocabulary of architecture. But then you'll recall on the other end of the pool a building that was meant to conjure up the Serapeum in the Temple of Serapis in Canopus in Egypt, but that was made out of concrete construction and that had a segmented dome, a kind of pumpkin dome that we believe that Hadrian designed himself. So this extraordinary combination of traditional and innovative Roman architecture that we see the hallmark of Hadrianic architecture and a gift that he gave to the future evolution of architecture. The other major contribution of the Hadrianic period that Hadrian himself had less to do with, because it was already bubbling up after the fire in AD 64, is the move that we're going to see today toward multi-storied housing. We saw that begin already at the last gasp of Pompeii and Herculaneum. You'll remember after the earthquake of 62 and before the eruption of Vesuvius, the Pompeians and those who lived in Herculaneum began to add additional stories to their residential structures, and that meant, for the most part, a second story being added to their residential structures, but they never went beyond that. What we see beginning to happen, especially under Hadrian, is an increased taste for multi-storied buildings, multi-storied domiciles, but multi-storied residences that had more than 2 stories, even up to as many as 5 stories, essentially apartment houses. And our best example for such apartment houses are in the city of Ostia, the port city of Rome, and it's therefore to the city of Ostia that we are going to turn to today. And in fact, we'll spend the entire lecture on the city of Ostia because, like Pompeii and Herculaneum before it, especially like Pompeii. We have an extraordinary array of not only private domiciles, but also public architecture from the city of Ostia that gives us an outstanding sense of what this city looked like in antiquity. I show you a plan of Ostia in its heyday. You'll remember that the city was actually founded very early on. At the very beginning of the semester, we looked at the town plan of Ostia, which dated to the mid-4th century BC, around 350 BC. And you'll recall, and I'll remind you of this plan in a moment, you'll recall that it was founded as, it was actually Rome's first colony, although it was a colony in Italy, obviously, not outside the mainland, but its first colony in Italy, or anywhere for that matter. It was founded, as so many of these first colonies were, as a military camp. It was laid out as a castrum, as you'll recall. And that castrum, one can see in the very center. I'm going to show you a better view of this from Ward Perkins in a moment, but you can see that kernel of the castrum plan right here in the center of this plan. But what this plan shows you is the way in which the city grew over time. Again, it began in the Republic. It continued to be developed during the Republic. It was under Augustus that some new buildings, some public buildings were added to the locale, including the theater, and we're going to look at the theater today. And then ports were added, as you'll remember, and I'll review that momentarily. Ports were added at Portus by Claudius and also by Trajan. And it was after the port of Trajan that the city really began to take off in terms of its commercial activity. And much of the building that we see in the city as it looks still today belongs to the Hadrianic period and into the time of the successors of Hadrian, the so-called Antonine emperors, whose architecture we'll also be studying this semester. While this plan is on the screen, let me just point out the location of Rome. The arrow points this way. The so-called Via Ostiense, the street that leads from Rome to Ostia, the Via Ostiense, and actually the city road becomes the country road. The country thoroughfare becomes the city street, the main city street, the decumanus of the city of Ostia. You can also see in this plan the location of a place called Isola Sacra up there, which we will see was the main cemetery for Ostia. Yes, there are tombs outside the city walls, also elsewhere in the city, but our best preserved tombs are from this area called Isola Sacra, and I'll show that to you also today. And here you can see the Tiber River, the Tevere, the Tiber River wending its way from Rome to Ostia. And it is, of course, along the Tiber that we'll see warehouses were located and where the ships went back and forth to export or import products from Rome to Ostia and back again. We talked about the building of ports at Ostia. We talked especially about the port that Claudius commissioned at Portus. And I remind you of it on the back of a Neronian coin, a coin of Nero, obverse with Nero's portrait, reverse representing that Claudian port. And we see it there. You'll remember it had curved breakwaters, which you can see in that coin depiction, and a river god at the bottom, boats in the center, as well as the lighthouse. We see all of that on the coin, and you'll remember that the breakwaters were made up of columns that partook of that rusticated masonry that Claudius so favored. Down here, a painting that I've shown you before that now is on the walls of the Vatican in Rome, the Vatican Museums in Rome, where you can see Claudius's port, this with its curved breakwaters and its lighthouse over here, and then the port that was added by Trajan during his reign, a multi-sided additional port right here. And it was, again, the construction of that particular port that really brought commerce even more. I mean, it had been used, this area had been used since the mid-4th century BC, but it begins to really take off. There's a real efflorescence during this period, and it is therefore not surprising that with commerce booming, there was more need for residential architecture for those who lived there, for the traders and so on and so forth who lived there, and we see this the building of not only civic buildings but especially of private domiciles begins to move very rapidly apace. The city becomes more crowded, and there becomes this need to build up vertically as well as horizontally, and we'll see that development today. Tourists who go to Rome really miss the boat by not going out to Ostia in larger numbers, because most tourists don't tend to take the trip out to Ostia, but it's well worth it, and it's very easy to get to. It only takes about 25 minutes to a half an hour on a suburban train to get from Rome to Ostia. So it's a not-to-be-missed experience, and I show you one of these trains in the upper left that takes you very easily from Rome to the site of Ostia. There are a number of stations in Ostia. One of them is Ostia Centro, the downtown of Ostia, which you see in that view in the upper left, and the other is Lido di Ostia, which means the beach, and I show you a view of Lido di Ostia down here. Now, looking at that nice view of the ocean, I know you're back from spring break, but still it's nice to reminisce about what some of you may have been doing during spring break and see this wonderful view of the sea. And it looks very enticing, but I can tell you that it's not once you get there. I mean, it's very polluted. This is not one of the great beaches of the world. So don't be seduced by Lido di Ostia. Stay on the train and make your way to the site called Scavi di Ostia, which is the excavations of Ostia, the archaeological excavations, where you can see, as you saw, as one sees in Pompeii, an ancient Roman city, extremely well preserved. And you see a glimpse of it over here, and you can tell even just from this glimpse that we are dealing here with a city that is not unlike Pompeii. It has streets and sidewalks, and it has buildings along the side of either of those. But there is one main difference between this and what we saw at Pompeii, and you can see it very well in this image, and that is that these houses that are along the street look different than those did in Pompeii, in that they are made out of concrete faced with brick, a very different kind of appearance, and one that is quintessentially Ostian and makes this city well worth a visit. In fact, if we think of Pompeii as the quintessential 1st century AD Roman city, we should think of the city of Ostia as the quintessential 2nd century AD city, the best example that we have of what a 2nd century, a Hadrianic and Antonine city would have looked like, and that is what makes it so important to us. Here I remind you again of the original plan that we looked at, the plan from the mid-4th century BC, 350 BC, from Ward Perkins, that shows you the original castrum of the first colony. This rectangular space, very regular, with its own wall surrounding the city, with the Cardo, the north-south street, and the Decumanus, the east-west street, intersecting exactly at the center of that city. And then at that intersection, as was Roman practice, the placement of the forum of the city, a great open rectangular space with a temple pushed up against the back wall, in this case a temple of Jupiter, a Capitolium, dominating the space in front of it, and then other buildings around it, as you can see. Although there's a striking difference between this forum and the forum that we saw at Pompeii, because you'll remember at Pompeii, the various major buildings, the Basilica, the Temple of Apollo, and so on, radiating out from the central core of the forum. We don't see that here. We see the buildings sort of placed separately from that main forum space, but in every other respect very similar to the general plan of these early Roman cities. What's also useful about this particular plan is the fact that it shows you the way, though, as time went by and as the city grew, it shows you the way in which the Cardo and the Decumanus were extended, and then the other buildings of the city were added here and there, a number of baths, lots of private residences. This is a particularly important building here at 15 and 16, which we'll look at today. The 15 is the theater, and 16 is the so-called piazza of the corporations, the Piazzale delle Corporazioni, which is very significant, and we'll look at that soon. If you go and visit the city of Ostia today, and enter at the ticket booth, what you see almost immediately is, again, a polygonal masonry street, looking very much like Pompeii, but once again, there are no stepping stones in Ostia, unlike Pompeii, which the plot thickens there in terms of why we see those in Pompeii and don't seem to see them anywhere else. You walk along that polygonal masonry street pavement, and you see both the remains up here in the upper left of the original Republican city wall, and it should bring back memories of Opus Quadratum or ashlar masonry that we saw at the beginning of the semester. You can see it's consistent with the age in which it was built in the Republic. But then over here, as you make your way along one of the main streets, you see what is characteristic of Ostia as a whole, and that is concrete construction, brick-faced concrete construction, both for the residences and also for the public buildings and also for the religious structures, namely the temples in this city. The reason for this, of course, takes us back to the Neronian period, the Great Fire of 64, when it was realized. You'll remember the Suburra, which was located back beyond the precinct walls of the Forum of Augustus, the area where the working poor of Rome lived, primarily in rickety apartment houses that were made out of wood, multi-storied houses. Those were actually multi-storied, but they were always going up in flames. And there was a recognition after the great destruction of the fire of 64 that the Romans needed to fireproof their buildings, and so they recognized the fact that brick is better at protecting the structure from fire than stone is, and stone can burn, and they actually began to, as we know, we talked about this before, they began to build their houses and many of their civic structures out of concrete faced with brick. And we see that development especially well here in Ostia. And Ostia is extremely important for us also because many comparable buildings that were put up in the city of Rome itself no longer survive. The same apartment houses that we're going to see at Ostia did exist in Rome. We have some remains of them. There's a very prominent one at the base of the Capitoline Hill, to the left of the hill as you climb up that hill. But we have very little evidence for this in Rome, and so we have to rely on Ostia to give us the best picture of apartment building in Rome, in Roman architecture in the 2nd century AD. Here is a spectacular view of Ostia as it looks today from the air, and we are obviously looking down on the Forum, on the great open rectangular space of the Forum with columns around it. We are looking also at the Capitolium, at the Temple of Jupiter, which is a very large structure, as you can see here, made out of concrete, faced with brick. It is a typical Roman temple, unlike Hadrian's Temple of Venus in Roma, because we can see that it has a facade orientation, it has a single staircase, it has a deep porch, freestanding columns in that porch, so a typical Roman structure. And it's typical Roman temple. And then you can also see its vast scale. There are a couple of people standing here who look minuscule in relationship to this building, and only part of the building, in fact, full height of the building, is not even preserved here. So it was even larger still than what you see. The reason for its size is twofold. One, because we have already seen that this taste for larger and larger buildings has really taken off. We saw it in Hadrian's Forum in Rome. We saw it in Domitian's Palace on the Palatine Hill. We saw it in Hadrian's Villa at Tivoli and in the Pantheon, the largest span, the largest dome ever built. So this taste for largeness, grandiosity in architecture has really taken off. So it's not surprising to see this Capitolium, which was built in the Hadrianic period, specifically 120 AD, also being large in scale. But there's a second and perhaps even more important reason, and that is in a city in which most of the houses are what are called insulae, I-N-S-U-L-A in the singular, A-E in the plural, insulae. Multi-storied apartment buildings, often of as many as 5 stories. If you want your Capitolium to stand out in that city and be seen up above those apartment houses, you've got to build it very high. And that is undoubtedly the reason that one of the 2 reasons, the more important reason, that they have built this temple so large and especially so tall, so that you could see the Temple of Jupiter from everywhere in the city of Ostia. Here's a view of the temple as it looks today in isolation. Again, only part of its height preserved, but enough for us to get a very good sense of its concrete construction, brick facing here, and as I've already described, the single staircase, the columns in the porch, and so on. I mentioned already that it was under Augustus that a theater and an entertainment district was added to the city of Ostia. And that building, you see the remains of it here along one of the major streets of the city of Ostia. It was renovated in around 200 AD, that is in the early part of the 3rd century AD, so considerably later. It was expanded to be able to hold 2,500 spectators at that particular point. And much of the concrete and brick-faced construction belongs to that renovation. One can't imagine a building quite like this in the age of Augustus. So what you're seeing here is primarily the restored view, the restored version of this building. But what you can see that does at least link it back to the Augustan period is the fact that the design of the facade is very similar to the design of the theater of Marcellus in Rome, with the arches and the, in this case, pilasters between them. That same general scheme that we saw for theater and for amphitheater architecture used here. The main difference, of course, is the fact that we have concrete construction with brick facing rather than concrete construction with stone facing, travertine in the case of the theater of Marcellus. I haven't yet shown you a Roman latrine, but today is the day for the Roman latrine. But you have to imagine, of course, that in any major public building like a theater where you're going to have a lot of people there at the same time, you have to provide a public latrine. And when I say a public latrine, I really mean a public latrine. There was no privacy, as you can see, in this latrine whatsoever. What it is composed of, as you can see, is a bench that lines the walls with a series of holes in it, and then just one single drain that encircles the building. So this gives you an idea of where you had to go if you needed to go during intermission if you were attending the theater in Ostia. One of the most important buildings at Ostia is connected to this theater. I'm showing you now the plan of the theater, which corresponds to theaters that we've looked at throughout this semester of typical Roman plan. It has a semicircular orchestra. It has a stage building, or scaenae frons, here. It has a semicircular cavea, the seats which are which are placed on top of course, in this case, a concrete foundation. This, like other Roman theaters is an urban phenomenon. There was no hill to build this on, so the Romans had to build, the Ostians had to build their own hill out of concrete and then support the cavea on top of that. But the cavea is made of stone seats. They use stone for the seats, as is traditional in Roman theater architecture. But we see that this theater is appended to a porticus. Now, we've seen a porticus with these theaters before. It was, in fact, characteristic of theater design. And if you think back to the theater in Pompeii, for example, you'll remember that that porticus, which had little shops all around it, or small cubicles all around it, was used as a place where you could go during intermission to relax, to walk around, to buy a playbill, to pick up a souvenir T-shirt or whatever the equivalent was in those days, a souvenir of your experience that evening at the theater. And so we see that same general scheme here, this whole idea of this open rectangular space with some columns and then with these little cubicles all along. But in this case, it was not meant to be a place for souvenirs or a place to store props, but instead what we see is something quite fascinating given the fact that the city of Ostia was primarily a commercial city, a place where items were exported and imported because it was a major port or harbor city. What this was used for instead, hence its name, the Piazzale delle Corporazioni, is a series of businesses that were the import-export business, essentially, is what these spaces were used for. And I'll show you, actually some of them are quite well preserved, and I can show you indeed what they looked like. Then in the center, something we also don't see in the Pompeii Theater, a small temple in the center, a temple that corresponds to Roman temples that we've looked at thus far. It's rectangular shape. It's flat side and back walls. It's some columns in the deep porch, a single staircase, facade emphasis, as you can see here, relatively small in scale as these kinds of things go. And it has been speculated by the main excavator of this site that it was used as that it was dedicated to some god whose name we don't know. We don't know which god or goddess this was dedicated to. But the excavator has speculated that it was probably some god that had something to do with commerce and the blessing of commerce, and that probably some trade guild, one of the trade guilds that had its businesses set up here, may have been the commissioners, may have paid for, indeed commissioned this particular temple. And I think that's as good a theory as any, and may well be the case. This is a view. We're standing at the top of the cavea, looking down over that cavea. We can see the cunei, or wedge-shaped sections of seats. We can see the stone that has been used for those seats. We can see the semicircular orchestra, the scalloped face of the stage, and then one can imagine the Scanae Franz with its forest of columns. Behind that part is not well preserved, and there also would have been, I'll show you a restored view a little bit later, where you'll see that there was a much higher wall in between this and the piazzale that lay beyond. The wall is no longer there, so we can see very well through these columns the small temple that was put up by that trade guild to some god of commerce. And then we can also see these cubicles all along the way that were used as these import and export emporia. This is a view of the temple as it looks today. We can see that single staircase, fairly narrow staircase here, the facade orientation, a couple of the columns, including a Corinthian column, that are still preserved from that small structure. And then here a very useful view showing us again these interesting spaces, rectangular spaces along here, fronted in each case by columns. We'll see that those columns are made out of cement faced with bricks, so shades of the sanctuary of Hercules at Tivoli. We haven't seen this before, since then, and that was a very unusual use. Here we're seeing something that actually becomes more common in the 2nd century, making concrete columns and then facing them with brick. I'd like to show you a few views of these import-export businesses, as I've called them. One of them here, where we can see that the architecture itself, the walls and the columns, are only partially preserved. You have to imagine that in antiquity they went up higher than this. But what is well preserved are the mosaics on the floor of each of these, or many of these, spaces, and you can see they're all done in black and white mosaic, just the two colors. You can see the interest that the Ostians had in geometric shapes. They have inside these very abstract, inside the shop here, these abstract patterns, although they've made an attempt to vary them. But then in the front, something very interesting that we see throughout is the use of sea imagery, because again, they were in the import and export business. They were busy, sending ships back and forth from Italy to other parts of the Roman world by sea. And so it's almost all sea imagery. Here we see two heraldic dolphins. Dolphins are particularly popular in these scenes, facing one another as a kind of advertisement or shop sign for this particular enterprise. Here's another one where you can see, I like this dolphin in particular. He's nicely preserved, and he has a wonderful serpentine tail with a lot of flourish at the end here, as you can see. And then inside an image of a boat. You can see it's partially preserved. What's wonderful about this example is it shows us that although these are fairly simple in design and are meant essentially as advertisements for the shop, the artist and the patron have taken real care to think about what you're going to see when you're standing where, so that they have oriented these so that when you're facing the shop and deciding whether you're going to pick this one, there's 61 of these, by the way, around the perimeter of this structure. So you had a lot of choice in terms of which enterprise you were going to, where you were going to go to if you wanted to ship something from Ostia somewhere else or receive a delivery. You had a lot of choices, although I don't doubt some of them specialize in different parts of the world, in shipping to Egypt or shipping to Asia Minor. But you can see here the dolphin, when you're standing deciding whether you want to go in, the dolphin, you face the dolphin. Once you're inside and standing and talking to the owner, if you turn around and look back, you're going to see the boat head on. So they've orchestrated this in such, they've paid real attention. It's not done willy-nilly. They paid attention to what you're going to see where when you are entering and inside these spaces. Here's another one, not only dolphins, more dolphins and more dolphins, but you also see, in this case, a lighthouse, which could either be a representation of their local lighthouse or some lighthouse somewhere else that this particular place ships to. And then the last one, which is the one on your monument list, with two boats. So again, how does one ship things from Ostia elsewhere? By boat, and so they tend to represent boats. So you've kind of seen it all. Dolphins, boats, and lighthouses tend to be the items that are chosen for these so-called advertisements. But this one is very useful too, because you can see the shapes and the colors of the tesserae that are used here. And although these are very effective, you can see that this is not the Alexander mosaic. These are not done with that kind of skill. They use only black and white, the simplest possible scheme, no colors, and you don't get the sense as you do with something like the Alexander mosaic. When you step back from it, it could almost be a painting. It's done that well with the cast shadows and the crumpling figures so well presented. Here it's something quite different, more abstract, and the stones are not as fine. You can see they haven't paid as much attention to getting them perfectly shaped, but nonetheless, it's very effective, and it really does what it intended to do. One of the sad things, I mean, it's great to see, and if you go out to Ostia, make a special point of seeing these and taking pictures, because I've been looking at these for many years, and every time I'm there, it seems that there are fewer tesserae there than these are the originals. There are fewer tesserae than there were before. I'm not saying that people take them, although I think people do take them, but just that over time, by tourists walking on them extensively, they get loose. And they get spread around the site, and they haven't done as good a job as I think they should have, as they should at Ostia, in keeping these mosaics together. Here's a restored view of the whole complex, where I think you can see that although the theater and the piazzale are connected to one another and are part of the same scheme and are a development, a further development and evolution that is particularly appropriate for this commercial city of Ostia, that comes out of the orbit of that earlier theater and porticus complex at Pompeii. We can see that although they're part of that same complex, they are distinct from one another. If you look at the theater and the cavea up above with the original wall of the Scaenae Franz Preserve, we're looking at it from the back, you can see that that was very high. So only if you were way up at the top of the cavea would you really get a sense of what lay beyond. And that once you got into the piazzale over here with its temple and with its various shops, you were in another world, a commercial world. Also interesting is the fact that although they're open to the sky today, in antiquity there was a covered colonnade, as you can see here, that would have covered those shops, and you would have had to go in between the columns and back along the passageway in order to check out what the options were. The city of Ostia, like all Roman cities that we've talked about, Rome, Pompeii, Herculaneum, so on, all obviously had a selection of bath establishments. Ostia was no exception. There are a number of baths preserved from the Roman city of Ostia. This being one of them, the so-called Baths of Neptune, that dates to 139 AD. The Baths of Neptune, so called because of a spectacular mosaic, black and white mosaic of Neptune on the floor. I'll show it to you in a moment, but go into it in more detail a bit later in the lecture. If we look at the plan of the Baths of Neptune in Ostia, I wondered if any of you can tell me whether this is a plan that corresponds to the earlier bath buildings at Pompeii, the Stabian baths or the Forum baths, or conforms more closely to the imperial bath type that we saw in Rome from the time of Titus, let's say the baths of Titus and Trajan. Any thoughts? Brooks, you grimaced, but maybe I'll ask you. Do you have a pick on you? The earlier one, absolutely. And why? Why do you say that?
Because there's the central open area in the palestra, and then the series of bathrooms are
Excellent, excellent. That's exactly right. We see the palestra on one side with the natatio, or the piscina, that was usually accompanied it over here. And then on the other side, all aligned in a row, the typical bath, the bathing block, including the apoditarium, the caldarium, the tepidarium, the caldarium, and the frigidarium, although the frigidarium is not a round alcoved structure at all, so in that sense perhaps influenced by some of what came in between those early baths at Pompeii and the imperial baths in Rome. But and of course also note here the shops that line the front of it, which is also characteristic of the Stabian baths and the Forum baths at Pompeii. So they could have chosen the other, but obviously felt that this was much more appropriate to this commercial town, to use the smaller, more intimate bath type here than the imperial baths that had been developed in Rome from the 1st century AD on. Just a glimpse of the black and white mosaic that gives this bath its name, the Baths of Neptune. You see Neptune here, but you can also see the way in which every room in the bath, which was made out of concrete faced with brick, as you can also tell from this view, every room was covered with these black and white mosaics. Ostia is the land of the black and white mosaic. I'll return to that in a moment. Perhaps most importantly of anything that I show you today are the apartment houses of Ostia, and it's to those that I'd like now to turn. What you're looking at on the screen is a model of what one of these apartment houses would have looked like. This one is the so-called insula, I-N-S-U-L-A, of Serapis, the insula of Serapis, and we're looking at it in a model that is in that Museum of Casts that I've referred to a number of times this semester at a part of Rome called Aor, E-U-R, that area that was built up in the fascist period by Mussolini in the 1930s. This model is in that museum. And it gives us as good an idea as anything I could show you of what one of these apartment houses looked like in its heyday, in the time of Hadrian. The word insula, I should mention, it can be used in two ways. An insula either refers to an apartment, a multi-storied apartment house, or it refers to a block of houses in a city like Ostia. It's used for whatever reason. It was used interchangeably to refer to either a block or to an individual house. So pay attention to that when you read about an insula or insulae. Again, this one dates to the 2nd century A.D., the insula of Serapis, and it basically was like a modern condominium. And often more than one of these insulae were clearly next to one another, but more than one sometimes shared a common bath. So they would sometimes build a bath building that would be used by those who lived in those two apartment houses. Now, what's characteristic of this, especially as we think about it in relationship to early domus architecture that we saw at Pompeii, those single-family dwellings, is the need in this teeming commercial city to accommodate a very large population in a small amount of space. People, on the whole, who could not afford single-family dwellings, who needed to be housed in these apartment buildings. They build up vertically, and as you can see, they go up to as many as 5 stories. And we see that the insula of Serapis was indeed a 5-storied structure. It is made out of concrete. It is faced with brick. And what is particularly interesting about the brick facing here, and this is going to be our first example of this at Ostia, is the fact at some point the Romans realized that brick was really attractive in its own right, and that didn't need to be stuccoed over anymore. If you think back to the Domus Aurea, even in the Domus Aurea, the building was made out of, the palace was made out of concrete faced with brick, but the facade was gilded. And inside, you'll remember, Fabulous was commissioned to cover the entire interior of the structure with stucco and then paint it. So you would have had no sense when you were standing in the palace of Nero in Nero's day that it was a brick-faced concrete structure. But somewhere along the way, and it comes to the fore in the 2nd century A.D., they realized, hey, this brick is actually pretty attractive in its own right. It has texture. We can vary the color. We can use a reddish brick. We can use a slightly yellowish brick. We can add some stucco to make some decorative effects. This looks awesome. And we think, innovative architects got the idea, and innovative designers, to let's leave it, let's not stucco it over, let's let it speak for itself. And that was a very wise decision, because as you'll see today, the buildings that we have remaining from Ostia that were unadulterated brick exteriors without stucco are absolutely magnificent, and they became, the designers became real experts at rendering it in an extraordinary way. I think you can get a sense of that even in this model. So exposed brickwork here. You see these arches made of bricks that are kind of wedge-shaped and look like the sort of thing we saw earlier in stone, those wedge-shaped sections of stone that we saw, for example, in the Fileri Novi gate. We see that sort of thing here. It may have been used just as it was in the Pantheon. You'll remember how they used them during the building process to keep the concrete from settling before it dried. But they realized afterwards that these could be positioned in a way that made them very attractive in their own right, ultimately. We can also see that they have added moldings, usually with stucco, added moldings that make the building more attractive, sometimes even little pediments, as you can see over some of the windows over here. So they come up with strategies to make this brick look even more attractive than it was on its own. Note also the shops in the first story. Some of these are shops, some of these are actually staircases that lead you to the uppermost stories. And once again, it's clear that the Romans have become so adept at using concrete that they are able to open up these walls. The openings are larger than they had been even before, and so they've become very good at dematerializing the wall in a way that becomes increasingly sophisticated over time. The most famous house at Ostia is, in a sense, mine, because it's called the Casa di Diana, the House of Diana, at Ostia. And we see a view of it here as it looks today. It was a multi-storied apartment building, a multi-storied insula. Only 2 of those stories are preserved now. I'll show you a restored view of what the original looked like momentarily. But we see it here as it looks today, concrete faced with brick, exposed brick enjoyed in its own right, very large openings that lead into, they're either entranceways into the structure or lead to staircases or open up onto shops. We can see here in actuality the same sort of thing we saw in the model from Ayor, and that is the use not only of exposed brick, but also of moldings that are added either in brick sometimes or also sometimes in stucco, of the nice overhangs that they have created above the second-story windows up there. We also see a lot of Italian school children, the Ostia and Pompeii also, but particularly Ostia because of its proximity to Rome and all the schools that they have in the city of Rome. Lots of kids always out in groups, and they always seem to have T-shirts of the same color. So you'll see one red school and one yellow school and one blue school. It's a lot of fun. And every one of them has their, it's so funny to me, they have their cell phones and they're all clicking, clicking, clicking as they walk through these buildings. I'm not sure they're looking at anything, but they're definitely clicking to record the fact that they were at Ostia. Perhaps that's for student papers, I don't know. But here a detail of the insula of Diana looking through one of these entranceways into the rest of the structure. And I'll bet you're as struck as I am in looking at this, that with regard to vista, the interest in panorama and vista, it doesn't matter whether you're building out of rubble or stone or opus incertum or concrete or faced with brick. There is that aesthetic, that Roman aesthetic of building things in such a way that wherever you're standing in that structure, you're going to be looking from one part of the building to another, and you're going to be struck by the wonderful scenes that you see from within and from within that building and from that building outside of that structure. Here's the restored view of the insula of Diana, where you can see that originally it was a 4-storied structure. It's a cutaway in an axonometric view, 4-storied structure. And this particular restored view is also extremely helpful because it shows us that these houses did not have the peristyle courts or the hortus that we know from the Domus Italica or the Hellenized domus. There was no space for that in this commercial city. There is no emphasis on the greenery and the wonderful fountains and statuary that we saw in Pompeii. And keep in mind, of course, that Pompeii in Campania was essentially a resort town, a very different kind of feel than Ostia, this teeming commercial center. So what they replaced those with here in order to get more light into the structure is a kind of a light well. And you see that light well up here. Where there are also windows on multiple stories. And in fact, I would imagine that those were the choicest apartments to have because they would have been less noisy than what you can imagine apartment along the street must have been with all the activity going in and out of the Thermopolia and the other shops down below, and the cart traffic and so on. So again, I imagine the Lightwell apartment would have been highly desirable. Speaking of thermopolia, we have them at Ostia as we have them at Pompeii, quite a number of them. And I show you the best preserved, which happens to be in Diana's house. And I show it to you here, the thermopolium of the Casa di Diana at Ostia. You can see that right at the way, they have put a black and white mosaic. You see inside just what we saw at, just exactly the same thing that we saw at Pompeii, one of these counters that would have had recesses in it. So you have to imagine just the same as we saw there, a kind of fast food emporium where you would take a peek at what looked good for the day, make your choice. If you go inside the thermopolium of Diana, You see hanging on the wall a painting which it seems likely may have served as a kind of shop sign. It might have been hung outside the building to advertise what you could get in this particular thermopolium. And if we look at what's depicted here, it's a still life of objects, and we see what seems to be a pomegranate on the right hanging on a nail on the wall. In the center, I don't know if you can see it from where you sit, but in the center, a block that supports what looks like a drinking cup that has little round things floating in it, lentils or chickpeas or something like that. And then at the far left, there's a plate that also is on a block, a plate that has a carrot and some other vegetables. So this may have been a vegetarian, I guess this was a vegetarian restaurant in Pompeii, one of the healthier places one could go if one wanted a snack in Ostia, excuse me. For a very long, if you go to Ostia, by the way, you really do want to set aside a day to do that, because by the time you take the half-an-hour ride out there, get there, there's a lot to see, and it used to be, if you'd go there for a day, which I'd done many, many times, there was absolutely nowhere to eat, so you had to remember to bring and nowhere to get a bottle of water, so you'd have to remember to bring your bottle of water and maybe a snack. But they have rectified that in recent years, the last few years. They finally put up the Cafeteria degli Scavi, which loosely translated is the excavation cafe, the cafeteria of the excavations at Ostia. And it's actually a wonderful place. I have to say, it's very modern. It has a wonderful deck with tables and the ubiquitous Italian white umbrella, and the food is actually, for a cafeteria, ain't bad. Italian pasta is always hard to make bad. It's always good. And then inside, I thought you'd be amused to see when they decided on the decor for the interior of the cafeteria, with its simple tables and chairs. They put brick on the wall, and they then hung up these wonderful versions of the Piazzale delle Corporazioni, black and white mosaic. So again, very attuned. Italians are really, they do build Ferraris after all. They are very good at design and aesthetic, and pay a great deal of attention to that, and consequently always make one's surroundings pleasant. Warehouses. This was a commercial port. We talked about the fact that in commercial ports, one needs warehouses. We began the semester with a warehouse. In fact, the Porticus Aemilia in Rome, along the banks of the Tiber. And I remind you of that here. Here's the Tiber, a model of the Tiber with the Porticus Aemilia. You'll remember that was made out of concrete. It was one of the earliest examples of concrete construction in the Republic in Rome. A series of barrel vaults linked to one another on 3 tiers, as you'll recall, with axial and lateral spatial relations inside that structure. Ostia needed its own warehouses as well. It had them in the Republic already, but it began to add to them in the 2nd century AD. And it's fascinating to see what happens when you build a warehouse out of concrete faced with brick. You get an extraordinary structure that looks very much like an insula. I mean, if I put this up and said, "What is this?" and you said it's an insula, you would sort of be on the mark, because it looks exactly like an insula. But it is a warehouse, and this is the most famous warehouse in Ostia, the so-called Aurea, because the word Aurea, Horrea, is warehouse in Latin. The Aurea Epigothiana, which you have on your monument list, which dates to 145 to 150 AD. This is the entrance to the Aurea Epigothiana. It is, again, made out of concrete, faced with brick, exposed brickwork enjoyed in its own right for its own aesthetic here. We can see that it is like the apartment houses in that it is multi-storied, with the large entranceways into the structure down below, and then the smaller windows up above. They have monumentalized the entrance, the main entrance to the structure, by giving it columns supporting a pediment. Very grand, in fact, it's interesting to see that even with this brick-faced concrete architecture, the Romans have not lost their interest in Hellenizing works of art and using touches of ancient Greece to monumentalize and to make more more cultured in a sense, the entranceway into this structure. So we see these columns, engaged columns, supporting a pediment above, capitals on those columns, as you can see here. All of this done in concrete, faced with brick. And you can see here, this is an outstanding example of the way in which they have used brick to their advantage. They have recognized that you can vary the color. You can have a reddish brick, you can have a yellowish brick. So here they've used red brick to face the column shaft, and then a yellow brick for the capital. So there's a distinction between the shaft and the capital. And they have even used the most expensive material, marble, for the inscription plaque where they identify this building as the Aurea Epigothiana, and then the pediment above. And you can see, if you look at the pediment decoration and if you look at the volutes of the capitals, you will see they have used a small amount of stucco to enable them to create the spirals of the volutes, for example, and some of the more delicate decorative work in the pediment above. Another subtlety, another nice subtlety. It just shows you the amount of effort and time and money that went into this commission. Also, this very nice pilaster that is placed right next to the column, which makes a wonderful, transition from the column, the roundness of the column, to the squareness of the pilaster, to the shape of the doorway. The aesthetics very much on the mind of this particular designer, as well as the vistas again, this idea of looking through one space, seeing another opening, and wondering where that opening is going. All of that very, very carefully designed by the architect. Here's another view head-on of this elaborate doorway leading into the Aurea Epigothiana, announcing with the inscription exactly where you are and what this building was used for in antiquity. A detail of the pediment where we can see the inscription. We can also see the capitals, the use of stucco work here, and the very elaborate work that they have done to decorate the pediment above. Just a few more details of the columns where you can see even better this capital and the way in which they have used brick. They have used brick even for the acanthus leaves. You can see that there are acanthus leaves here. This is actually an example, one of the few we've seen, of the composite capital with the acanthus leaves of the Corinthian and the volutes of the Ionic. We saw it on the Arch of Titus in Rome. But here we see that they've used brick, and then only at the uppermost part where the leaf has to curve over do they add the stucco. So tremendous, and this is just a warehouse, and yet a tremendous amount of effort has gone into making it an extraordinarily beautiful building. And it shows again that they are absolutely going over the top in terms of of being enamored of what they can do with brick facing that they are now able to expose. Once they can expose it, they're much more willing to put the effort into it to make it really attractive. And if you go into the courtyard of the Aurea Epigothiana, and by the way, within these areas here, we have annular vaulting. You can see these niches that have been placed here. I mean, they don't really need these niches in this courtyard of this warehouse. What did they use these niches for? Well, perhaps they put little statuettes of gods that those who worked here favored and protected their daily toil here in the Aurea Epigothiana. But look at the attention that they've paid to these niches that have no other purpose than to be attractive and possibly, again, to hold these statuettes. But you can see here again with this combination of stucco work for the pilasters and the capitals and brickwork creating these interestingly shaped lozenges and triangles to create, shows an interest again in geometric form and the contrast of one geometric form to another, just as we saw in black and white mosaic, capitalized on by these designers. Now, I don't want to leave you with the impression that because brick is now exposed and enjoyed in its own right, that there are no walls that were stuccoed and painted in Ostia. That would be a misconception, because there are still painted walls in Ostia. On the insides of some of these buildings, they still opted to stucco over the wall and to paint it. And I want to show you just one glorious example. The insula of the painted vaults, which dates to 150 to 200, is one that has one of our best preserved ceilings, walls and ceilings anywhere in a Roman house. You can see how well preserved it is here, and it is what we call the spoked wheel effect, because what the ceiling decoration does look like a spoked wheel. We can also see this division. In fact, as you look at it, I think you'll be as struck as I am by the fact that as we look at this spoked wheel, we really get the sense that we're looking at one of Hadrian's pumpkin domes in paint, because you can see the segmented dome effect here, and also the octagonal, in a sense, the octagonal effect that one also gets from this structure, as well as the effect of the ribs of a groin vault, as you can see well here. But it's a painted version of a pumpkin dome, and it's not surprising to see that Hadrian's pumpkin domes took off in this way. I also just want to mention to you that while there's a fair amount of what we call post-Pompeian painting, Roman painting after AD 79, almost all of it is an exploitation of the fourth style of Roman painting as we know it from Pompeii. There's actually not as much invention as one would expect after 79 in Roman painting. I want to show you very briefly the insula of the Muses, in Ostia, which dates to around AD 130. Because this is one of the few single-family dwellings that we see in the 2nd century in Ostia. You can see, if you look at the plan, that it is arranged not around an atrium, but around a peristyle court here. Although there aren't columns, there are these piers, as you can see also in plan. But just as we saw in the late Roman house, the late 1st century AD houses in Herculaneum, from between the earthquake and the eruption of Vesuvius, the triclinium has become the most important room in the house. You enter into it here, you have a vestibule, you have this court, and then you have on axis the triclinium of the house. But what makes this particular house most distinctive is the fact that every single floor is covered with mosaic. So, as I said to you before, the black and white mosaic reigned supreme in the city of Ostia, and it's clear that everyone who could afford it decorated every room of their house with mosaic. And although this doesn't come from this particular house, this comes from the house of Apuleius in Ostia. It's not on your monument list, you don't have to remember it, but I just wanted to show it to you because it's a marvelous example of what can be done. I wish it were a little more in focus, but it's a marvelous example of what could be done and was done using black and white mosaic in Ostia. Only black and white tesserae with a Medusa head in the center. And then this is one of these examples, illusionistic examples, that as you look at it and focus on it, it's hard to tell exactly what's in the foreground, what's in the background. It's got that kind of op art effect that those of you who know op art of the 1960s, and I show you an example of it, a painting from the Blaze series by the op artist Bridget Riley of the 1960s. I've mentioned so many times in the course of this semester that there isn't anything that the Romans didn't do before anybody else, and this is an op art is an example of that. So we do see op art in Ostia, and we see it obviously also much later in more contemporary painting. Another bath structure in Ostia, this one, the baths of the 7 wise men, or the 7 sages, dates to AD 130. I show it to you only to show you this one circular room, and not because it's a bath building, but rather because it has a wonderful mosaic on the floor. Again, a circular structure with a circular mosaic, once again done in black and white. And if you look at this, you can see that what we have represented here, I'll show you a detail in a moment, is a flowering acanthus plant that has intertwined within its leaves hunters and the hunted animals and their hunters in combat, as you can see here, And here's a detail where you can see, once again, done entirely in black and white mosaic, the hunters, the animals, very carefully depicted, interspersed among these flowering acanthus plants, very effectively done. This is another view of the Baths of Neptune in Ostia, which we looked at before, dates to 139 AD. And this is a good view because it shows you not only the a brick-faced concrete construction of these structures, but also the mosaics themselves, and how every single room of this bath was covered with black and white mosaic. The pièce de résistance, the finest mosaic in the complex, is this one, and it's the one from which the bath gets its name, the Baths of Neptune, because we see Neptune himself in the center of the scene. It's not surprising that the god of the sea was chosen as an appropriate subject for a bath building. We see him here with his trident. That's how we know it's him, being carried along by 4 horses. He's holding the reins of those horses. His mantle is billowing up behind him. One expects to see a chariot here. One thinks of this as Neptune in a chariot, but it's not Neptune in a chariot. You can see that these horses, by the way, aren't fully horses, but are the front part is a horse and the rest is a sea creature. And you can see that the legs of Neptune are interwoven with the tail of the sea creature. He's in fact using the tails of those sea creatures almost like almost like skates, or as he makes his way along this, or water skis, I guess is a better way of putting it, water skis as he makes his way from right to left across the white background. One of the interesting things about this mosaic is you see the tension in the minds and work of this artist. On one hand, making these very abstract black shapes against a white background, but at the same time paying a lot of attention to the actual musculature, to what the chest of the god Poseidon would have looked like. As you look at it, there's very pronounced musculature that's carefully done here by the artist. Here are our friends the dolphins, frolicking, dolphins with cupids on their back, some fairly other floating figures, a female figure on the back of another sea creature, all of this going on the floor of the Baths of Neptune. But what's particularly interesting, I think, is the same sort of thing that we saw in the Piazzale delle Corporazioni, and that is that the artist has designed this in such a way that it doesn't matter which part of the room you're standing in. Wherever you are standing, you can look onto the floor from where you were standing and see at least some of the figures head on. Whether you're standing here, whether you're standing here, whether you're standing up there or to the right, you are always seeing some, not all, but some of the figures head on. So again, this is done with great care and orchestrated to fit the space in which it was located. Here, a detail of the mosaic that we just looked at showing Neptune and his horses and sea creatures. The most important development that happens at Ostia with regard to residential architecture later in its history is we do begin to see the reemergence of the domus already in the 2nd century, and then even more so in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD. And I want to show you quickly 2 examples of that, because they tell us a good deal about late residential architecture in Ostia and also by association in Rome. This is the Domus of Fortuna Honoraria, an axonometric view of that house. It dates to the late 2nd century AD, but was remodeled significantly in the 4th century AD. And I think we really need to think of it as more a 4th century house than as a 2nd century house. And by the way, Ostia was still thriving in the 3rd century. By the year 400 AD, it was abandoned. But in the 3rd century, still a thriving, and early 4th century, still a thriving city. We see this house here. It's an axonometric view from Ward Perkins. The most important features, besides the fact that it's a single-story dwelling, single-family dwelling, is the fact that it has an open court here with a pool, that it has the triclinium as the most important room of the house, so that continues on in residential architecture. But there's a particular taste for apses in these late Roman buildings. You can see that this one has an apse. not so unlike the apse that we saw in Domitian's Palatine Palace on the Palatine Hill. It is finally starting to catch on among others. We see that you go into that room through and 3 arches on columns, and this idea of supporting a triple arch on columns is also a very popular motif in domestic architecture in later antiquity. And look also at the fact that on the left-hand side of the triclinium there is a fountain. So the incorporation of a fountain, a pool court here, a fountain there, an apsed triclinium, and then views through a triple arches supported by columns, all characteristic features of late Roman domestic architecture. This is a view, obviously, through the columns, supporting that triple arch toward the fountain on the left and toward the apse in the center of the structure, and you can see the remains of marble revetment, real marble revetment. That was used both on the floor for the pavement and also on the walls. The other house I want to show you briefly is the Domus of Cupid and Psyche, the more famous of the two. This dates without any question to late antiquity, to around AD 300. The House of Cupid and Psyche, we see it first in plan, and you can see it's very simple. An entranceway here, a long corridor, a series of cubicula on one side of that corridor. There may have been a second story on a small part of the house. You can see the stairway there. As you walk along the corridor, you eventually end up in the very large triclinium. So again, from the time of the House of the Mosaic Atrium and Herculaneum to here, the triclinium gaining in importance. As you walk along that corridor, you look through a series of columns supporting arches, as we'll see, customary of buildings of this time, and then look at this wall, which is scalloped for a fountain. So another one of these fountain courts that seems to be popular during this period. Here's a view into the room with the lovers, the famous statue of Cupid and Psyche, the young Cupid, the little young Cupid and Psyche embracing one another. That's from that statue that the house gets its name. One of the best preserved marble revetted rooms in the history of Roman architecture is this room here. Probably the triclinium in the House of Cupid and Psyche. You can see that even marble from the walls is preserved, as well as on the pavement and on the steps and on the side, the base of the walls as well. Brick face concrete construction faced with real marble. What makes this particular house especially appealing, besides that wonderful statue, is the fact that although there's the usual touches of maroon and green that we tend to see in many of these Roman pavements, most of the color is pastel, and it makes it look particularly attractive, and it goes particularly nicely with the red and yellow of the brick construction. And I show you a detail here of that marble revetment, which gives you as good an idea as anything I have shown you this semester of what the original Hellenistic palaces of the kings, the palaces of Nero and Domitian would have looked like in their heyday. And a detail of the statue of Cupid and Psyche and the room in which that found itself, it can still be seen there today, and the marble revetment, once again, done in pastel colors of the floor and of the walls, giving us, again, an excellent sense, not only of 4th century domestic architecture decor, but also what so many of the buildings that are no longer preserved, whose revetment is no longer as well preserved as one would wish, what they would have looked like in antiquity. A view through the corridor, through the columns, in this case gray granite columns that probably would have supported an arcade, but then without question the fountain on the side of the wall, that is scalloped both down here and the wall itself, and then the columns there do support arches. So this whole concept of columns supporting arches, very much a part of late Roman house design. In very few minutes that remain, I just want to say a few words about, we've talked about the life of this port city. I want to talk about, since I said the lecture was about life and death, I want to just end with saying a few words about the tombs in which the people who lived here were buried. People all up and down the social pyramid lived in this commercial center. The simplest tombs, and by the way, I mentioned to you already that there are tombs both outside the city of Pompeii on the major roads, and then a little bit further away at this place called Isola Sacra, or the Sacred Island, where one can see particularly well-preserved tombs from those who lived in Ostia of the 2nd century. Those who, the working poor, were buried in very simple tombs of 2 types. The upper part of clay amphoras, just the upper part, they were broken, and then the upper part was stuck into the ground. The remains of the person were placed below the ground, and then the spout could be used to pour wine libations into. The other simple type was tiles that were, the body was placed below, and then tiles were arranged around it, looking almost like a kind of a house that helped to protect this idea of the houses of the living and the houses of the dead that were meant to protect the body. But most of the tombs are what we call the house type. We looked at the house type on the Via Appia in the age of Augustus in Rome, a tomb that resembles a house from the front with a doorway and a couple of windows and then an inscription plaque, and note the use of the travertine jambs and lintel around it, just as we saw in the markets of Trajan in Rome. But if you look at these in this very good view from the side, you will see that almost all of these are barrel-vaulted tombs, which is characteristic of 2nd century tomb architecture at Ostia, at Isola Sacra, these barrel-vaulted structures with facades that make them look like houses. Here's a detail of one of them, one of these house tombs, with, again, the travertine jambs down below, with the touch of a pediment up above. They haven't lost their interest in Hellenization to a certain extent. Windows here, slit windows here, an inscription, a long inscription plaque that tells us who was buried there. And then very often in these wonderful tombs for this commercial center, these panels that are done in terracotta that tell us something about the profession of those who were buried here. Here's probably a shipper was buried here, someone who made his money in the import and export business. And over here, you can maybe barely make out a representation of a mill, just as those that we would have saw in Pompeii, or we saw in the tomb of the baker Eurysakes, a mill with a worker and a mule that is helping to rotate the mill of the bakery. So perhaps a baker also from this particular family. I've superimposed a couple of other terracotta plaques, making them a little larger here to show you that these two belong to people who made their profession by sharpening knives, knife sharpeners. And they not only sharpen knives, and you can see them both doing this in this scene, but they also sold them. And I love the way in this still life they've arrayed every possible knife that you can sharpen here or buy from these individuals. And what do you think the professions were of these two? This one clearly a shop, someone selling things in a shop. Looks like vegetables once again, asparagus and maybe broccoli or some such over there. But what about this one? What was the profession of this one? Midwife. And I love this because here we have this woman about to give birth. She's got another woman holding her and giving her support. And here, the midwife, instead of looking at what she's doing, she's reaching in, but she's not, she's instead of looking at what she's supposed to be concentrating on, she's looking out at the spectator just to make sure that we don't forget her features for posterity on this tomb relief from her tomb in Ostia. We saw columbaria, these underground columbaria with these niches where they placed the cremated remains of the deceased and had inscriptions. We see the same sort of thing in the interiors of tombs at Ostia, but they are above ground rather than subterranean at Ostia. And we also see, and basically the last point I want to make today, is we also see in the interiors of these tombs at Ostia not only those niches for the cremated remains, but it's in the 2nd century AD, the time of Hadrian on, that inhumation, burial, becomes the norm, largely under the influence of the spread of Christianity, the idea of the soul needs to ascend to heaven, and so you have to maintain the bodily remains. And so we begin to see in these interiors what we call arcosolia, A-R-C-O-S-O-L-I-A, arcosolia, which are these much larger niches where bodies are placed, bodies are buried, and then they are covered over with a marble slab that might have the inscription naming the deceased or a figural scene. And just in closing, to show you one last tomb that we're going to look at next time, the tomb of the Caetanei in the Vatican Cemetery in Rome, to show you that these concrete, brick-faced tombs with windows and with very elaborate interiors also begin to be put up in Rome in the 2nd century AD. We'll look at those. We'll look at the title of next time's lecture is Bigger is Better. We're really going to culminate our move toward larger, more grandiose buildings then. And then on Thursday, we will finally move out to the provinces by studying Roman architecture in Roman North Africa. Thank you. Good morning. From the time of Julius Caesar, we have seen the rulers of Rome brag about building buildings that were bigger than any others in the world. You'll remember Caesar referred to his temple of Mars in that way, that he was building the largest temple of Mars in the world. And we also saw the same for Domitian with his palace on the Palatine Hill, for Trajan with his enormous forum, for Hadrian building the largest dome that had been built up until that time, and as we discussed, still the largest diameter dome in the city of Rome today, and Hadrian's villa at Tivoli, just as a selection of examples. We are going to see today that if bigger was better, biggest is best, and in the case of the Emperor Caracalla, an emperor who was a megalomaniac in the tradition of Nero and Domitian, that he built the largest imperial bath structure to date, and we're going to be looking at that bath structure. Today, and we're going to see it is really a colossal and fascinating building in all kinds of ways. But before I get to that, in fact, we'll end with that bath structure today. Before I get to that, I would like to look with you at architecture in Rome in the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD, and we'll see that architecture is quite varied in terms of whether it's private, it's civic, it's also funerary. I want to begin, though, by just reminding you of what we talked about last time. We looked at the city of Ostia, and we looked at the city of Ostia, the port of Rome, in its entirety. Once again, its public buildings, its civic structures, its commercial enterprises, and we also went at the very end of the lecture out to Isola Sacra, where the tombs of those who lived in Ostia were located. And I show you a couple of those again now on the screen, these brick-faced tombs, these tombs that are made of concrete at Isola Sacra, that were put up for the professionals, for the traders, the commercial merchants and so on that lived in the city of Ostia. They were made of brick-faced concrete construction. They had barrel vaults or groin vaults inside. And you can see also that they were faced with brick. And they were faced with brick, as we discussed, that was exposed. The idea of brick being attractive in its own right, a fabulously beautiful facing that they take advantage of in the 2nd century AD and decide not to stucco it over, as you can see so well here. The doorways into those tombs surrounded by travertine jambs and lintels, the inscription in the center, the small slit windows, and then a pediment at the top. We saw it when we looked at funerary architecture in the age of Augustus, for example, that it was very varied. very varied. Tombs in the shape of pyramids, in the shape of circular tombs, tombs that made reference to bakeries, like the tomb of the baker Eurysakes. There is still a certain amount of variety in tomb architecture in the 2nd century AD, but they tend to hone in on one type in particular, and that type is the so-called house tomb type, which is exactly what we see here, a tomb that is rectangular in shape, for the most part box-like, and does resemble very closely a house, this close relationship that we've talked about so many times this semester between houses of the living and houses of the dead. So we looked at those last time, and where I want to begin today is just to demonstrate to you that these same kinds of house tombs that we see in Ostia, in Isola Sacra, in the 2nd century AD, we also see in Rome. And in some cases, they are commissioned by individuals of comparable social status to those in Ostia, but sometimes they are commissioned by the most elite. And I'd like to begin with an example of a similar tomb commissioned by the most elite. This is the so-called tomb of Annia Regilla in Rome. It was put up on the famous Via Appia, or the Appian Way. It dates to around AD 161. In this case, we know who the commissioner was, and I can show you what he looked like as well. You see him here on the right-hand side of the screen. He was a man by the name of Herodes Atticus. I put his name on the monument list for you, Herodes Atticus. Herodes Atticus was actually a Greek. He was Athenian, from the Greek part of the empire. He lived in Athens for the most part, and he commissioned a very famous music hall, an Odeon, which still survives. You can see it over here. It's without its roof today, but it was originally one of these roofed music halls, an Odeon. It is located on the slope of the Acropolis in Athens, the Acropolis that, of course, we know primarily for its great architectural feats of the 5th century BC in Greece. This is the Roman building put up by Herodes in the 2nd century, and we see it on the slope of the Acropolis, very well preserved. In modern times, its greatest fame is the fact that Yanni performed his Live at the Acropolis concert at the Odeon of Agrippa, and even if you of Herodes Atticus, and even if you don't like Yanni, it's actually quite an interesting concert to view, and one can view it in video and so on, because it does take such wonderful advantage of this extraordinary ancient structure as Yanni presents his music. At any rate, at one point, Herodes Atticus, who had a lot of connections not only in Athens but around the empire, at one point, through those connections, he gets himself appointed a senator in Rome. And in order to take up that position, he needs to leave Athens behind and go spend some time in Rome. And he and his wife, Annia Regilla, set up house in Rome. Annia Regilla, unfortunately, dies in Rome, and he needs to bury her, and he decides to bury her in Rome instead of in Athens. And he builds for her a tomb on the Appian Way, on the Via Appia, in around 161 AD. That's the date that we believe she died. And we see a view of that tomb here. What we're looking at, and you probably recognize this already because we've looked at a number of models from this Museum of Casts in Rome, the Museo della Civiltà Romana in Aor in Rome, and I show you two views of this model of the tomb of Annia Regilla, one that we see from the front and another that we see from, if we're facing the monument, the left side of the tomb. And these are extremely helpful because they give us a very good sense of what we are dealing with here. It is clear that we are dealing with a tomb type that is not that different from what we saw in Ostia, although this looks more like a temple than it looks like a house. And you can see that right off. It looks exactly like a typical Roman temple. We see that it is on a high podium. It has a deep porch. It has freestanding columns in that porch. It has a single staircase on the front of the structure. It has facade orientation, then an entranceway into the structure. It also has freestanding columns that support a pediment. So if I were to show you this and not identify it and say to you what kind of a building is this, I'm sure you would have said it was a temple, and you would have been right in the sense that it looks most like a temple. But it is a tomb in the form of a temple, as you can well see here. Looking on the side of the monument, you can also see those same features that I've just described. And while we are looking at this view, because I'm not going to bring it back, I want to point out one detail that will loom large as we look further at this structure. You will see on the left side of the tomb that the architect has kind of scalloped out the side on either side, creating niches, tall niches on the side, and placed columns into that space, which is a very unusual thing to do. It's not true on the other side of the monument, only on this side of the structure. Why has the architect done that? I think it might have something to do with the siting, perhaps how you viewed it from the street. Maybe it was skewed in such a way that you would see not only the facade, but also the side, and he wanted to emphasize the columns on that particular side of the structure, but it may also have just had to do with a quirk, with this a particular interest that the architect or the patron had in doing something different than any other tomb. And I want to return to that point in a moment. But most significant of all is that in terms of the building technique, the use of concrete faced with exposed brick, this is exactly what we saw in Ostia. And you can see that just as in Ostia, they have taken that brick as far as it can go in terms of its aesthetic value by respecting the texture of the brick, playing that texture off, playing different colored bricks, a reddish brick against a more yellowish colored brick, playing those off against one another, and then adding certain very highly decorative details like a meander pattern that we're going to see in a moment, and decoration around the windows of the tomb done in stucco. The columns, however, are marble. The columns are marble, and in that sense, again, something somewhat different than what we saw at Ostia. This is a view of the tomb as it looks today. The porch is not well preserved, and I can't show you any of that, but I can show you the rest of the structure, and you can see it quite well in this particular view. And again, you see that it is indeed well preserved. Concrete construction, faced with brick left exposed, respected and enjoyed in its own right. What I've already described, the playing off of one color of brick against another, this meander pattern done in stucco, the stucco decoration, very elaborate decoration, as we're going to see around the windows. Tall podium, we see that here as well, an extraordinary structure. And what's interesting, I think, to note, at least culturally, and in terms of social status, is the fact that although this structure was put up for one of the most wealthy men or the wife of one of the most wealthy men in Rome at this particular time, the general aesthetic is very similar to what we saw for professional people in the city of Ostia. That is a concrete tomb in the form of a house, or a temple in this case, that has as its facing brick and a respect for that brick in its own right. Here are a couple of details. I show you once again a detail of the warehouse, or the Aurea Epigothiana at Ostia that we looked at, and also a detail of the tomb of Annia Regilla in Rome, and I think you can see here what I mean. Again, the different coloration of brick, the yellowish brick, the reddish brick, played off one against the other, the use of a stucco decoration, in this case for the volutes of the composite capitals. In this case, and in fact, you'll remember I pointed out what was interesting about these capitals at the warehouse was that that the brick was used to make up the main body of the capital, and this is not one of them, but I also showed you one where you could see the way in which that brick formed the actual acanthus leaves of the capital, and then the volutes added in stucco. We see the same thing at the tomb of Annia Regilla. We see those, and here I think you can see it well, the brick used to create the lower part of the acanthus leaves, and then stucco added for the curving part and for some of the additional decoration, the flower and so on, up above. And so we see, and here again, very elaborate decoration around the windows, which we also saw at warehouse in Ostia. Two more details of the tomb of Ani Regilla. Here you see what I was talking about before, the way the architect has scooped out two areas on the left side of the tomb and placed the columns inside of those, which is a unique, I don't know of any other example of this in Roman architecture, and it underscores once again that when it came to tomb architecture, that the patron could pretty much do whatever he wanted as long as the architect could build it. It could be quite idiosyncratic as a form of architecture. And we see not only has he scooped out these niches in which to place the columns, but if you look at those columns very carefully and at the bases of those columns, you will see that they are not round. They are multi-sided. And the bases are also multi-sided. So doing something very unique in the context of this particular tomb of Ani Regilla. So, two main points. One, that there is clearly an aesthetic that is used for tomb architecture, concrete faced with brick, that is used in the uppermost levels of Roman society and then further down in Roman society, not only in Rome but also in Ostia. But at the same time, individuality, eccentricity is valued in tomb architecture, allowed in tomb architecture in a way that perhaps it isn't in other forms of Roman architecture, and we see it taken to its limit in this particular building. Just a few more details. We see a niche from the tomb of Ani Regilla. We also see here both the meander pattern and this very elaborate decoration around the windows, a frame around the windows, and then a projecting element up above with these great spiral volutes on either side. Very similar to the same sort of thing that was happening at Ostia. I remind you of the niche in the courtyard of the Aurea Epigothiana, the warehouses at Ostia, where you see the same sort of thing. These stucco pilasters added in stucco, the brickwork creating triangles and lozenges, as you can see here. Same idea over here in the tomb of Ani Regilla. And if you look very closely at the pediment that is located above the niche from the tomb in Rome, you see the projecting entablatures. You see where the capitals would have been. There would also have been either probably columns added here on either side of the niche, making it look much more similar to here. But look closely at the pediment. You will see that there is projecting entablature on above each column, but then in the center, the triangular pediment is cut back. And that playing around with the traditional vocabulary of architecture is something that I've noted is going to be a part of what we call the Baroque trend in Roman architecture. I'm going to devote an entire lecture to the Baroque trend in Roman architecture around the empire, not just in Rome, but mostly in the provinces. And we'll see that same sort of thing, which creates a kind of in and out, lively movement to the facade that is part of that approach. The tomb itself again, and just to point out, interestingly enough, a couple of female figures with capitals on the top of their head, or what look like maybe more like vases on the top of their head, but looking very much like caryatids, like the caryatids we saw from the Erechtheion in Athens, 5th century BC, from the Forum of Augustus, and from Hadrian's Villa around the Serapeum. They are not duplicates of those in Athens like the other two are, but they do seem to make reference to them. They're a bit more casual. When I look at this pair, they always look to me like they're kind of standing at a cocktail party together and conversing with one another, using the usual gestures that Italians are so famous for. We see them doing that sort of thing here. But they do seem to have that same pedigree, going back to the whole idea of the caryatids. And I only mention it to you. They were found right near this tomb. And so it has been speculated, although it is by no means certain, that they might have belonged to the tomb. They might have been located in front of the tomb, or been some kind of part of some kind of forecourt or space to that tomb. It's pure conjecture, but it would be interesting if it were the case, because remember, Herodes Atticus comes from Athens. We see that the tomb is a thoroughly Roman tomb of the 2nd century AD, but it would be interesting to think that he might have added some touches that might have made some reference for him, and also especially for his wife, whose tomb it was, to the Athens of his birth. With regard to tomb interiors in the 2nd century AD in Rome, there are two major types, and I want to treat both of those today. One of them is a type that we've seen before, and that is where you stucco over the interior of the tomb, where you stucco it over, and then you add additional stucco in relief to form the decoration, and then you paint it. That's one type. And the second type, which might also use that for the vault, but for the walls, the second type is to use instead architectural members, columns, pediments, and the like, to enliven the wall and to create a much more sculptural effect. Both of these types are used in Rome in the 2nd century AD in tomb architecture, and I want to show you examples of both of them today. The first, type 1, with stucco, painted stucco, we see in the so-called Tomb of the Valerii, the Tomb of the Valerii, which dates to around AD 159 and is located on the Via Latina in Rome. We haven't looked at the Via Latina before, but it is one of Rome's main streets that had along it cemeteries, and there are a fair number of concrete tombs faced with brick that are preserved, very, very well preserved, on the Via Latina today. And what makes them particularly special is the interiors are almost pristine. It's quite extraordinary to go into these and see how well they have stood the test of time. The Tomb of the Valerii, you see the lunette and the vault of the interior of that tomb right here. As you look at the acanthus leaves growing up in the lunette, all done in stucco relief, and the barrel vault with its individual compartments, round and square compartments with floating figures inside, you should certainly be reminded of things we've already seen before. When one looks at the acanthus leaves, one can't help but think back to the delicate leaves of the Arapacus, the delicate acanthus leaves of the Arapacus augusti, which you see on the left-hand side of the screen. And I'm sure you are as reminded as I am, looking at this vault, by other things that we have seen earlier this semester. What's this over here? The Domus Aurea. It's one of the vaults of the Domus Aurea, third style, done, we believe, by Fabulous himself. And you'll recall very delicate, very light floral motifs, compartments, in this case rectangular, with floating sea creatures in the center. We see exactly the same sort of thing here, although done in stucco instead of paint, but this was painted originally in antiquity. And we see these floating, these nereids on the back of sea creatures, floating inside these. And we think the message here, of course, is of the soul of the deceased being carried to the Isles of the Blessed by these sea creatures. So very much stucco decoration, 2nd century AD, but very dependent on third style Roman wall painting and third style stucco decoration of earlier dates. The Tomb of the Pancratii in Rome, which dates to 169, also on the Via Latina, has similarly well-preserved stucco decoration, also painted, and I'll show you a color view in a moment for you to get a sense of that coloration. But here you get an idea of the scheme of the wall, very, very, very elaborate, stuccoed over, much of the stucco is done in relief. You can see it here. If the stucco decoration of the Tomb of the Valerii made reference to the third style, I think the inspiration here was fourth style Roman wall painting and stucco decoration, because although you continue to see floating mythological figures in these rectangular or triangular compartments, if you look very closely, especially in this zone here, you will also see these architectural cages done in stucco, very similar to the architectural cages that we saw at the top of fourth style Roman wall design. So this taking its cue from fourth style Roman wall painting, and I had mentioned to you a couple of times already this term that in fact most post-Pompeian painting and stucco decoration post-79 AD does seem to be inspired by the third style, but even more so by the fourth style of Roman wall painting. And we see that very well here with the stucco decorating the lunettes and also the vaulting. Here's a view in color of the interior of the Tomb of the Pancratii. where you can see the same sort of scheme that I've already described, but with the color. And you can also see that we are dealing here with a groin-vaulted interior. What's interesting is that sometimes the walls have small niches for urns and the so-called arcosoli. I've mentioned those to you before, that were used for the placement of bodies once inhumation became as popular, indeed even more popular than cremation. But we also sometimes see the sarcophagi themselves, the freestanding coffins located in these tombs, as we see here. And it's interesting to keep in mind that all of the money and time that was expended on this interior decoration, keep in mind that very few people entered into these tombs. When you looked at a tomb, you saw primarily its exterior. Some family members on special occasions might go inside, but it was relatively rare. So all of this done, in fact, to give the deceased a pleasant home in perpetuity and to help them on their journey to the Isles of the Blessed. This structure also has sea creatures depicted in it, so travel is clearly also alluded to, and scholars who have worked on this particular monument in particular have noted that they think it has to do with one of these secret mystery religions, in this case the Orphic, O-R-P-H-I-C, the Orphic religion that was practiced in secret initially and then eventually came up above ground. Two more details of the Pancratii ceilings in stucco. These, I think, give you a particularly good sense of the way in which they were built up almost as reliefs in some parts of the scenes. This figure here, for example, some of the rest was painted. We see heraldic leopards over here on either side of a vase. The shell in the niche also done in stucco and raised in a very sculptural way, and then the whole painted in a variety of attractive maroons and blues and greens. The most interesting tomb from my point of view, actually, is a tomb that is located, a Roman tomb of the 2nd century, that is located beneath the Vatican today. And I show you a view, again, of the dome of St. Peter's Cathedral in Rome, designed by Michelangelo himself. Another view over here showing also Michelangelo's dome, but showing below it the so-called baldacchino that was put up by the famous 17th century Italian architect Borromini, Francesco Borromini. The Cathedral of St. Peter's, and any of you who've been there will agree with me on this, is one of the great wonders of the world. There's no question. It is, if you want to talk about bigger is better or biggest is best, this is a truly colossal building, as any of you who have been there know. But it does give me occasion to mention, as I've mentioned a couple of times already this term, that one of the really great things to do when you visit Rome is to climb things, is to climb, if you're so lucky, to climb the Column of Trajan or the Pantheon up to the dome. Those you have to get special permission to do. But what you don't need special permission to do, and is one of the great climbs in Rome, is to go up St. Peter's. And you can go up St. Peter's either on the outside of the building to various levels from which you can see some of the greatest views of Rome, including back over central Rome, ancient Rome, all the buildings that we've been talking about. You can see the dome of the Pantheon from the top of St. Peter's. You can see the Victor Emmanuel Monument, tall and proud, from the dome of St. Peter's. But you can also climb up to the dome from the inside, which is another extraordinary experience. You can go almost, not quite, but almost to the apex of Michelangelo's dome, walk around a corridor there, and look down on Bernini's baldacchino. So for those of you who are going to Rome anytime soon or in the future, it's a not-to-be-missed experience to climb the Cathedral of St. Peter's on the outside and also on the inside. I bring you to St. Peter's because one can also go down underneath St. Peter's, and that's another very interesting experience, to go down in the depths beneath St. Peter's and get a really great sense of the centuries of civilization that have been piled one on top of another from ancient Rome, or from the time of Romulus, indeed, all the way up to today. And in order to see the tomb of the Caetenii, which is the tomb that I want to turn to now, you do have to go down underneath St. Peter's. You have to, this is something you can't just walk it. You can climb St. Peter's any day of the week, but if you want to go underneath St. Peter's, you have to make special arrangements. You have to get special tickets to do that, and now one can do that online. You can plan that online, and you can get tickets to go to the so-called Vatican cemeteries underneath. And they don't have them. They have a small number of hours on a variety of days, so it is something one needs to plan for well in advance, but you can do it. You go to the left of the baldacchino, you go down, and you go down century upon century. You see primarily the tombs of the popes, the crypts with the tombs of the popes, and I show you Pope Boniface here, just to give you an idea of what some of these look like, lying in eternity here on the top of his sarcophagus, or a sculptured portrait of him on the top of his sarcophagus. But if you go all the way down, and most tourists don't do this, but if you go all the way to the bottom, what you end up with is one of Rome's great tomb streets. And this tomb street was out in the light of day, of course, in antiquity, like all the other tomb streets. But because of the passage of time, because other buildings that were built on top, primarily the Cathedral of St. Peter's, and just the rising ground level over time, it now is it is subterranean. But when it's amazing. You go down, you walk along it. It is like you are. I mean, it's a dark street, but nonetheless, I wouldn't want to record in that street, but. You go down under, it's a dark street, but you feel like you are walking along a major tomb street in Rome, and indeed you are. And I show you a plan of it here so that you can see it is very much like walking along the tomb street in Isola Sacra. You see at your left and right these concrete brick-faced tombs that look very much like the tomb of Anni Regilla or the ones that we saw in Isola Sacra, typical house tombs of the 2nd century A.D. One of the tombs that is located down there has long been thought by scholars and believers to be the tomb of St. Peter. No one has been able to prove this incontrovertibly, but there is some interesting evidence, both pro and con. And it has been thought, and Peter's famous statement, upon this rock I shall build this church, namely the Church of St. Peter's. We believe that when Constantine, the last pagan emperor, and we're going to talk about him in the last lecture this semester, when Constantine built the first basilica, Christian basilica on this site, the basilica that we refer to as Old St. Peter's, that obviously predated New St. Peter's, we think he may have built it on that very rock and on that very tomb of St. Peter. And that's what this restored view shows you here. If you walk along, though, and look at these tombs, for the most part, they look like typical Roman tombs from the 2nd century, brick-faced concrete construction with interesting decoration inside. And I show you just the most famous mosaic that is located down there, which you see is a figure in a chariot. We think it's a representation of the sun god Sol or Helios in the chariot, because you can see the rayed crown. But some believe it is a representation of Christ as Helios. And I show it to you only because it is the single most famous mosaic down there, and one of the most famous mosaics in Rome, but also because it heralds what we're going to begin to see happening, especially in the last lecture, and that is this transition from paganism to Christianity in Rome, Constantine being the last pagan, first Christian emperor, and this interesting way in which pagan imagery allies into Christian imagery, both in terms of figural decoration, but also in terms of architecture. I can't, because it's so poorly lighted down there, I can't show you a good picture of the tombs beneath St. Peter's, but I can show you another set of tombs beneath that are very well lighted and can be photographed better, beneath a columbarium, an underground a catacomb, actually, an underground burial area that was used by the early Christians in Rome. And you see that it's called, you don't have to worry about it, it's called the Church of San Sebastiano, and these tombs are underneath that. But I showed them to you here just to give you a sense of what that tomb street looked like underneath the Vatican, or looks like underneath the Vatican, with the concrete brick-faced tombs looking very similar to those we saw at Isola Sacra, the same travertine door jambs, inscriptions, slit windows. And if you look through the entranceway of this one, you will see it's barrel vaulted, and it has a scheme that is very similar to the stucco decoration of the Tomb of the Valerii, with these circles done in raised stucco and with the floating figures in between them. And this is exactly what it looks like beneath the Vatican. I can show you some views of the interiors of some of the Vatican tombs, because those have lights in them. They're better lighted. You can see them here. We see this interesting combination that we also saw at Isola Sacra of the smaller niches that are used for urns, and the larger arcosolia that are used for the placement of bodies. And then you can see in this view on the right the way in which they have closed off those arcosolia by placing marble plaques on them that either have inscriptions or sometimes figural scenes. And then again here, freestanding sarcophagi on these interiors as well. This is an axonometric view from Ward Perkins of the tomb of the Caetanei. It dates to 160 AD in the Vatican Cemetery in Rome. And I think you can see here both the brick-faced concrete construction, the way in which the windows have similar stucco decoration to what we saw on the tomb of Annia Regilla on the Via Appia in Rome. But most interesting for us is the way in which the interior is treated, because this is my type 2. Here we will see some stucco, but you will see here that the walls are enlivened in a different way. They are enlivened through architectonic means, through the use of columns, through the use of niches, through the use of pediments, triangular pediments, but also broken triangular pediments. Here you see a pediment that has been split apart, triangular pediment split apart to show what is inside. This is the same scheme that we saw in second style Roman wall painting way back when, this whole idea of taking the traditional vocabulary of architecture and dealing with it in a very different way than had been done before, breaking the rules, so to speak. We see that happening here. But the main thing is that we're looking at this designer using architectural members to create the visual interest of the walls of the structure. You can also see in this axonometric view this combination of small niches for cinerary urns and then these larger arcosolia for the body. So cremation and inhumation still going on hand in hand during the 2nd century AD. This is a spectacular view of the interior of the tomb of the Caetanei, and here you can really see what I mean. Yes, there is some stucco. If you look at the vaults, you will see that this is again a groin vault that has been stuccoed over. It has the same kind of, it had the same kind of compartments and painted decoration, relief decoration that we saw in the tomb of the Pancratii. But you can see that most of the effects have been done through architectural means. If you look carefully, you will see that there is a black and white mosaic on the floor, not so different from what we see in Ostia. There are niches on the walls, these niches used for the cinerary urns, arcosolia down here for the bodies. And there are stucco decoration and the use of the shells that you can see here. But if you look very carefully at the combination of sort of maroon and cherry red walls, you will see the remains of the architectural members that served to enliven this space. Look up here, you will see that there was a triangular pediment over the central niche. You can see parts of the broken triangular pediments on either side. You can see the remains of capitals, and beneath those would have been the projecting columns that we saw in the axonometric view in Ward Perkins. So this, again, the second type where the walls are enlivened with architectural members, and those architectural members, when intact, would have created a scheme in which you had progression, recession, all along the wall. This in and out scheme that we're going to see becomes the hallmark of what I'm going to term here this semester, the Baroque element in Roman antiquity, in Roman architecture. All of these buildings were being put up during the reign of Hadrian's successor. Hadrian had died in 138 AD, and he was succeeded by a man by the name of Antoninus Pius, whose portrait you see here on the upper right. Antoninus Pius, again, he reigned for a quite long time. He reigned between 138 and 161 AD. It was a period of extraordinary peace. He, like Hadrian, was a peace-loving man. He was able to maintain that peace exceedingly well, and Rome really thrived under his emperorship. He's also interesting because he seems to have had more of a love relationship with his wife than any other Roman emperor that I can think of. A relationship that was so strong that when his wife died, he became emperor. Here's his wife, Faustina the Elder. When he became emperor in 138, but she died already in 141. And as I mentioned, he stayed emperor until 161. So he was emperor for 20 more years after her death. He never forgot her. He stayed, completely enamored of her. He never remarried. We don't even have any rumors that he had any concubines or anything like that. He seems to have stayed completely true to her. And what's interesting is that when the two of them died, their successors, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, put up a monument to them. And it's not on your monument. Listen, I'm not holding you responsible for it, but I just want to show it to you because it will illuminate a monument that I am going to show you in a moment. This base, which served as the base for a porphyry column that was located on top, it represents a scene in which we see Antoninus Pius and his wife, Faustina the Elder, being carried to heaven on the back of a male personification. We see Roma in the bottom right, and she is saluting them. She is bearing witness to what is a representation of their joint divinization. The two of them, Faustina the Elder, divinized at her death in 141. Antoninus Pius divinized at his death in 161, and yet we see them being carried to heaven as if their divinizations happened exactly at the same time. This is obviously a fiction. It is a conflation of time. It is a fiction of which the Romans were particularly adept in their sculptural representations. But I show it to you here because it has some bearing on a temple that I now want to talk about. This is the so-called Temple of Antoninus Pius and Faustina the Elder. It is a temple that Antoninus Pius put up in honor of his wife in 141 to her as a diva after she was divinized. But at his own death, 20 years later in 161, his successors, again, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, rededicated it to the two of them, to the divine Antoninus Pius and to the divine Faustina. It is quite well preserved today, and it is important for two main reasons. It is important because it is our best surviving temple that was put up to an emperor and an empress. It wasn't the only one, but it's the best surviving example of that. And it is another example of the way in which antiquities are reused over time in other contexts and at later times, and how that reuse sometimes helps to preserve them. What I show you now on the screen is a coin on the upper left representing Faustina the Elder on the obverse of the coin on the left, her portrait, and it refers to her as Diva Faustina. So it is a coin that Antoninus Pius struck after her death and after her divinization. And we see on the back the temple that Antoninus Pius originally made in her honor. Over here we see a series of drawings that come from the Ward Perkins textbook that show once again a depiction of that original temple on the coin, and with a legend that says Aeternitas, for eternity, because now she is a diva for eternity. And then a restored view over here of what the temple would have looked like after it was rededicated to Antoninus and Faustina in 161. And then over here, the Baroque building that was built into it in the 17th century AD when it was turned into the church of San Lorenzo in Miranda. And I put the name San Lorenzo in Miranda on your monument list. If we look at the view of it as it was after it was rededicated to Antoninus Pius and Faustina, we will see a typical Roman temple. All the features that we have described so very often in the course of this semester. The deep porch, the freestanding columns in the porch, the very tall podium, the single staircase, the facade, emphasis. We see all of that here. A very conventional Roman temple with sculpture in the pediment and decoration on the eaves of the temple as well. What we see in the bottom left is what happened to this temple in the 17th century. Part of it was preserved, maybe more of it was preserved, we're not absolutely sure, but at least part of it was preserved. The walls, the side walls, and also the columns and the front of the side walls primarily, and the columns, and the lintel over here that has the inscription that dedicates the temple to Antoninus Pius and Faustina. But what you see behind it is the Baroque facade rising up, a Baroque facade that has buttresses, and I'm going to show it to you in actuality in a moment, that has buttresses on either side, that has this wonderful split arcuated pediment, a split arcuated pediment that would have been impossible to conceive, I believe, without these architects, Baroque architects of 17th century, looking back to the Baroque element in Roman antiquity. The cross is added in the center, of course. But there's one major difference between this building and this building. Does anyone see what that is? Besides the addition of the Baroque facade. What? A little louder? The podium, exactly. Emily, right? The podium is not there. The podium is not there. The staircase is not there. Why is that, Emily?
I don't know if it's because of like the land is going.
Yes.
But you can see the little people are at the.
Yes. The ground level has risen, so that at the time that they decide to turn the Temple of Antoninus Pius and Faustina into San Lorenzo in Miranda, this is where the ground level is. There's no podium anymore. The podium is completely underground. As are part of the columns. We see only the part of the column. So they put the door at the bottom. What is the bottom at that particular time? Now let me show you the building today. It's very well preserved. So you see what I mean by the best preserved monument to, the best preserved temple to an emperor and an empress in Rome. Extremely well preserved. You see its location is in the Roman Forum with the backdrop of the imperial fora behind it, the Forum of Augustus, the Forum of Trajan, in the Roman Forum, so prime real estate for this temple when Antoninus Pius decides to build it to his wife. We see here the original podium, the original staircase, the original columns, gray granite columns, white marble capitals. We see the original lintel with the inscription still preserved to Divine Antoninus Pius, to Divine Faustina. We see the original tufa walls of the side. We see the lintel on this side that also has a frieze that is preserved from antiquity. And then we see growing up behind it the 17th century Baroque church with its buttresses and with its broken arcuated pediment. And if you look very carefully, you will see this was ground level in the 17th century. This is the 17th century door. This is the ancient door down here. I'll show you a couple of views where you can see that even more clearly. Here's another view showing you those great gray granite columns, the white capitals, the 17th century door, and then down here, the ancient door, which shows you more dramatically than anything else I've been able to show you this semester, this change in ground level. And two more views that I took that show you the same here, the 17th century door. So you have to think of all of this underground in the 17th century, and then only in more modern times was the temple excavated, temple and church excavated down to their original level. Here's another view showing you again the 17th century doorway, the earlier doorway, the staircase, a little baby down here, which I was happy to have for scale. It gives you a sense once again of how, and that makes it even more dramatic because I don't know if it's a he or she, sitting there, it makes it even more dramatic to demonstrate to you again, since this is a lecture on bigger is better, that this temple to Antoninus and Faustina was also is very, very large in scale. When Antoninus Pius died in 161, he was succeeded by Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most famous of the Roman emperors, the great Stoic philosopher, and you see him in a portrait here. You see Lucius Verus on the left-hand side. The two of them were co-emperors between 161 and 169. Lucius Verus died in battle in 169. Marcus Aurelius continued on alone until the year 180 AD. So he too had a very long reign. Marcus spent most of his reign, however, on the front. During the period that he was emperor, the barbarians were literally at the gates. There was concern that they were going to, in fact, overrun the city completely, overrun the empire completely, and he had to spend most of his reign on the frontiers, and he did, beating back those barbarians. For that reason, there was very little architectural construction. Even though he had a very long reign, there was very little architectural construction during the time of Marcus Aurelius because of the time that he had to spend in war. He was succeeded by his son Commodus, whose portrait you see down here. Commodus in the line, also in the megalomaniacal line of Nero and Domitian, a man who saw himself as a god on earth, who saw himself as the Greek hero Hercules. He called himself Hercules Romanus, and we see him in his most famous and most fabulous, is about one of the best portraits preserved from ancient Rome. It's in the Capitoline museums today, and you see him masquerading here as Hercules with the lion skin around his head, holding the club, holding the apples of the Hesperides, demonstrating that he has completed that last labor just as Hercules had done and is going to become a god in the manner of Hercules. He used to parade around in Rome openly in this way and actually struck coins showing himself as Hercules Romanus, just to give you a sense of how extreme it was. And he was always challenging people to hand-to-hand combat. And in fact, he eventually got his comeuppance because although he himself also reigned for quite a while between 180 and 192, so he lasted for 12 years, but nonetheless, even his closest advisors eventually turned against him and plotted behind his back and arranged for one of the most famous gladiators of the day, Narcissus, interestingly called Narcissus, to take up Commodus's offer to fight anybody who wanted to fight him in the Colosseum. And of course, he thought that being emperor protected him, and that he like Nero, who fixed the Olympic Games in his favor, that Commodus would also never lose in a contest like this because he was by definition emperor. But his advisors turned against him, let Narcissus loose, and Commodus was slain by Narcissus in the Colosseum. But he did, I do want to just mention, and only in passing, Commodus did put up a column to his father, Marcus Aurelius, that is based very closely on the column of Trajan in Rome. I'm not going to go into it with you today because the architectural complex in which it was originally found no longer survives, but I just wanted you to be aware that the column of Trajan was succeeded by the column of Marcus Aurelius. I want to, however, turn for the rest of the lecture to a new dynasty that came to the fore after the end of the so-called Antonine emperors. When Commodus died, there were no more Antonines to succeed him, and Rome once again fell into a civil war, and there were rivals warring with one another for supreme power. And the man who came to the fore was a man by the name of Pertinax, Pertinax. But he had other rivals, and one of them was the man who eventually really came out on top, and his name was Lucius Septimius Severus. Lucius Septimius Severus was, within that year, between 92 and 93, able to get rid of not only Pertinax but other rivals and become supreme ruler of Rome. And because he, like Vespasian before him, had two sons to succeed him, Caracalla and Geta, he was able to set up a new dynasty, the so-called Severan, what we call the Severan, S-E-V-E-R-A-N, the Severan dynasty in Rome. The Severan dynasty in Rome, extremely important because Septimius Severus commissioned some important structures, both public structures and private. He was an interesting emperor because he combined an interest in the two. And then his son, Caracalla, who epitomizes, as I began today, the whole bigger is better or biggest is best philosophy in life and in architecture. I want to show you first, just to introduce you to these two patrons, this wonderful painted tondo that is preserved from Rome. It was found, excuse me, not in Rome, but in Egypt, and is now in the museum, a museum in Berlin. But it is important because it is our only surviving painting of an emperor, and not only an emperor, but an emperor and his whole family, his wife and his children, the only surviving painting of an emperor today. But there were obviously many of these in antiquity. It's a fascinating painting. We see Septimius Severus with his gray hair and beard and his wonderful jeweled crown. We see his wife, Julia Domna, who and by the way, I neglected to mention, but one of the interesting things about Septimius Severus's biography is the fact that he was born not in Rome and not in Spain, as Trajan and Hadrian had been, but rather in North Africa, in a place called Leptis Magna, Leptis, new word, M-A-G-N-A, in Leptis Magna, born in North Africa. He hooked up with a woman from Syria, whose name was Julia Domna. She was the daughter of an important priest in Syria called Bassianus. She was famous in Rome for her wigs. She used to wear wigs, and you can see her wearing one of her wigs in this wonderful painted portrait. She also clearly liked jewelry, because you can see her with these fabulous triple pearl earrings and a wonderful pearl necklace here also. Looking very vibrant in this portrait. And then the two of them with their sons, their elder son, Caracalla, over here, and their younger son, or what remains of him, Gaeta on the left. Gaeta and Caracalla succeeded their father together as co-rulers, but Caracalla, very jealous of his brother, who was much more popular with the Roman populace than Caracalla himself was, and Caracalla eventually had his brother murdered. And after his brother was murdered, he convinced, that is, Caracalla convinced the Roman Senate to issue a damnatio memoriae, or a damnation of the memory of Gaeta, and an attempt was made to eradicate Gaeta from history by eradicating him from art, and you can see that he was snuffed out. His face was removed on this, but then it was left to stand to show the power that Caracalla had to destroy his brother, as you can see here. This gives you a glimpse into the mind and psyche of Caracalla. I want to show you first, though, two buildings. Before we look at the baths of Caracalla, I do want to show you two buildings of Septimius Severus. A public building first, the so-called Arch of Septimius Severus in the Roman Forum, and then an extension to the Palatine Palace. The Arch of Septimius Severus in the Roman Forum dates to AD 203, and it commemorates the Parthian victory of Septimius Severus. Septimius Severus, I already mentioned to you, came to power in a civil war. So like Augustus and like Vespasian before him, he needed to gain legitimacy by having an important foreign victory. And he does this by looking east, as Augustus had done before him, looking to Parthia, and does war with Parthia, and in fact has an important victory, and celebrates that important victory in this triumphal arch that is put up in his honor in 203 AD in, once again, the choicest spot of real estate in Rome, the Forum Romanum, the Roman Forum. I show you a Google Earth view over here. We've seen this one before, so you've undoubtedly got this one memorized by now, this Google Earth image of the Roman Forum as it looks today, with the Colosseum up there, with the Via dei Fori Imperiali, Imperial Fora over here, the Circus Maximus, the Palatine Hill, the Campidoglio, Capitoline Hill is redesigned by Michelangelo, the wedding cake of Victor Emmanuel. Here between the Campidoglio and the Colosseum, we see, of course, the remains of the ancient Roman Forum, much lower ground level than the modern ground level. You'll recall the location of the Temple of Venus in Roma, just underneath the Colosseum, of the Arch of Titus on the Velia. And you should remember also that we talked way in the beginning of the term about two arches, two successive arches built in honor of Augustus. First, his Actian victory in Actium, and then his victory over the Parthians, which is over here. And then, if we look very close, it's a little hard to see when I'm up this close, but we look very closely, we will see the location, I think it's roughly around here, of the Arch of Septimius Severus. We can see it better in this plan of the Roman Forum as it developed between the 3rd and 7th centuries A.D. We see the tabularium at the top, which means we're close to the Capitoline Hill. We see two basilicas that were put up in the Republican period. We see a temple that we did not study that was put up in honor of the divine Julius Caesar by Augustus. We see the speaker's platform. We see the Senate House, which I will show you in a later lecture. And over here, we see the location of what was originally the Actian Arch of Augustus and then the Parthian Arch of Augustus. And remember that the Parthian Arch of Augustus had a triple opening. And then if you look at the rest of the plan, you will see the location of the Arch of Septimius Severus over there, diagonally across in dialogue with the Parthian Arch of Augustus. Was this coincidence? Absolutely not. This was clearly very carefully orchestrated by Septimius Severus and his advisors to build his Parthian Arch in dialogue with the Parthian Arch of Augustus. With regard to its form, it also made reference to the Augustan Arch. I show you here the Arch of Septimius Severus as it looks today. It is our first example that we've seen this semester of a Roman arch with a triple arcuated opening. A large arcuated opening in the center flanked by two smaller, lower arcuated entrances. We have not seen that before. First surviving example in Rome. We remember, if we think back to the arches we have explored from the time of Augustus on, you'll remember that they are single-bayed arches. Augustus's Actian Arch, the Arch of Titus, and even the 2nd century Arch of Trajan at Benevento. But, as I've already said today, if we look back to the coin, the arch no longer exists, but we look back to a coin depiction of the Parthian Arch of Augustus, it had three openings, a central arcuated opening and then two rectangular openings, trabeated openings with pediments on either side flanking it. So this is not, the Parthian Arch of Augustus is not a triple arcuated arch, but it is a three-opening arch. And I think there is no question that those three openings are being alluded to in the Severan Arch and being transformed into something that was new, which was the idea of the triple arcuated bay. Or maybe it wasn't so new, because there's an arch, the arch that you see down here in the south of France at Orange, and we'll look at this arch when we make our journey to the south of France in an upcoming lecture. We will look at this arch, and it's a triple bayed arch, just like the Arch of Septimius Severus. It's covered with sculpture, just like the Arch of Septimius Severus. So for a while, there were scholars who dated this to the time of Septimius Severus, although put up in the provinces. But recent scholarship, more recent scholarship, has demonstrated, scholars have looked at the piles of arms and armor on here and identified it as piles of arms and armor that had to do with battles that took place in the south of France, or what is now the south of France, in the age of Augustus. There's also an inscription referring to a specific historical figure who lived during the time, the late period of Augustus and into the time of Tiberius. So it seems very likely that this is not a Severan arch, but a Tiberian arch. And I show it to you here only because while we usually, and this may be helpful to some of you who are doing papers, topics, or city plans in the provinces, we usually think of ideas flowing from the center to the periphery. But here we seem to have an idea that comes to the fore first in the periphery and then ends up ultimately in the center. Although, of course, there are lots of missing pieces to the ancient puzzle. I mean, there are lots of monuments that have not come down to us. So it is not inconceivable that a triple-bayed arch was built in Rome earlier, but we just have no evidence for it. I want to show you the arch itself very quickly because it's mainly a work of sculpture, but just to show you the three bays, victories in the spandrels, river gods down here, inscription at the top. You have to imagine a great bronze quadriga of the emperor at the apex, decorated bases down here, But most interesting are the panels that we see, 4 panels that we see, 2 on either side of the arch. And I show you a detail, a very good detail of one of them here, although it's weathered, you can see it quite well. You can see that this panel, instead of having full-length figures standing on a single ground line, as we saw, for example, in the frieze of the Arapakis, we see figures on a number of tiers here, small figures on a number of tiers. It should remind you of the scenes on the column of Trajan, the spiral frieze with the individual figures telling the story of war, and in this case, the Parthian war of Septimius Severus. And so what I think happened here, my theory, and there are others who've said the same, is that what happened here is that the designer of this got the idea to take excerpts, in a sense, from the columns of Trajan or the column of Marcus Aurelius and put them in panel format on this monument. I don't know whether, you can think to yourselves whether you think this is successful or not. I think it probably was not deemed to be particularly successful because it is the only arch design of its type. No one picked up afterwards and imitated this particular idea. The base is down below, representing Romans bringing back Parthian prisoners. I want to speak very briefly also about Septimius Severus's extension of the imperial palace on the Palatine Hill. He extended it to the south. He lived there, just like every emperor since Domitian. He extended it on the southern side, that's the side nearest the Forum, and he added a facade to it, a very elaborate facade that does not survive. It doesn't survive because we know it was torn down in 1588 to 1589 by one of the popes, because the pope wanted to use it in his own papal building, wanted to use the building materials in his own papal building. But fortunately, the artist Martin von Heemskerk, the Renaissance artist, and I put his name on the monument list for you, Martin von Heemskerk, drew some of it while it was being dismantled, and you see a piece of it over here in the Martin von Heemskerk drawing. There's also the plan of the structure also preserved on the Forma Orbis, and we can see that marble plan of Rome from the Severan period. If we take both of those that evidence together, we can reconstruct it quite effectively. We can see that it was a facade that looked very much like a theater, with wings on either side, with apses here, 3 large apses, and columns inside those apses with other elements that have columns in 3 tiers, looking very much like a theater stage set, all done in marble. It might have been also a fountain. There might have been a basin down here with a water display. All of this serving as a new facade for Domitian's palace on the Palatine Hill. It's important because it's another example of this use of progression, recession across the facade to give an in and out undulating movement using the traditional vocabulary of architecture in a way that is striking and in a way that, again, heralds this new Baroque style in Roman architecture. I also mention, just as the last point about this monument, that we also, the reason it's called the Septizodium or the Septizonium, and you see that name on the monument list for you, the reason it is referred to as the Septizodium is because it was thought to honor or to commemorate the 7 planets, which is not surprising in the orbit of Septimius Severus and Julia Domna, because we know that Julia Domna was an avid follower of astrological signs, used to predict what was going to happen in her husband's reign through those signs, and this is likely a nod to her particular astrological interests. In the 9 or 10 minutes that remain, I want to end today with this extraordinary imperial bath structure that was designed at the behest of the Emperor Caracalla. When Septimius Severus died in 211, he was succeeded by Caracalla and by Geta. I've already told you what Caracalla did to get rid of Geta, and Caracalla became sole emperor in 212 AD and remained emperor until his death in 217 AD. And one of his major commissions was this imperial bath structure. He wanted to ape his father because we know that Septimius Severus had also built a major public bath in Rome, the Thermae Septimianae. They do not survive. We have very little knowledge of them, so there isn't anything that I can show you or tell you about them, but we know he built it. So like father, like son, he wanted to outdo his father. This is like Bush 1, Bush 2. Wanted to outdo his father and to build an even larger bathing establishment, and he does it here in Rome, a bathing establishment called the Baths of Caracalla, or the Thermae Antoninianae. Baths of Caracalla dates to 212 to 216 A.D. Any of you who have seen it will agree with me. This is one, if Trajan's Forum was the mother of all forums, this is certainly the mother of all imperial bath structures. This is quite something. Fortunately, much of it survives, mainly the concrete shell of itself, but we can see the outlines here in this Google Earth image, which shows you not only the bathing block, but also part of the precinct that surrounded it, because we shall see, if we look at a plan of the Baths of Caracalla, which you see here in the bottom left, this is a detail of just the bathing block, and if we compare the general plan with the plan of the Baths of Trajan in Rome, we will see that the Baths of Trajan, which were very large in their own day, have been exceeded here in terms of size, but are very much in the same general format. By that I mean a large bathing block here inside a larger precinct. That precinct has around it a host of rooms that were used as lecture halls and seminar rooms and Greek and Latin libraries, so a great locus of intellectual as well as wellness in the city of Rome in the 3rd century A.D. We see that in the Baths of Caracalla, just as, if we look at the bathing block, just as in the Baths of Trajan, we see that all the main bathing rooms, which were used both for men and women, but probably at different times of day, are aligned with one another. We see the great frigidarium here with the triple groin vault over that, buttressed by rooms with barrel vaults on either side. We see a conventional vertically oriented tepidarium, essentially a rectangle here, leading into the caldarium. So all of these on axis, frigidarium, tepidarium, caldarium. Caldarium, a roundish structure with alcoves, but very large in scale. In fact, you'll be interested to hear that the span of the dome of the caldarium of the Baths of Caracalla was almost as large as the span of the dome of the Pantheon in Rome, just to give you a sense of the extraordinary bigger is better scale in this particular bath. Over here, a natatio located where it usually isn't, but here on axis with the other rooms, an interesting natatio with a scalloped side screened by columns, and then otherwise all the rooms symmetrically disposed around it. 2 palestrae, one on either side, matching rooms symmetrically disposed around the central building block. So the same imperial bath structure type that we saw developed under Titus and Trajan, but taken to much larger scale here. This model shows you that the hall here, we are looking back at the walls, which were very plain on 3 sides, toward the natatio, toward the vaulting of the frigidarium, and then the dome, as you can see there, of the caldarium. Interesting is the front side of the side where you can see the caldarium projecting over here, which you can see is opened up much more than the other sides, with a series of columns, screened columns, and then columns screening and opening up the caldarium as well on the southern side of the monument. Just a few views to give you a sense of what this structure looks like today. Again, it's mainly piles of concrete faced with brick, but you can see some of the soaring vaults still there. This is in fact, even in this view, it's much smaller than it would have been because so much of the ceilings and the vaults are missing today. But you can get a sense by looking at this family of 4 standing next to it, the colossal scale of the Baths of Caracalla in Rome. Here's another view with some tourists as well to also give you a sense. Again, this is very incomplete today, but it still gives you some idea of the colossal magnitude of this particular bath structure. As one walks through it, there's actually very little ornamental decoration still preserved, but there was plenty in antiquity. You can see here and there some fragments of a frieze. This is a restored view of what the frigidarium would have looked like, the most important room in the bath, which would have been triple groin vaulted, as you can see here, which would have had gray granite columns with white marble capitals, and would have had an incredible sculptural display, and Caracalla, like Domitian before him. Remember Domitian's Aula Regia and those colossal statues of Dionysus and Apollo, with whom Domitian wanted to associate himself. Caracalla, of the same ilk, who also wanted to ally himself with great heroes of the past, great gods of the past, and he follows the lead of Commodus, in whose model he looked back again to Nero, Domitian, to Commodus, and he likened himself to Hercules, and we have sculpture that is preserved from the frigidarium that represents Hercules, the famous weary Hercules type. This is now in Naples in the Archaeological Museum, the statue, but it comes from the frigidarium of the Baths of Caracalla. We're absolutely sure of that, and it depicts the weary Hercules. It is a Roman copy. The artist, we know his name. I put his name on the monument list for you, Glycon of Athens. So an Athenian sculptor working in the time of Caracalla makes this copy, but he makes it of a very famous lost Greek original by the Greek sculptor Lysippus, whose name is also on your monument list, a work of art that he originally made in the 330s BC. So Glycon of Athens copies Lysippus, also of Greece, this statue at the behest again of Caracalla. And the fact that this was a theme or a leitmotif that ran through all the decoration of the frigidarium is underscored by the fact that a composite capital that survives also from the frigidarium shows a figure of that same weary Hercules interspersed with the acanthus leaves of that capital. So again, a very carefully orchestrated program to try to underscore the relationships between Caracalla and Hercules. Mosaics, geometric mosaics, not unlike those in Ostia, found and still exist in the Baths of Caracalla today, black and white with a little addition of color. Here another section that shows you the interest in geometry as well as floral motifs. This detail that you can also see on the site still today, showing the sea scenes that were the kind of scenes one would expect in a bath, very similar to those at Ostia, but done in a somewhat a better way. And then the pièce de résistance, I think, of the mosaics of the Baths of Caracalla, and well preserved today, was a mosaic that you can see is curved to be placed into a room of this shape that depict on the floor all the famous athletes and gladiators of the day, either in full-length statues or in full-length images or in portrait images. And I don't doubt that these would have been recognizable stars, superstars, you know, the Alex Rodriguez of their day, superstars flexing their muscles for the public and hoping to be recognized by everyone who came to this bath. And you can just imagine men and women standing above, looking and trying to pick out who is depicted here. Here's another view that I took that is in its current location, which is in the Vatican Museums in Rome. That's where one needs to go to see what survives of this wonderful mosaic with the athletes and gladiators of the day. And I show them to you here as well. And if you look at these, you can see that they not only are shown, you know, some are already victors, some are taking part in their sport. But once again, just as in the Alexander mosaic, we see the use of a lot of different colored tesserae. We see cast shadows. This is very well done. Wonderful facial configurations done by what must have been the leading mosaicist of the day for the Baths of Caracalla. And just in closing today, I thought I would show you one of those heads blown up to poster size, as you can see here, but also put it next to an actual portrait of Caracalla. This is not a course in sculpture, but I wanted to show this to you, especially since it's a portrait that you can see. It's in New York at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, a very powerful portrait of a very intense Roman emperor, as you can see on the left. But I think there is some relationship between the way in which the sculptors have depicted Caracalla with his very cubic and abstract face, his short military hairstyle, and the depictions of the athletes and the gladiators. So I think he was not only trying to draw a relationship between himself and Hercules Romanus, but also between himself and some of the greatest athletes and gladiators of the day to underscore his strength as a leader. It was all for naught ultimately, but nonetheless, he achieved it, and I think it also speaks to him as a man with that bigger is better philosophy. Thank you. Good morning. The title of today's lecture is Hometown Boy, Honoring an Emperor's Roots in Roman North Africa. And who was that hometown boy? We met him before. We met him in the last lecture. His name was Lucius Septimius Severus, and he was emperor of Rome between 193 and 211 AD. And we saw him in this extraordinary round painting on wood that comes from Egypt and is now in the museum in Berlin, that depicts Lucius Septimius Severus with his family. You see Septimius Severus on the right-hand side of the screen. You see his wife, Julia Domna, on the left with her famous wig and pearls. And then down below, their two sons, Caracalla over here on the right, and Geta, whose face has been erased because of the damnatio memoriae that was voted him by the Senate at his death. We learned that Julia Domna came from Syria. She was the daughter of a priest by the name of Bassianus, and Septimius Severus came from North Africa. He was the third Roman emperor to be from somewhere other than Italy. You'll recall that Trajan and Hadrian came from Spain, Septimius Severus from North Africa. And after he ascended to the throne, and after he began his reign, and with all the interesting things that he initiated as emperor, he was honored by his hometown, as hometown boys often are, and the city of Leptis Magna was renovated quite significantly during his reign. And it's to that renovation and to the history of Leptis Magna in general and its architecture that I want to turn today. Before I do that, however, it's important for us to get a sense of this part of the world before the Romans took over. And any of you who are working on term papers that are on works of architecture in the provinces or are designing a Roman city in anywhere other than Italy have definitely found out that in order to analyze those, in order to think about them and figure out what's happening, you have to not only look at what's going on in the center of the empire, that is in Rome, and what may have been sent from the center out to the periphery, but you also have to understand what was going on in the local area in which that building was built, the local culture, the civilizations that preceded the Roman civilization. And what's fascinating about provincial Roman architecture is the way in which those two things come together. That is what comes from Rome to the frontiers, but also the indigenous culture that mixes with what comes from Rome to make something unique in the case of each of these provinces. So it's absolutely critical for us to understand the area that we're looking at, and in this case, Roman North Africa. Before the Romans got to the northern part of Africa, it was an area that was overseen primarily by Carthage. There was a very significant Carthaginian period in this part of the world. The language was Neo-Punic and Berber before it was Latin, and Neo-Punic stays on even when Latin becomes important here. The Greeks did have some impact, but they didn't have as strong a foothold in this particular part of the world as they did elsewhere. And then eventually the area is colonized by Rome and begins to be, and Roman colonies begin to be built here all over the northern part of Africa. I show you here a map of the Western Empire, where we see not only places that we've already studied, Rome and Ostia and Pompeii, but also down here, the continent of Africa. You see it here, and the cities that we're going to be talking about. There were lots of Roman cities in this part of the world, but the two that we're going to be focusing on today are the city of Timgad, which you see over here, and then the city of Leptis Magna. And please note, while the map is on the screen, that Leptis Magna is right on the coast. In fact, it was an extremely important seaport, which is one of the reasons that it grew to the size and significance that it did have in ancient times. Timgad a little bit further into the mainland of North Africa. And you can also see, of course, the relationship. When you think of Leptis Magna as a port, you can see the relationship, the easy relationship in the sense that it had to other major ports in Roman times, specifically Ostia, and how easy it clearly was to send things from one place to another, which again led to the efflorescence of Leptis Magna. Now, the reason I've chosen these particular cities, we're going to be talking primarily about Leptis today, but the reason that I've also chosen to look at Timgad is because they make a very interesting contrast to one another. Both of them have extraordinarily well-preserved Roman remains, but they're interesting to play off against one another because the city of Leptis Magna, and this is extremely important in analyzing it, the city of Leptis Magna had a longer Roman history. It was already, it too had a Carthaginian period. But most important in this regard was the fact that the Romans began to build there already in the 1st century BC, as we shall see. It was built up under Augustus, then under Hadrian, renovated under Septimius Severus. So there's not only the local structures and buildings and customs and so on to contend with, but also earlier Roman architecture by the time we get to the time of Septimius Severus. In the case of Timgad, the city was built entirely from scratch. There was nothing on the site when Trajan founded the city as a Roman colony in 100 AD. And it was at that time that the Romans laid out their ideal plan. And what we're looking at here is a view from the air of Timgad as it would have looked after it was laid out by Trajan in 100, as it continues to look today. We are looking down from the air, and we see here one of the best examples that I have been able to show you this semester of the way in which the Romans, when they are left to their own devices, when there are no earlier structures that they need to contend with, no earlier customs on the site, no earlier temples and the like that they need to contend with, this is what they do when they build their ideal Roman city. And you can see it is exactly as we described it in the mid-4th century BC at Ostia. That is a castrum plan. It's laid out like a military camp, very regular, either rectangular or square, as you see it here. It is surrounded by city walls. It has the two main streets, the Cardo and the Decumanus, exactly in the center of the city, intersecting with one another at the center of the city, and then right at that intersection, as was customary for Roman town planning of this castrum type, they have placed the Forum right at the intersection of those two, and you can see it here also from the air. The Forum has a great open rectangular space. It has a basilica. It has a temple on one short end. I'm not going to show you that Forum in any detail. I'm not going to show it to you at all, except for what you see here. But it is similar to others that we've seen. We can also see from the air the theater of the city of Timgad, also taking its customary shape, and in this case, again, very close to the Forum. But as you look at the rest of this from the air, you can see again, not only is the whole city a regular shape, but it has been laid out within the city in very regular insulae or blocks with the streets very straight, as, again, the Romans were wont to do. The city of Timgad, by the way, is located in the high plains of what is Algeria today, just for you to get your bearings in terms of the modern location of this city. What I hope you can also see from this view from the air, if you look very, very closely at the individual streets, and especially this one right here, you will see, perhaps it's clearest over here, you will see that one of the ways in which this, however, differs from a town like Ostia, and the way Ostia was laid out, is although the general layout is comparable, the city streets are lined with columns. We talked about the fact that colonnaded streets, we never see colonnaded streets in Rome or in Italy, but we do see them quite extensively in the provinces. This is an area that is part of the western provinces, but we see them also even more extensively in the eastern provinces. So you see this colonnaded, this very dramatic colonnaded street. And I can show you a detail of one of the colonnaded streets of the city of Timgad as it looks today. And you can see the effect that putting those columns, the punctuation points of those columns along the way, which actually adds to, makes the vista that one sees from one part of the street to another very, very interesting indeed, as those columns, in a sense, march toward the arch that you see at the end here. I'm going to show you that arch just as the one example of a monument in the city of Leptis Magna. It's very well preserved. It's usually called the Arch of Trajan because Trajan was the one to have founded this particular city, but it is almost certainly not an Arch of Trajan since we believe it was put up in the late 2nd century AD. But we still call it the Arch of Trajan because that's its conventional name. And I can show you a detail of that arch as it looks today on the screen. And I think it's interesting to compare it to another, in this case, early 3rd century arch, the Arch of Septimius Severus in the Roman Forum, put up to Septimius's Parthian victories in the eastern part of the empire that we looked at last time. And I think you'll see immediately why I've chosen to pair those two, not only because they're roughly comparable in date, but because both of them have a triple bays, a very central large arcuated bay, two smaller arcuated bays, one on either side. And since the building that you see here, we believe dates to the late 2nd century AD, and this building is not until the early 3rd century AD, 203 AD to be precise, it is another example. I mentioned this last time. I talked about the fact that the arch in the Roman Forum, the Arch of Septimius Severus in the Roman Forum, is our first preserved Roman arch with a triple arcuated bay in Rome, but that there was an earlier example that I showed you in the south of France at a place called Orange in what is now Provence, where we seem to have a Tiberian arch that is also triple bayed. So I raised the point with you that while we usually think of ideas flowing from the center to the periphery, this may be an instance where certain ideas are developed first in the provinces and then make their way to Rome, or it is also possible that there may have been triple arcuated arches in Rome that no longer survive today, that we don't know about, that might have been earlier than the early 3rd century. But the fact that here we have another example in one of the provinces, a completely different part of the world, but the western provinces nonetheless, we have another example of a triple arcuated bay arch that was put up prior to the Arch of Septimius Severus in the Roman Forum. So it just makes us think even more so that this idea was floating around the empire earlier, clearly, than the time of Septimius Severus, and makes it more possible that the idea may have begun in the provinces rather than in Rome itself. The other major difference between this arch and the Arch of Septimius Severus in the Roman Forum, well, there are two, but the main one is that it relies for the most part for its effects, for its visual effects, on its architectonic elements, on its columns, on its niches, on its pediments. The Arch of Septimius Severus in Rome, yes, has projecting columns and the like, but it relies for its effects largely on the figural sculpture that decorates it, that decorates the panels over each of the smaller bays, the frieze, and so on and so forth. That is not true here. This may have had some sculpture. It probably had a quadriga group or a group of statues on the attic. It probably had a statue or two in these niches, but it has no relief sculpture, no figural relief sculpture at all, and relies instead, as I said, on the architectural elements to enliven the surface and to make it an interesting billboard for whoever this was put up to commemorate. We see, for example, these large Corinthian columns on tall bases. The bases are not decorated. And we also see, if we look very carefully, that there were smaller columns. There are capitals still preserved on either side of the niches, so there were smaller columns here as well, an interesting contrast between the larger columns and the smaller columns. And then if you look very closely at the pediment above, you see that it is an arcuated pediment. Sometimes these are referred to as segmental, S-E-G-M-E-N-T-A-L, segmental or arcuated pediments. And you can see that it is not only an arcuated pediment, but it's a broken arcuated pediment. The bottom is not complete. It's broken on either side. We've seen an increasing taste for these broken triangular or segmental pediments in Roman architecture, this willingness to break the rules of traditional columnar architecture. We see that here. So again, the surface is enlivened through architectural means entirely, which is an interesting phenomenon for this part of the world. You can also see, I think, that the stone that is used here is a local limestone, a wonderful tan color that goes very well with the desert area in which this finds itself. So local stone used for the so-called Arch of Titus in the city of Timgad. I talked about the sand, and there's a lot of sand in this part of the world. This is essentially desert, and we see it especially around the city of Leptis Magna. Leptis Magna, if Timgad is in modern Algeria, Leptis Magna is in modern Libya, Colonel Gaddafi country, and it is an amazing site. A few words about the history of Leptis Magna prior to the birth of Septimius Severus. It too, well, it was, as I mentioned, a port city. It was a Phoenician port, actually, initially. Then it came under the sway of Carthage, of the Carthaginians. It had some interactions with Greece, but again, just as this area as a whole, and this part of Africa that Leptis Magna is located in was known as Tripolitania. And so we see the Carthaginians holding sway. We see some interactions with Greece, but again, it doesn't take as significant a foothold here as it did in other parts of the Roman world. And then Rome takes over Leptis Magna and makes it a colony. It makes the area a colony. Tripolitania is a colony. And it begins to be built up, as I mentioned to you before, already in the late Republic and into the Augustan period. We'll see that there was significant Augustan architecture there that still survives. It was then, that architecture was added to by Hadrian, or during the period of Hadrian, during the reign of Hadrian, when there was continued interest in Leptis Magna. And then it was built up and renovated significantly under Septimius Severus, so in the early 3rd century AD. It continued to thrive throughout the 3rd century into the 4th century AD, but in the 5th century AD it was attacked, significant attack by the Vandal tribes. It was devastated, actually, during that period. but it had a brief renaissance under the Byzantines. A Byzantine wall was added to the city, as well as a church during that period. In medieval and modern times, though, it was essentially abandoned, and it became a place where treasure hunters did not hesitate to go and take stone and works of sculpture away with them. But fortunately, because these sands shifted over time with the winds, with the Scirocco and so on, they eventually did their job by covering over a good part of the city, which was actually fortunate because it meant that everything that hadn't already been looted by those treasure hunters was at that point preserved. It stayed covered for the most part until around World War II. At that time, in the 20th century, Tripolitania was essentially a protectorate of Italy. And right at the time of World War II and right after World War II, Italian archaeologists went in and excavated the site and revealed it in the way that we can experience it if we visit Leptis Magna today. And if we visit Leptis Magna today, we're going to see sites like this. What I'm showing you is a view from the air of the forum that was put up in the time of Septimius Severus, the so-called Severan Forum of Leptis Magna. And you can see that this is another one of these bigger is better buildings. It's extraordinarily large. And you can see that it has that it is not in the best of conditions, that much of it has fallen down. We see extensive fragments of columns and entablatures and arcades and so on and so forth strewn around the structure today. But there's enough there that we can get a quite good sense, as we shall see, of what these buildings looked like in antiquity. If one goes to the sculpture depot on the site, one can also see a host of sculpture. Despite the looting, one can also see a host of sculpture that still survives. In fact, it's interesting, right in the center here, we see a portrait of Joe. Who is it? Sorry to put you on the spot, but having taken Roman art, it's Augustus. Good, excellent. It's the Emperor Augustus right there in the center, which proves, or which tends to make it likely to support the point that this was an area that was built up under Augustus and decorated with Augustan sculpture. We see a host of statues, men, women, fragments of body parts, including hands and arms, as you can see over here at the depot. And this, again, gives us some general sense of how heavily decorated this town was in its heyday, with sculpture of the imperial family, surely, and local magistrates, as well as gods and goddesses. This is a plan of Leptis Magna as it would have looked in the ancient period. If we look at it here, we will see, number one, that it is, you can tell very well from this, that it was a port city, and that a port was built. You're seeing the Mediterranean, then you're seeing a tributary of that river, and you can see right below that river, you can see a sort of roughly circular area that was the port of Leptis Magna, not so different from the port of Claudius, for example, at Portus. And then you see the rest of the city as it was laid out from the 1st century BC until or through the time of Septimius Severus. And if you look very carefully, you will see a host of buildings. The one that's right in the uppermost part there, closest to the harbor, is the Old Forum. It's not on your monument list, but I'm going to show it to you briefly. If you go down from that to the left, you will see the theater. That's easy to pick out. The theater that was put up during the reign of Augustus. And to the right of the theater, you see two circles there. That is the marketplace that was also put up during the age of Augustus. Down here, you see a very large bath in the imperial bath type that was built during the reign of Hadrian. And then right above, to the right of the bath, you see the forum as it was laid out. The forum, the basilica, and the temple as they were laid out during the reign of Septimius Severus. And then down here to the left of the Hadrianic baths, there was an arch put up on one of the streets, an arch put up also to Septimius Severus, which we will look at together today. I want to begin with the Augustan remains. I'm going to show you two Augustan buildings from Leptis Magna. The first is the markets, and the second will be the theater. And they're very interesting in all kinds of ways. You see a restored view of what the market would have looked like in the Augustan period. This is a restored view that comes from your textbook, from the Ward Perkins. We know that the building dated precisely to 8 BC, that is in the reign of Augustus. 8 BC, how do we know that? Because there's an inscription on the building that, interestingly enough, is written in both Latin and then has a Neo-Punic translation. So this is a nod, still in the Augustan age, to the Carthaginian segment of the population who still continued to live there, even with the Roman advent. So 8 BC, and as we look at this, we know, in fact, what was built in 8 BC was only part of this. It was the two pavilions, the two market pavilions that you see in the center here. This scheme of having a round or roundish structure, either one or two pavilions in the center of an open courtyard, is actually not special to Leptis Magna. We know this type in Italy. There are examples still preserved, for example, in Campania. I showed you one, although we didn't discuss it in the plan of the Forum of Pompeii, for example. But so this is an idea that probably may have made its way from Italy to Leptis Magna in the age of Augustus. We see it here, these two pavilions. But if we look at these pavilions carefully, we see some interesting features. We see that the central element is indeed circular. There's a circular wall here that has in it arcuated windows and doorways that pierce it and open it up. Then around it, though, interestingly enough, we see that the staircase, the way in which the columns are arranged, and the roof make up an octagon. In the case of both of these pavilions. Now that is very, very interesting when we talk about what happens first and where in Rome itself, Campania, central Italy, or in the provinces. Because in this particular instance, we are seeing an octagon extremely early. This is 8 BC, the age of Augustus. We don't see the octagon used in Rome until the age of Nero, until the Domus Transitoria, sort of, and then fully blown in the Domus Aurea, in the octagonal room of the Domus Aurea. So is this a formulation that begins first in the provinces and ends up in Rome, or are, again, there some missing links? Were there octagons earlier in Rome that have no longer survived? It's an interesting and almost certainly unanswerable question unless something new is excavated that changes the picture. So for now, it looks as if we see an octagon earlier in the provinces than we see it in Rome. While the pavilions were indeed these market pavilions, and by the way, I should mention that there were no permanent markets here. There were temporary stalls that would have been set up daily between the columns around the pavilions and the columns in the portico. The open portico was not done in 8 BC, was not done in the age of Augustus, but was added under Tiberius, Augustus's successor, between 31 and 37 AD, as is indicated on your monument list. And there is a difference in the materials that were used here. And the materials, interestingly enough, and this is very important for our understanding of the evolution of architecture in Leptis Magna, during this period, the age of Augustus, local stone was used entirely. They used a local sandstone and limestone, I'll show it to you in a moment, for these pavilions. And then when Tiberius added, or when the outer area, the portico was added in the age of Tiberius, the columns were made out of a gray stone, but a gray stone that was also local. So only local stone used here, no concrete used in this building. This is an entirely stone building put up in the Augustan period in Leptis Magna. One of the pavilions very well preserved, as you can see here, and you can see that we are dealing again with a very attractive local sandstone or limestone that is used for the structure for the central pavilions entirely. And then you can see the contrast between the coloration of that and the gray columns, also local stone, that are used for the surrounding portico. If we look at this pavilion, we can see both the central round element that I've already described, with its arcuated windows and doorways on a tall base. We can also see the columns that surround it, and you can tell very well that these are Ionic columns. Some of them are columns, some of them are, in a sense, piers. They're wider, and those wider ones are at the corners. And it's interesting to see how the architects have gotten around the fact that they have to turn the corners in this octagon by making these wider and making them splay out on either side. You can also see some stone benches in between some, but not all, of the columns here. When let me go back for a second just to show you also that that while the columns of the pavilions, or the macella, by the way, that's the word in Latin, M-A-C-E-L-L-A, or macellum, M-A-C-E-L-L-U-M in the singular. The columns, the capitals of the surrounding portico were Corinthian, as opposed to the Ionic ones that are used for the earlier market pavilions. Here's another detail. This is the one that's on your monument list, and although it's in black and white, doesn't give you a sense of the coloration of the stone, it's useful because you can see one of these piers that turns a corner better here, and you can also see that there are striations that make up the flutes of the pilasters that are located in between these arcuated openings on the central element. This is another view that shows you the less preserved second pavilion. You can see here again the color of the stone. You can see the way in which the piers turn the corner here, and get a sense of the remains, a further sense of the remains of the Augustan marketplace from this view. The other Augustan building, as I mentioned, was the theater of Leptis Magna, and this theater, again, also put up in the age of Augustus. It dates specifically to AD 1 to 2, so a very early Roman theater and a quite well-preserved Roman theater, and we should think of it in connection to the other Augustan Roman theater that we saw, for example, the Theater of Marcellus in Rome. This one, as we'll see, better preserved in some of its aspects than the Theater of Marcellus in Rome. If we look at the plan, we see some interesting features. We see, first of all, that it corresponds extremely well to the theaters that we've seen thus far this semester. In that sense, it's a conventional building. I should mention that it is not built on a hillside in the Greek manner, but is built on a hill of concrete. We're going to see that very, very little concrete is used in Leptis Magna, is used in North Africa, in Roman North Africa in general, where the work is primarily of stone. The buildings are made primarily out of stone. Very little concrete, but they did use it here to create a hill, a man-made artificial hill out of concrete, on which they could rest the seats of the theater, or the cavia of the theater. The seats themselves are done in local stone. And we can also see the other features of the typical Roman theater: the semicircular orchestra, the semicircular cavea, the division of the cavea into these cunei, or wedge-shaped sections, We can also see that the stage building, we know quite a bit about the stage building because it's extremely well preserved in a way that the Theater of Marcellus, of course, is not. We see that it was made up of these three very large niches here that have columns screening the inside, following the curvature, in fact, of those niches. And you can also see there are architectural elements in the center here that seem to project into that space. So, and this is pretty early. This is AD 1 to 2. So it does give us some sense. When we talked about painting, we talked about the fact that we see things in Roman painting of the second style, in particular 60 BC, 50 BC, that we don't see in built architecture. And I mentioned at that time it's conceivable that they are based on lost theatrical sets that were made out of wood. But a building like this, where we do have local stone used for this forest of columns that we see inside these niches, and I'll show it to you because it's well preserved in a moment, we get a sense of the kind of thing that may have existed, that may have had some impact on some of the paintings that we saw of the second style in places like Pompeii and elsewhere. This is also interesting because if you look, it's hard, you can't really see it in plan, but if you look at the very top of the cavea in the center was the location of a temple. And that temple was put up to Ceres, the goddess Ceres, C-E-R-E-S, the goddess Ceres, Ceres Augusta, so the Augustan version of Ceres. And that was at the very top, and that it makes this temple a type of temple that we have not talked about this semester, and that is what is called a theater temple, a theater that has a temple as an integral part of it. This is not a new idea to Leptis Magna. We know, for example, in Rome, that the Republican general Pompey built such a theater in Rome, a temple theater, a theater that had a temple at the apex of the cavea. It is not preserved, although there is enough evidence and fragments and so on for us to get a quite good sense of what it looked like, and it was one of these. So again, ideas that seem to have been developed in Rome first are making their way, in this case, to Leptis Magna. Notice that the theater at the apex is aligned with another theater that's located down here, a large, possibly a larger one, and this one seems to have been put up to the divine Augustus or to a number of divi, and again purposefully aligned with the temple at the top. Here's something very interesting. We see the porticus in the back, this porticus that we saw, for example, at the theater in Pompeii, the early theater in Pompeii, 80 to 70 BC, as you'll remember. We see it here, and you can see that it is not as regular as the porticus in Pompeii, and the reason for that is likely because of the pre-existing buildings on this site, and this is where we see a significant difference with the planning of Timgad. Timgad, again, the Romans could just lay this out any way they wanted because nothing was there, and they chose this ideal costrum plan, and the theater and so on, very, very regular. Here they have to contend with earlier structures. They have to design their building, keeping those in mind. They certainly don't want to destroy temples, for example, or shrines of the locals. That would not be good politics, so they don't, and they have to build their building with that in mind. And so we see some very unusual shapes here. It's not what they would have done if they could have done differently, but they had to do it given the reality of the situation. This is a view of the theater of Augustus at Leptis Magna as it looks today. You can see once again that the stone of choice is local stone, local limestone and sandstone for the columns as well as for the cavea, but again the cavea rests on a concrete foundation. And we can see again what I described before, the three great niches as well as these square elements with columns that project into our space that give a very interesting scenic view of columnar architecture that again gives us an idea of perhaps some of those temporary structures in wood that would have had a significant impact on second style Roman wall painting. This is interesting. This is an extremely well-preserved inscription that comes comes from the theater of Leptis Magna and is still preserved. And we can see here, as in the market of Augustus, that it is in Latin, but also translated into Neo-Punic below. And I thought you might be interested in hearing what it says. And it says, and I quote, and I'll do that in English, when the father of the fatherland, Caesar Augustus, son of the deified Caesar, namely Julius Caesar, so this is again one of the ways we know that this is an Augustan building, was Pontifex Maximus, that is chief priest of Rome, because state and religion very closely allied in the Roman period, and Augustus was at one point both chief priest of Rome as well as imperator or emperor. When Augustus was Pontifex Maximus, vested with the tribunician power for the 24th time, being consul for the 13th time, a man by the name of Annibal Rufus, the adorner of his country, so he must have commissioned not only this, but other buildings as well, the adorner of his country and lover of Concord, priest, Suffete, prefect of the sacred objects, the son of Himilco to Papias, took care to build this at his own expense and dedicated it. So here we see a good example of the sort of thing that we see often in the provinces, that is, buildings put up in honor of the emperors during the period in which they reign, but put up by major local benefactors who have significant funds at their disposal, who want to do the same sort of thing that anyone who wants to put their name on a building at Yale is, preserve their name for posterity, their generosity, their benefaction for posterity, and at the same time do good by providing the kind of amenities that cities need, like theaters and baths and the like. I mentioned already that building continued apace during the time of the Emperor Hadrian, and the main building that was added to Leptis Magna during the Hadrianic period was a very large bath structure, the second largest bath structure preserved in Roman North Africa. And we see it in plan here, the building block on the right, and then a view of a fuller view of the entire bath complex at the left. It dates to AD 126 to AD 127. Just looking quickly at the plan over here, you can see not only the bathing block, same as we see on the right, but also the palestra of the structure. And the palestra of this structure should strike you as very different from any other palestra that we've seen thus far this semester. It's almost shaped like a hippodrome, although it doesn't have the hairpin shape with one curved and one straight end, but two curved ends. In fact, it might remind you more than a hippodrome of the Basilica Ulpia in the Forum of Trajan, with its two curved ends, one on either side, and columns running around the center, and then two radiating apses up here on the right, on the uppermost part, excuse me. So a very unusually shaped palestra. We've never seen a palestra like this before. But perhaps even more interesting than the shape of the structure is the way it's off axis with the rest of the building. Right? It's off axis. It's not lined up axially and symmetrically with the rest of the building. The same, but the reason for that is almost certainly the same as we saw with the porticus in the theater, the Augustan theater, and that is something else must have stood on the site that forced them to design this in such a way that it was off-center with the rest of the structure, but it actually makes it more interesting in a sense, architecturally. With regard to the bathing block, that is very conventional. You can pick out all the rooms that we've become so accustomed to naming in Roman bath architecture. This is an example of the imperial bath type that we've seen developed in Rome from the time of Titus up through Trajan, the baths of Titus and the baths of Trajan, the imperial bath type, where we have the main bathing rooms placed in a row in the center of the structure, axially related to one another. We see, what do we see at the top with the columns around it, or the bases and then columns above, is the what? Natatio, the frigidarium, tepidarium, caldarium. Caldarium here with its radiating niches, as you can see. So natatio, frigidarium, tepidarium, caldarium, all in succession, and then the other rooms symmetrically arranged around them, duplicated mirror images of one another on either side. In this plan, it doesn't show the frigidarium as if it were triple groin vaulted, but most who've studied this believe that it was. And I'll show you a view of that in a moment. Before I get to that, a view into the remains of the Baths of Hadrian today. And we see with the Baths of Hadrian a very major change in terms of building stone in the city of Leptis Magna. And that is, while up to this point they were using entirely local stone, all of a sudden in the time of Hadrian, and it's not surprising, I suppose, with Hadrian and his era being a time of international travel and the like, internationalism, we see the beginning to import marbles from all over the world for the buildings of Leptis Magna. This being the prime example, we have building stone in this building. We have some local stone in this building, but we also have marble from Greece, marble from Asia Minor, and even marble from Italy used in the Baths of Hadrian at Leptis Magna, making it a quite magnificent building, to say the least. So this is a very significant change in the way they are thinking about the building materials used for the structures of Leptis. Here is a restored view of what scholars, some scholars at least, believe the frigidarium of the Baths of Hadrian looked like, very similar to what we imagine that the frigidaria of baths in Rome looked like, of the imperial type. Think of the later baths of Caracalla that we looked at last time, with the same triple groin vaulted scheme supported by engaged columns on either side and then very heavily decorated. It could be that those who have thought about this have been too influenced by spaces like the frigidaria in the Baths of Caracalla, because to do this, we know that very little concrete was used in Leptis Magna. To do this kind of building at this kind of scale, to vault this kind of room at this kind of scale, you would need to use concrete construction. So there are two possibilities here. Either they did use it in this building and used it very well to create a space that was quite comparable to what was being put up in Rome, or it may have been vaulted somewhat differently. But those who've studied this with some, who are very knowledgeable about this kind of thing, seem to believe that this was a groin vaulted building. Now, groin vaults can be done out of material other than concrete. We saw some vaulting in Pompeii, not groin vaults, but regular vaults in Pompeii that were made out of wood. But to do it at this scale would be near impossible, and one has to imagine that concrete would have been used. So that's controversial, and we don't know for sure exactly how this building was vaulted. Septimius Severus follows the lead of Hadrian, or of those benefactors of Leptis Magna, building buildings in the Hadrianic period, by continuing to have the buildings of his renovated hometown sheathed in imported marbles. And in fact, it could be said, if Septimius Severus were to boast, as Augustus had before him, that he had transformed the city of Leptis Magna, instead of saying, as Augustus did, that he found Rome a city of brick and left Rome a city of marble, Septimius Severus might have said he found Leptis Magna a city of local limestone and left Leptis Magna a city of imported marble. Because from this time forth, all of the buildings that we see in the Severan city of Leptis Magna are made out of imported marble. I'm going to show you a series of these, and I'm going to begin first with the so-called fountain or nymphaeum of the city of Leptis Magna, which does indeed date to the Severan period. Before I show you that, though, I should mention that we know that Septimius Severus traveled back to Leptis once he was emperor of Rome. He was involved in, you'll remember, that war in Parthia, so he couldn't do it right away. But after the great Parthian victory, and you'll remember the arch in Rome, the Arch of Septimius Severus in the Roman Forum, was put up to celebrate that Parthian victory in 203. And in precisely that same year, 203 AD, Septimius appears to have made his way, along with his wife Julia Domna and his family, to the city of Leptis Magna. Hometown boy comes back to great parades and the like, for sure. And it also jump-started a major building renovation, as I mentioned. And although we think that the Arch of Septimius Severus in Leptis, and I'll show it to you today, was put up to honor Septimius on his visit to Rome, and on his visit to Leptis Magna, and probably stood in 203 when he arrived. We date it to 203. The other buildings were begun at about that time, and then some of them were completed by his son Caracalla after his death. One of the buildings that belongs to the Severan city is this fountain or nymphaeum that you find on your monument list. The nymphaeum in Leptis Magna that we believe dates to AD 211. You see it here in plan, and you can see it's located next to what? What's this over here? A palestra, excellent. That coffee did you good. That palestra over here with its projecting convexity here. And we see on the other side the nymphaeum or fountain, and you can see how very carefully orchestrated it was in terms of making cities, building urban areas. The architects have paid a great deal of attention to exactly where they're siting this fountain and its relationship to these other buildings by playing off concavities against convexities and so on. We can see that the plan of the nymphaeum shows it to be a structure that had one large central niche, which we're going to see or one central apse or niche that had in it a series of smaller niches for statuary, probably images of the emperor and the imperial family, as well as important local magistrates, as well as gods and goddesses. In front of it, there was the would be the basin where the water went. The water would have flowed out of the center of out of those niches in between the statuary into the basin below, and you can see the way it's been kind of splayed off to either side to give it an interesting shape and to make it seem very welcoming. Now, why did a city like Leptis Magna need a fountain of this magnitude? Well, yes, it did supply water. That it was helpful in that regard, but I think it was much more than that. I think it was viewed as a kind of showpiece for the city. That there came a time when every city worth its salt needed to have a showpiece like this, an ostentatious fountain. Leptis was no example, and so they built such an ostentatious fountain in the Severan period in Leptis Magna. Here's a view of part of it as it looks today. It's actually decently well preserved, and we can see the great niche, or part of the great niche here with its great apse here with its smaller niches for statuary, as I've described. We can also see that we are dealing here with regard to the walls with local sandstone or limestone being used for the wall construction, but all of the columns, and you can see a columnar scheme here on 2 stories, very similar to the sort of thing that we saw in the theater. A display of columns, and they go into the niches as well, as you can see here in 2 tiers. These are made out of marble that is brought in from Asia Minor marble, so imported marble, and we do believe that the stone carvers who were used to carving this kind of marble in Asia Minor were brought in with them to do the carving on the spot. So one of these examples of the use of imported marble in buildings that were put up in Severan Leptis Magna. I mentioned that I would show you just in passing the old forum of Leptis Magna before we look at the Severan Forum, just so that you know it's not on your monument list. You're not responsible for it, although it is in Ward Perkins, and you can read about it there. But I show it to you to make a couple of very important points. One, that there was an earlier forum on this site. It was begun in the late Republic and continued into the Augustan period. It was laid out very close to the port, which makes a lot of sense. And you can see that, like other fora we've seen, it had a great open rectangular space. It had a basilica down here, very similar in shape and plan to basilicas we've seen, like the one at Pompeii. But it's interesting both because, again, it is not exactly square or rectangular in shape. It has one side that is different from that, that's on a diagonal. And this indicates to us, once again, that likely there were some remains on the site that had to be taken into consideration when this structure was designed. But otherwise, it has a colonnade around it. It has, in this case, 3 temples on one end, which is different from what we usually see in Rome, but not unheard of. I didn't show you an example, but we do know of triple temples in architectural spaces, complexes in Rome, fairly early on, already in the Republic. But we see 3 of them here, and they're very instructive. One's the North Temple. We don't know to whom that was dedicated. The other is a temple of Roma and Augustus, which one sees in most Augustan cities. And then over here, a temple of Liber Pater. Who was Liber Pater? Well, Liber Pater was a god who was very important to this particular part of the world. So this interesting coming together of Roman gods, local gods, are another indication that we are dealing here with a Roman society that is being laid on top of an earlier society, and that the cultures, religion, architectural practices, and so on of them merge together to make a very interesting mélange. And we see that, again, extremely well in this old forum. The old forum was replaced by the new forum, the new Severan Forum, in the age of Septimius Severus, and that is the single most important building still surviving in the city of, or a building complex in the city of Leptis Magna. And I show you once again that view from the air of the forum, the Severan Forum, that we believe dates to 216 AD, in fact completed by Caracalla in 216 AD. And now that you know a bit more about Leptis Magna and building practice there, I think you'll see something that you probably didn't notice before when you looked at this image, when we looked at it earlier. And that is, if you look at the actual remains of the columnar architecture, for example, from this forum, you will see very quickly that we are dealing not with local limestone, but with imported marble. If you look at this marble in the foreground in particular, you can see that it has a pink tint to it. That pink tint tells us that it is granite, pink granite, that we know was quarried in Egypt. So we are seeing marbles being brought from all over the world to be used in the construction of these Severan structures. A plan of the Severan Forum in Leptis Magna shows it to be a very interesting structure indeed, one that is based on earlier models in Rome, especially the Forum of Trajan, but one that departs from it in all kinds of interesting ways. It's also interesting to us not only because it tells us what, or it shows us what was being built in Severan Leptis Magna, but it also gives us some indication of what an emperor like Septimius Severus might have built in Rome if he had built a forum in Rome. You'll remember that I told you the last great imperial forum in Rome was the Forum of Trajan, and there was no other forum built later than that. But what if, you know, the what if Septimius Severus had built a forum and basilica in Rome? What would it have looked like? Well, maybe it would have looked something like this, at least in plan, but almost certainly not in building materials. As we look at it here, we see that it is conventional in that it's very large in scale, by the way. It's conventional in that it has one great open rectangular space surrounded by columns with a temple put up against one of the short walls, in fact, pushed up against one of the short walls, dominating the space in front of it. If we look quickly at the plan of the temple, we will see it's fairly conventional also. Plain back wall, single cella in this case, freestanding columns in the porch, deep porch, single staircase, facade orientation. So very much in keeping with what we've seen throughout the course of the semester. You'll notice also on this side of the structure, the southern side of the structure, a series of shops or tabernae. We've seen that in forum design before. Think of the Forum of Julius Caesar, where they were placed in exactly that same position. We see over here the basilica of the structure. I'm not going to describe its plan for the moment. We'll return to it a little bit later. But what's interesting about it here is the way in which it is splayed off. It is not axially related exactly to the forum proper. It moves off in a slightly different direction. Would the Romans have done this if they didn't have to? Certainly not. They probably, again, had to contend with some sort of earlier building on the site, which forced them to do this. But they've done something quite extraordinary, as you can see here. They wanted to make sure that when you were standing in the forum and looking toward the basilica, that you wouldn't realize that that basilica was not on axis with the forum. And so they've done something extraordinarily ingenious. And what they've done is to create this series, this wedge-shaped series of shops that forms the transition between the forum and the basilica, that's narrow on one end and is wider on the other end. And when you stand and look at it from the inside, and I'll show you an image in a moment, it looks like it is completely straight, which it is in the front. But you can't tell what lies behind. So when you're standing there, you do get the sense, and as you move from the forum into this apsed area here, through columns, into the columns of the basilica, which you can do, you don't realize that the basilica is really off axis with the rest of the building. So some ingenious work here on the part of the designers of the Severan Forum. I'll come back to the basilica again momentarily, but for the moment, just to stick with the forum proper, we are looking here at one of the entranceways into that forum. And you can see, even in black and white, that we're dealing with local sandstone or limestone for the walls, but with imported marble for the doorways and for the pilasters. And if you look very carefully, you will see that these are capitals that are unlike any capitals we've seen thus far this semester, and underscore again this interesting merging of influences not only from Rome but elsewhere in the Roman Empire. We see these striated capitals on the pilasters up above that are very similar to the sorts of things we see in Egypt. And then if we look at these capitals down below, and we see these capitals used extensively in the forum, I'll show you other examples momentarily, you will see that what we are dealing with here are the Roman acanthus leaves at the bottom, but growing out of those Roman acanthus leaves are lotus leaves that come from Egypt, lotus leaves that were used in Egyptian capitals. So this interesting merging of Roman culture, Egyptian culture, for this structure in Roman North Africa. This is a view of the shops, of that wedge-shaped section of shops. We're standing in the forum, looking back toward the basilica, about to go from one to the other, and you can see that they are in a straight line, and that you would not be able to tell as you were standing in front of them that the forum was not axially related to the basilica next door. We can also see some remains of statuary, columns preserved in their entirety, as well as capitals of the same type that I just showed you, the combination of lotus leaves and acanthus leaves. The temple in this, the temple here is the one that you see here. It is a restored view. It is from Ward Perkins. It is a temple that was put up by Caracalla. It's the temple at the back wall that we looked at and planned just before. It was put up by Caracalla to honor his parents as Divi, Septimius Severus, and Julia Domna. It's interesting in a variety of ways. It's interesting because it is surrounded by an arcade, columns supporting arcuations. We've seen an interest in this sort of thing starting to come to the fore at this time. We saw it in late domestic architecture in Ostia. Think of the House of Cupid Persian Psyche, for example, of the early 4th century. So placing these arcades on columns with Medusa heads in between them is something that comes to the fore at this time. We see that the temple is placed on a very, very tall podium, 19 feet tall. Why? To raise it up over the wall so that you could see it from a distance. It's like when they raised the Capitolium in Ostia, also up high, so that it could compete with the apartment houses. The same general idea here. Local limestone for the walls, imported marble for the columns. The staircase is interesting. It's a single staircase, but you can see it is pyramidal in shape. I don't want to push the Egyptian thing too far, but it's conceivable that it might have been designed under Egyptian influence. And if you look at the column bases, we know that they were depicted with images of the battle between gods and giants, a very important theme in Greek art. So we see once again what's so interesting about some of these provincial cities, this coming together of influences from all over the world, from Greece, from Carthage, from Egypt, and also, of course, from Rome. Here's a view of the arcades, the Medusa's heads, very deeply carved, as you can see here, characteristic also of the decorative work of the Severan period. The plan, once again, that shows us the basilica, central nave, side aisles, apses on either side, looking very much like the Basilica Ulpia of Trajan in Rome, probably influenced by that. Look also, there's a wall here. You can walk into the wall at several points, and there are columns decorating that wall, columns that just project into our space. They have no structural purpose whatsoever. The in and out undulation of the wall through the traditional vocabulary of architecture, another sign that we're moving toward what I've called a Baroque phase in Roman antiquity. This is an amazing view from the air of the remains of the Forum and also of the Basilica. The Basilica is better preserved than the Forum. The Basilica, and you can see how beautifully this is sited right near the sea. Again, we're dealing with a port here, port city here. You can see the apses, you can see the preserved columns, you can see the wedge-shaped section of shops here. And you can see, again, that the Basilica has many of its columns better preserved than those in the Forum. We see them here. We can get a much better sense of what the Basilica looked like in antiquity. In fact, this is much better preserved than the Basilica Ulpia in Rome. We see the difference in the materials. The pink granite from Egypt used here as well. The Corinthian, in this case, Corinthian capitals rather than the lotus leaf capitals. Sandstone for the walls. So this combination of local stone and especially imported marbles for this structure. Here's a restored view of the interior where we can see it was two-storied originally, just like the Basilica Ulpia in Rome. Like the Basilica Ulpia in Rome, a flat ceiling with a coffered ceiling, as you can see above. We can also see the niches have coffering in them. Very interesting decoration, use of columns on two tiers, no structural purpose whatsoever, decorative only, projecting into our space, creating that in and out undulating movement, and then a very unusual motif, architectural motif in the center. I show you here the south apse where we can see the pink granite once again preserved. Ionic capitals in this particular case for that niche, and then these very heavily decorated pilasters on either side. And in the center of the niche, these very tall columns. This is very interesting because it seems to have had no purpose whatsoever than just to stand there and look good. Two colossal columns on tall bases with Corinthian capitals, and then a lintel on top of those, and then griffins, and then another lintel on the top. What was the purpose of this? Did it have some kind of religious purpose? Well, this is a civic structure, so unlikely. It's just a decoration, among other decorations, but using architectural elements in toto. The piers are very, very interesting. They're eaten away, dematerialized by their sculpture, as you can see here, light and dark, accentuated. And if you look at the details of them, you will see that one of them, or a couple of them, have scenes of the 12 labors of Hercules. Remember, this was a building that was completed by Caracalla. Is it a stretch to say that Caracalla might have wanted to have Herculean imagery here, as he did in the baths of Caracalla, or the benefactor contractor who helped build this might have had that in mind as well, to make that connection. It might be far-fetched, but certainly something worth thinking about. And two more details of that decoration here. I want to mention just in passing the Arch of Septimius Severus. It's more a work of sculpture than it is of architecture, and it has a lot of figural scenes that are interesting for their iconography, but I just want to make passing reference to it because it is the one building that I mentioned that we do believe was put up in 203 and ready for Septimius's visit to the city. It also is interesting because it was made at the same time as the arch in Rome, the Parthian arch in Rome, 203 AD, and also celebrates Septimius Severus's victories over the Parthians. That's exactly what it celebrates, and those scenes are alluded to in the figural sculpture. But it is very different from the arch in Rome because it is a tetrapelon. I mentioned the tetrapelon when we went over the paper topics, the four-sided arch, the purpose of which is to span two streets that cross at that intersect at that particular point, so that traffic can go through the arch going both ways. It's really quite ingenious, and we see the tetrapelon does not take off in Rome, but is very popular in the provinces, and we see it here. We also see, as we look at this structure, and it has been, by the way, it had fallen down completely, but has been re-erected, although the sculpture on it is cast, and the original sculpture in the museum. But we do see here something very interesting, and that is that they have used the broken triangular pediment here. You can see the way the pediment is broken apart and used only in part here, which is something we do not see in Roman arch design. Here's a view of it from the side where you can get a sense of the drama of those broken triangular pediments, as well as the way in which the structure was completely covered with sculpture. And you can see some of that sculpture also dematerializing the arch in a way very similar to the piers that we saw also in the basilica. And I just show you quickly two details of the figural sculpture that we see there, honoring Septimius Severus and his two sons in a triumphal chariot at the top, and then down here below, Septimius shaking hands with his elder son Caracalla as if giving him power. Gaeta stands in the center. Gaeta is still alive and not erased on this monument here. But Gaeta standing here, and then this wonderful image of Julia Domna with her fabulous wig standing next to them and looking on. But look at this figure here. Who is this? Hercules with his club standing right behind the shoulder of Caracalla. So once again, this very close association between Caracalla and his alter ego. I want to end today with my favorite building in Leptis Magna. In fact, one of my favorite buildings from the entire semester, because it's so unique. This is the so-called hunting baths at Leptis Magna. They date to the late 2nd to early 3rd century AD. I show you an axonometric view from Ward Perkins. They're very well preserved, and I'll show them to you in a moment. This bath is interesting in all kinds of ways, but it's interesting primarily because it's a private bath, not a public bath. We've looked at so many public baths this semester. What do I mean by a private bath? Not one individual. I suppose one could call Hadrian's baths in his villa private, in that they were for his private villa. But here, a private bath within a city, a private bath not for a single individual, but a group of individuals, a guild of men whose profession we believe it was to collect animals, wild animals, in the wilds of Africa, and send them to Italy. That was their business. Send them to feed, in a sense, the amphitheaters of Rome and the rest of Italy. That was their job. They probably made quite a fortune doing that. And they got together and built for themselves this wonderful bath, which you're going to see right near the sea, where they could kick back and relax and hang out with each other. And what a place it was. And what's interesting about it is, although we have seen that concrete was not used extensively in Leptis Magna, it is used for this building. And this building is much more innovative for that reason than most of the other structures we've seen, even those that honor Septimius Severus, like the arch, like the forum, and like the basilica. What do I mean by innovative? You can see the way in which concrete has been used here to its utmost. You enter into the structure, the forecourt is an octagon. The entrance vestibule is an octagon. From the entrance vestibule, you go into the tepidarium, which you can see has a segmented dome, a kind of pumpkin dome, influenced by those earlier ones of Hadrian. Into the caldarium over here, which is large and barrel vaulted. The frigidarium, also barrel vaulted here, as you can see. But what makes these rooms particularly exciting architecturally and different than anything we've seen, in fact unique, is that not only can we see the shapes of these vaults on these concrete vaults on the inside when we stand here, but also from the outside. The shapes are visible from the outside as well. You can see from the outside that this was a barrel vaulted room. You can see from the outside that this was a barrel vaulted room, and you can see from the outside that this one had a segmented dome. We haven't seen that in other architecture. Yes, you can get a little glimmer of it when you look at the frigidaria of the great imperial baths in Rome. You can get a sense of the groin vaults from the outside, sort of, but not in the way that you can here. This is very revolutionary, very different, and very special to this particular building. And I'll show you two last images where you can see that also from the outside. This one in black and white, and you can see the massing of these geometric forms from the outside, which make very clear what lies inside. Very clear. Remember the Pantheon with its surprise? You're standing outside. It looks like a typical Greek temple. You walk inside. Wow, it's a Roman interior. Here, it's inside and outside are brought together in a way that we haven't seen before. When you stand at the outside of this building and look at it, you can tell what those shapes are like on the inside in a way that we have not seen before. A truly revolutionary building. And I show you one last image. It's faded, but it's the best I've got, and it's a really, I think, very effective image in terms of showing you what these baths look like silhouetted against the sand and the sea. The barrel vaults, the segmented vaults, all of those clearly revealed on the outside as they were on the inside. A very innovative structure put up not by the emperor, not by the reigning emperor, not by benefactors who wanted to honor the emperor, and not part of that great Severan renovation, but part of the individual hearts and minds of this particular group of men. And what can I say to end this lecture except for those men in the late 2nd, early 3rd century AD, life was good. Thank you all. Good morning, everybody. Today, I am going to, well, actually, let me step back for a second. I have been mentioning to you, in the last several weeks, I've been mentioning to you more than once the fact that we have been beginning to see what I've described as the Baroque element in Roman architecture. The Baroque element in Roman architecture. And I want to concentrate on that particular aspect of Roman architecture today, which is why I've called the lecture Baroque Extravaganzas. I want to make, at the beginning, at the outset, I want to make a few points. I want to highlight what I see as the three major features of Baroque architecture in the Roman period. The first of these is that those buildings that are Baroque, or at least the architects and patrons who design buildings that we think of today as Baroque, or we might define as Baroque buildings, they use the traditional vocabulary of architecture. They use the traditional vocabulary of architecture, and by that I mean the traditional vocabulary of Greek and Etruscan architecture, for the most part. I'm speaking now of columns, I'm speaking of pediments, and I'm also speaking of lintels and entablatures and the like. They use all of that traditional vocabulary, but they use it in a very different way. That's number one. Number two is that Baroque, ancient Roman Baroque buildings tend to be decorated in a very ornate fashion, almost too ornate. In fact, we'll see that these buildings are covered with decoration, so much so that they seem to dematerialize some of the architectural elements, including those ones that make up that traditional vocabulary of architecture. The third, and in some respects the most important, is the fact that they use these traditional elements of architecture they use them in a way to enliven the surface, to create motion, to create a sense of undulation, and that the in and out projection and recession that I've mentioned on a few occasions, we see that interjected into these works of architecture of the so-called Baroque style. So keep those three characteristics in mind as we look at a host of buildings today. I also want to mention that we'll focus primarily today on the eastern part of the empire, where we see a particularly large number of these Baroque buildings, in large part because there was a strong tradition in that part of the world for using that traditional vocabulary of architecture because of the very strong impact of Greece and of Greek architecture, and of the very of access to high-quality marble from that part of the world, which of course is needed for columns and the like. So we'll focus on the eastern part of the empire. I also want to make the point that when one thinks about Baroque architecture in general, one thinks not of Roman antiquity, but rather of the 17th century in Italy. One thinks in particular of two master architects, two great architectural giants who were on the world stage at that particular time, and that is Bernini, Gian Lorenzo Bernini, and also Francesco Borromini, Bernini and Borromini, who were themselves rivals, architectural rivals, put up buildings, in fact, that are often in dialogue with one another. I think in particular of the Piazza Navona, where we have Bernini's Four Rivers fountain and Borromini's Church of San Agnese there in Agone, and the way in which they were set up to speak to one another. I don't know if any of you, I'm sure many of you know the Four Rivers fountain, where one of the rivers has his hand up like this to protect himself, and the implication is he needs to protect himself. He's facing Bernini's building. He's facing Borromini's church. And he needs to protect himself. That is, Bernini's river needs to protect himself from Borromini's church. The implication being that if he needs to hold up his hand because Borromini's church is going to collapse because it's so poorly executed. So there's very interesting dialogue between the two men. And again, we think of that primarily when we think of Baroque. And just a couple of examples I show you here, and I'll show you a number of them in the course of the lecture today, especially Borromini's work. But I wanted to focus right at the moment on St. Peter's, San Pietro. You see it here. St. Peter's as designed, the dome is designed, as we've discussed before, by Michelangelo. The facade designed by Carlo Maderno, also 17th century architect. But most interesting are the embracing oval arms of Bernini's colonnade, and you can see that so well in the view on the upper left, the embracing arms of that colonnade and all the motion and the in and out movement that we find both on the facade and in the embracing arms is characteristic of 17th century Baroque architecture. But I want to maintain today, as I've maintained in the course of the semester, that there wasn't anything that the Romans didn't do first, and that it is Roman Baroque architecture, as we're going to define it today, that had a huge impact on architects like Borromini and Bernini. And I remind you of a couple of instances of that. Think back, the whole idea of using hemicycles, curves in architecture is begun by the Romans, of course, in such buildings as the Sanctuary of Fortuna Primigenia at Palestrina, where you see one of the hemicycles up there. And you'll remember that from our discussion of the paper topics that in Gerasa, there was an oval piazza or oval forum well before the oval colonnade of Bernini. So again, what I'm going to try to demonstrate today is how important this Baroque architecture in Roman antiquity is, not only in its own right, but also as a model and a spur to the architects of the 17th century in Italy. We have touched upon the beginnings of Roman Baroque architecture, incipient, we might call it incipient Roman Baroque architecture in a few instances, and I just want to remind you of those today. Think back to second-style Roman wall painting. I remind you of the Room of the Masks in the House of Augustus, where you see this theatrical facade done in paint that represents columns with projecting elements or lintels on either side, and then a kind of a pediment up above. We saw our first explorations of this kind of thing in painting already in 60 to 50 BC, and then in this case in the 30s to 20 BC. And we maintained at that point that there was probably a direct relationship between theatrical architecture and these kinds of paintings, but we don't have much in the way of preserved built architecture at that time that partakes of some of these characteristics, but we think it's possible that there may have been, as I mentioned then, some wooden, some scanae fronds with these kinds of effects done in wood that no longer survive today. You'll remember also that we looked at the Forum Transitorium in Rome, the Forum first of Domitian and then completed by Nerva, and I show you a detail of that again. And this is when we really begin to see in built architecture this move toward what we're defining today as the Baroque in Roman architecture. And you can see that what we have here are the traditional vocabulary of architecture, columns, in this case Corinthian columns, with projecting entablatures on top, creating a system of receding and progressing bays across the surface, which created a kind of undulating movement across the sides of the forum. And then you'll remember also, if you look at the frieze, that the frieze continues along the sides of the columns as well, and then in a relief of Minerva up on top. It's not quite, I wouldn't call it overly ornate quite yet, but it is ornate. And you'll remember that during the Flavian period, for example, there was a lot of interest in ornate decoration. So we're beginning to see some exploration of this kind of thing. And then it comes full-blown in the early 3rd century AD, the Septizodium, the facade that was designed for Septimius Severus, to add to the Palatine palace that had been built by Domitian, this incredible facade that is more show than anything else. We think it may also have served as a fountain, as I mentioned, very much looking like a theater set with 3 very large niches, columns on the curve, and then a series of columns placed in 3 tiers with wings on either side. And we have a sense that this too was quite decorative. So all of those elements, the use of the traditional language of architecture, columns, lintels, and so on, an interest in a very decorative surface, and then above all this interjection of motion into the structure, projecting bay, receding bay, projecting bay, receding bay, all using the traditional language of architecture, the traditional vocabulary of architecture, namely columns and the like. Then I also showed you the tomb, the 2nd century tomb of the Caetanei under the Vatican in Rome. And we looked at this axonometric view in Ward Perkins showing the brick-faced concrete facade with the exposed brick that was popular at that time. But we focused in on the interior of the structure, where I mentioned that through architectonic means, the architects had had embellished this surface and created interesting motion in that surface. And you see here this same idea of split, as we see in the paintings of the second style. Triangular pediment has been split apart to reveal another triangular pediment inside, with a niche, as you can see, and the rest of the wall embellished with columns. So once again, this sense of in and out movement across the sides of that walls. And here you see a view of it as it looks today. The columns and so on are no longer there, but you can reconstruct them in your mind's eye underneath these capitals and get a very good sense of this articulation, what we might call a kind of Baroque articulation of the walls. I mentioned already that most of our best examples of ancient Roman Baroque architecture can be found in the eastern part of the empire, and I'd like to concentrate on those today, although we won't look at those exclusively. I do have a couple of examples from the west as well. I'm going to actually start in the west at a place called Santa Maria Capua Vetere, and I show it to you on the map here. It is close to all the sites in Campania that we've been talking about this semester. You see Pompeii and Herculaneum and Plantis and Baia, for example, and Benevento, and over here Naples. And you can see the proximity of Santa Maria Capua Vetere to all of those that we've already covered. And in Santa Maria Capua Vetere has been found an extremely well-preserved Roman tomb, and you see it here in the center of the screen. A Roman tomb that dates to the late 1st century A.D. It is very clear that it is made of concrete construction and that it is faced with opus incertum work, which you can see here very clearly. But you can also see that some brick has been used around the niches and as a molding, both for these cylinders and for the tholos above. This has confused scholars. They don't know when to date this, also because of these so-called Baroque characteristics, where you see this undulating facade with the use of, well, they're not really columns, they're more like cylinders, and in that sense similar to the cylinders that we saw in the tomb of the baker, these cylinders. But the undulating facade, the use of architectural elements, the interest in decoration, and the cylinders have confused scholars, as I said, and they have been betwixt and between when to date this thing. And some have said that it dates at the time of such buildings as the Sanctuary of Fortuna Primigenia at Palestrina because of the opus incertum. Others have said because of the use of brick here, which we actually think in this case was stuccoed over, that it might be later, 2nd century A.D. But this is actually more like the tile brick that we saw in Pompeii rather than the kind of brick that we see in Ostia. So I favor the 1st century date, late 1st century A.D. date, but we have to think it as very prescient of what is to come, experimenting, as did some of those other buildings that I just showed you, the Forum Transitorium, for example, with the sort of thing that is going to become particularly popular in the 2nd and 3rd centuries A.D. Now, I juxtapose this tomb, and by the way, this tomb, the nickname of this tomb, as you can see from your monument list, is La Canochia. La Canochia means the distaff, and a distaff is used in spinning and weaving. So spinning thread primarily. So, and it looks like an ancient distaff. So that's how it got its nickname, La Canochia. Whether that means that that was intended by the designers and that this was a tomb of perhaps a woman who was, or a man working in a factory who spun thread. I think that's very far-fetched. I think it's highly unlikely, but I just throw it out there. But that is what its nickname is. But you can see by the juxtaposition of it with the tomb of the baker on the right and with the monument of the Julii in Saint-Remy in the south of France, which we haven't looked at, but which we will look at in a lecture next week on Roman architecture in the south of France primarily. You will see that it makes a reference to both of these. Both of these are earlier. This is, as you know, Augustan. The one on the left is from the late the time of Julius Caesar, and you can see that it takes elements. I'm not saying it looked at these in particular, but just that these kinds of elements were already in the air when this building was built in the late 1st century AD. The great cylinders of the tomb of Eurysakes, but it is more similar actually to this one because the Julii monument and also La Canocchia are examples of what we call the tower tomb type. The tower tomb type is taller than it is wide. It has a series of stories, in this case a plain story, then a central story with the cylinders, and then the tholos at the top. And we see the same sort of thing in the Julii monument, stepped base, socle here with sculptural decoration, a quadrifrons, and then a tholos at the very apex. But it's interesting to see the differences between the two because what we see in this monument, again, is much more what we would call Baroque in the sense that we have the undulating facade, we have the use of what look like, in a general way, the traditional vocabulary of architecture with these cylinders, with the niches, with the pediments. But look at the way the tholos is treated. When you look at the tholos in the Julii monument, you see that it really does look like a shrine, and it has statues inside, like a shrine would. This one has blind windows, as you can see. You can't see into it, there's nothing inside. So they're treating the tholos more as a decorative motif than they are treating it as something that has the purpose of holding some either religious items or statues or honorific statues, as it does in this particular case. Another view of La Canocchia, a detail which I think shows you what I mean about motion being introduced into monuments like this. In this case, we are dealing with concrete, and that is somewhat different, the use of concrete to create undulation than the use of the traditional vocabulary of architecture. But here we see a combination, the concrete wall faced with the opus inceratum, the great cylinders on the edge, and then the idicula here with the pediment and the niche below. And you can also see very well the cylinders that are located between the blind windows, as well as this combination of opus inceratum work and also the tile brick that is used to represent the moldings and the like. I want to compare the central zone of La Canocchia with a 17th century Baroque building in Rome. This is Francesco Borromini's Sant Ivo in Rome, taken from an angle that accentuates the curvature of the facade and the contrast between the concavity of that curvature and the convexity of the outside of the dome that you see up above. The same sort of thing here. So once again, architects of the 17th century very much inspired by these kinds of motifs that survived from Roman antiquity. On the left-hand side of the screen, you'll all remember this. This is the elliptical fountain from the Palace of Domitian on the Palatine Hill that was located, that he could see through his window out of the triclinium when he dined. And you'll remember here also, in this case, made out of concrete construction, designed by Rabirius. You see the elliptical wall and the convexity of that elliptical wall. The central element also convex, but with these interesting concavities, scallops, that Rabirius has created through concrete faced with brick around the structure. So in that case, all I'm trying to do here is show you that you can create similar effects either in concrete or through columnar architecture. But what separates the revolutionary concrete architecture as we've discussed it today and Baroque architecture as I'm going to define it this morning is that in Baroque architecture they're relying on the traditional not on concrete, but on the traditional vocabulary of architecture, namely, of course, columns, pediments, and the like, to create their effects. And in a place where it all comes together, you'll recall, is at Hadrian's Villa at Tivoli. We're looking here at the Piazza d'Oro, a plan of the Piazza d'Oro, the octagonal vestibule, the great open rectangular space that you can see here, and then the aula, or the audience hall, on the far right. And you'll remember the aula had these wonderful undulating walls. But what separated the aula from other undulating walls that we had seen earlier is that it was not done with concrete, but was done with columns. You'll remember the columns were placed in such a way that they followed the curved shape, and then they supported a concrete dome. So this wonderful combination of the use of traditional language of architecture along an undulating form, and then with the concrete at the top. So we can see already in the Hadrianic period further exploration of this kind of thing. I also want to show you a very interesting painted room. And this is in the House of the Labyrinth at Pompeii. It's early in date. It dates to 50 BC. But it's an extraordinary room. It's the atrium of the house. And we talked about several different kinds of atria. We talked about the atrium that had no columns at all. And we talked about the tetrastyle atrium, which had 4 columns around the central basin. What you see here are a host of columns surrounding that central basin. And when you have a number of columns like this, more than 4, we call it a Corinthian atrium with lots of columns. And what you can see the artist and patron have done here is to orchestrate the relationship of those real columns with the fictive architecture that is painted on the wall, and to play them up in such a way that as you're standing in the room, you are looking through the real columns to see this view that lies behind of a tholos, which you can view through the broken triangular pediments. I show it to you for a couple of reasons. One, just to remind you that we saw this kind of thing in painting very early on. This is, again, 50 BC, in the Republic still. As we see the architects taking the traditional vocabulary of architecture and playing with it, breaking it up, opening it, and revealing something that lies behind, in this case, the tholos. But look also at the way in which the tholos looks like it's in the distance. You get the sense that you are looking through an opening in the wall, a window, in which you can see that tholos. It seems to lie behind the broken triangular pediment. The pediment has been broken open to allow you to see a vista that lies behind, and you get the sense, as you look at this painting, that the tholos is surrounded by a peristyle, and that there's also some greenery and so on out there. And then to accentuate this idea of the view through the wall, they have then added the columns here, so that you're looking through through real columns, to fictive columns, to broken triangular pediment, to the tholos that lies behind. You'll see the relevance of this when we look at some additional monuments. I want to now go east to look at some of the most spectacular examples that survive of what we are calling Baroque architecture in Roman antiquity today. And I want to begin in a site that is in modern Jordan. I'm showing you a map of the Eastern Roman Empire. And we see the site in question, Petra, or some say Petra. You can call it either one, Petra or Petra. You see Petra over here, which is in Jordan today. And you can see its relationship to the Red Sea, to Egypt, to Alexandria, to Judea, modern Israel, and to some of these other sites. One, in fact, a couple of others that we'll look at, Baalbek today, and the site of Gerasa, which is where that oval piazza or forum comes from. Here's another map of Petra, just to show you where it is located today within Jordan, its relationship to Amman and to the ancient site of Gerasa, as you can see up at the bottom, fairly close to the Israeli border, as you can see, as well as to Aqaba down below. Just to get you in the mood for Petra, we are walking here. There are incredible cliffs here, as well as desert, incredible cliffs, and we're walking here through what is known as the Siq in Petra. And I want to mention that this is one of those interesting provinces where, in order to understand the architecture that was built during the Roman period, you have to have a sense of the local customs, of what happened here before, of the buildings that were built prior to the Roman period. And we know that the so-called Nabateans, N-A-B-A-T, Nabat, N-A-B-A-T, Nabateans, A-E-A-N-S, Nabateans, lived here, inhabited this part of the world before the Romans got there. And we know that the Nabateans built architecture, and that they built architecture primarily out of the stone of the cliffs and also out of mud. And one can imagine the kinds of things that you see here, the rock-cut tombs, already begun during the Nabatean period. And it's interesting, if you look very closely at some of the detailed decoration here, you can see something that any of you who wrote your paper on the Temple of Bel at Palmyra remember, the sort of stepped motif decoration. We see the same sort of thing here. But just important for you to know that the Nabateans were building with stone and with mud before the Roman period. And so when the Romans came in and began to build their own architecture, obviously the impact of what had been built there earlier had made an impression on them. They too decided to build their tombs out of the living rock of Petra. And they are among the most spectacular and unusual tombs that survive from the Roman period. And I want to show two of them to you today. The so-called Deir, D-E-I-R, and the so-called Khazne, K-H-A-Z-N-E. We will look at both of them with the Deir first. And if you look at the Deir and the way that in which it has been created by carving it out of the living rock, you should not only be impressed, but you should say to yourself, wow, this is Roman facadism at its greatest, at its most obvious as well. This is really Roman facadism, because all there is the facade. There's nothing else. The tomb itself is located inside the rock. The tomb chambers are inside the rock. They didn't do anything to them except hollow them out. Nothing much else there. They've concentrated all of their efforts on the facade, which seems to grow out of the rock, almost as if by nature. And if you look at this tomb, the Deir, you should also be struck immediately by the way in which what the Romans have created here is a version in built architecture of what we saw already in 60 to 50 BC in second-style Roman wall painting. It is exactly the same kind of thing. This idea of breaking a triangular pediment open to reveal a tholos that lies inside. In this case on a second story. We see all of the elements that I've already mentioned, or most of the other elements that I've already mentioned. We see here in this facade the use of the traditional vocabulary of architecture, the columns, the entablature above, and pediments and so on down here, triangular pediments down here. We see all of those, but used in a way that the Greeks would never have done. And we see less in this one. I'll show you better examples of this interest in over-ornamentation. There is ornamentation here, but it's actually fairly simple. So this one doesn't partake of that as much as others that I can show you. But it does definitely, by using the traditional vocabulary of architecture, the surface is enlivened by creating elements that project. Look at these columns on either side with their projecting entablatures, standing alone, or more pilasters than columns in this case, standing alone, projecting a receding bay, a projecting bay, a receding bay, a projecting bay, instilling motion across this surface by means of the traditional vocabulary of architecture, again, in this case, on two levels. Here's another view of the facade of the Deir on the left-hand side of the screen, and you can see the material used is obviously the rock itself. This has been literally carved out of the living rock so that it's obviously the same stone and the same color as the rock that still serves as its backdrop. And then over here, the House of the Labyrinth again, just to show you again the close resemblance of this sort of thing in the mid-2nd century AD in what is now Jordan, to second-style Roman wall painting. And I show you, again, the tholos within the broken triangular pediment. But the main difference between the two, and here is where we do get into this whole concept of decoration and even over-decoration. The main difference between the two is when you're standing, again, in the House of the Labyrinth, looking through the actual columns toward the painting, and you see that the triangular pediment has been broken to reveal the tholos. As I mentioned before, you still have a sense of space and you still have a sense of reality. Even though the pediment has been broken, you are looking at a tholos, and you're meant to think that that tholos lies inside a peristyle court or a garden that is outside the house, that you're seeing through a window. So you read the tholos, or at least I read the tholos, as further back than the broken triangular pediment. That is entirely different here. Yes, there's a tholos. Yes, there's a broken triangular pediment. But the tholos has been turned into a decorative motif among many. It is a tholos, yes, but it doesn't look like a working tholos, so to speak. You can see that it has a niche in the center of it, just like the other bays have niches that probably held a statue, but you don't have a sense that there is any space in there. It is a decoration on the surface, on the facade of this structure, just like all the other decorations. And that is a major difference between the way in which the tholos is used in the Deir and the tholos is used in typical second-style Roman wall painting. You may also have noticed some of the decoration, and I'm going to show you some details now so that we can look at those together. Here you get a very good sense of the color of the stone, of the rocks of Petra. But you also see here a capital that is unlike any capital that we have seen before. And this is where we see the influence of the Nabateans. The Nabateans were building buildings that had capitals that looked like this, sort of interesting, undulating capitals, but very plain. Plain with a concave side, and then a kind of knob in the center, as you can see here. These are Nabatean capitals, and in this mid-2nd century AD tomb, you can see that they're clearly looking at models from Rome. They are clearly looking at the kinds of paintings that I have already reminded you of. But at the same time, or let's say drawings made from those paintings that are circulated or the architects may have access to, but they are combined with local elements, in this case the Nabatean capitals. And then if you look at this detail over here, you will see that they've used a kind of triglyph and metapiece system with the panels and then the triple striated bands that we saw was characteristic of Greek Doric architecture that's used here. But look at what's in the metapiece. We don't see anything like this in Greek or Roman architecture. The metapiece, in fact, in Greek architecture, usually filled with figural scenes, figural panels. But here we see these large discs, and a disc in each one of these square panels. These are Nabatean discs. They are used in earlier Nabatean architecture. So once again, this very interesting and very fruitful coming together of Nabatean elements and of Roman elements in this extraordinary tomb of the mid-2nd century. And then I show you on the left-hand side of the screen the finial that caps the tholos. And a fellow sitting over here at the base of the finial is very helpful to us because he gives us a sense of human scale. This is this man. He's small compared to the finial, so you can imagine how small he is in relationship to the tomb as a whole. So once again, bigger is better reigns supreme in Jordan as it did in Rome. Where we can see that the Romans are building very large in the 2nd century. If we look at this finial here, this decoration at the apex, we see that they have used one of these Nabatean capitals, again here, and that supports a kind of fat vase on the top with a top on it. And that you see that sort of thing in Roman art. You see it sometimes in second-style Roman wall paintings. It's probably a Greco-Roman motif that has been combined with the Nabatean capital here. And you can also see from looking at this, as well as the tomb as a whole, that the architect is really treating these buildings almost more as sculpture than as architecture, molding them in a way that a sculptor might. And that's not so different from what we saw Rabirius, for example, example, doing in his octagonal room and in the fountain at the palace on the Palatine Hill. Here again, Borromini, Francesco Borromini's Sant'Ivo, the uppermost part of that, just to show you again these are by no means exact. There's no exact relationship between these two at all, and this one has different features than that. But just to show you that it's this kind of thing that unquestionably inspires architects like Borromini in the 17th century in Italy to create the kind of lanterns and so on that they do for the churches that they design. Here's another interesting comparison. This is a wonderful view of the Deir in Petra, which shows you, I guess, best of all, the way in which it is carved out of and still embedded into the rock of Petra itself. Magnificent. And I compare it here, too, to another Borromini church. This is the famous church of San Carlo alle Quattro Fontane, most better known as San Carlino, the little San Carlo. San Carlino, as you see here. And you see what Borromini has done. He has the undulating facade. He is using the traditional vocabulary of architecture, just like these architects are, these nameless architects are, the columns and the entablatures and the pediments and so on and so forth. Is using all of those here. He even has a tholos in the upper story right there. But he is he is also very taken with the whole idea of an actual undulating wall, as you can see also in this view. But he is doing the same sort of thing that we see architects doing here, and I don't think there's any question that the sort of building that we see on the right, the Deir, had impact on architects in the 17th century. We know that some of them traveled to this part of the world. We know that drawings were made, that books were made, that these were brought back, these were seen by people in Rome in the 17th century, and of course they had local things to see as well in Italy, and that they were influenced by what they saw. The other rock-cut tomb, the other very impressive, there are many of them in Petra. I'm only showing you two out of a fairly nice variety, but I want to show you the other most famous one, the Cosne in Petra. It also dates to the mid-2nd century A.D. Once again, carved out of the living rock. Once again, pure facadism. This is nothing more than a facade. You can see how, in this case, once again, two-storied, very similar scheme to what we saw at the Deir, two-storied, with a temple front down below and a tholos above that is revealed by the splitting of the triangular pediment, as you can see well. Once again, the tholos definitely treated as a decorative motif. Yes, in this case it has a statue on a base, but a statue on a base that is not a real statue on a base, but a statue on a base that is carved onto the stone. So once again, we get a sense that this is a decorative motif rather than an actual statue standing in the tholos, and the same for the items on the bases on either side. You can see the triangular pediment very well. You can see the way it has been split aside to reveal the tholos. You can see down below a real temple front in this case. This one is much closer to its Roman prototypes, in the sense that even the decorative motifs are Roman, unlike in the Deir, where we saw the Nabatean capitals and the discs. Here we see actual versions of the Corinthian order used, here. This looks very much like a real temple front with an actual pediment, sculptural decoration, a frieze as well. We're beginning to see in this one not only the use of the traditional vocabulary of architecture, not only the enlivening of the surface using that traditional vocabulary of architecture in such a way that it creates motion, projection, recession, but we also are seeing here, in a way that we did not in the Deir, this interest in excess ornamentation, ornamenting every surface that you possibly can, with sculptural friezes, with pedimental sculpture, with statuary carved into the stone in all of the niches. But then again, a much closer relationship to earlier Roman precedents by the temple front, by the use of the Corinthian order. But this one, too, a very similar finial at the top of the tholos, but using a kind of Corinthian capital with one of those vases on top. Vases, by the way, that we often see in second-style Roman wall painting. Once again, one could come up with a lot of comparisons for the Cosne with monuments, with 17th century Baroque buildings in Rome. This may not be the best, but it's one of my favorites, and I decided to show it in this context. But it's the Church of Santa Maria. It's right near the Piazza Navona, Santa Maria della Pace, designed by Pietro da Cortona. Same sort of idea, you know, the temple front down below. Yes, this is a different kind of temple front because it's a round temple and not one with a pediment. But the same general idea of having a temple front below and then a second story above. All of this enlivened with traditional vocabulary of architecture, columns, pilasters, a window in the niche right up there, a very interesting segmental pediment inside a triangular pediment, just to show you that this kind of experimentation that we see in 17th century Baroque architecture, mostly in church building, but also in palaces, is so clearly inspired, let's say, by the Baroque architecture of Roman antiquity. A couple more details here. Here's a wonderful view from down below showing you the tholos of the Cosne at Petra and comparing it to, once again, some of the confections of Baroque architects in Rome of the 17th century, namely Sant Ivo, again, with its curved facade and wonderful eight-sided dome, and some of the interior decoration also of Sant Ivo above. Staying in the Eastern Empire, I want to go now to ancient Asia Minor, to two sites on the coast, on the western coast of what is now Turkey, Ephesus and Miletus. Ephesus and Miletus, and I want to begin in Ephesus to show you one building there of considerable interest, I think, in terms of its relationships to Rome. It is the Temple of Hadrian, so-called, that dates to around 120 to 130 A.D. In Ephesus. We know Hadrian visited Ephesus. We know that those who lived there wanted to honor him by building a temple to him. It is actually more a shrine than a temple. This is not a bigger is better. This is actually a fairly small structure. As I said, more a shrine than it is a temple. It's a kind of street-side temple. You're walking along the street, and then there, all of a sudden it is. But what's interesting about it is the fact that it makes use of the arcuated lintel, as you can see here, straight and curved, just as we saw it used at the Canopus at Hadrian's villa. So a motif that we see in Italy being used also in Asia Minor for another Hadrianic building. So it's becoming associated in the minds of designers with Hadrian himself. So traditional vocabulary of architecture, but used in a different way by using the straight and arcuated lintel together. This is a very good example of this interest in over-ornamentation. Every single square inch is used by the architects to decorate, as you can see, the architrave and also the lintel in the back and the pilasters in the back, all of them decorated to the point where the decoration almost dematerializes the architectural members. Another detail where I think you can see that particularly well here on the right, this dematerialization of the architectural members through sculpture. And you'll remember this same approach in the Severan Basilica in Leptis Magna. This is a detail of the piers that we believe were added during the time of Caracalla, so around 216 A.D., obviously much later in date, but we see already here this interest in this sort of thing that's going to culminate at places like Leptis. And also just to make the point that this same use of the straight and arcuated lintel that we see in Hadrianic architecture turns up also in 17th century Baroque Rome. I show you the interior of San Carlino here, where you can see again the straight and arcuated lintels combined. So clearly 17th century Baroque architects looking back at Roman examples. I want to show you briefly a gate at Miletus, also, as you saw, in ancient Asia Minor. It's the gate to the South Agora, or marketplace, of Miletus, and it dates to around AD 160. It is no longer in Miletus. It was moved some years ago, as antiquities sometimes are, from its country of origin to Germany. It's now can be seen in a museum in Berlin. They also have a great model in Berlin that shows you the relationship of the gate to the rest of the Roman city, and you can see the gate way up there, an incredible showpiece for the city, this gate that allowed one to enter into the South Agora. I show it to you as reconstructed in the museum in Berlin. It is quite an impressive piece. You can see here it is a gate, and it shows that you could apply these Baroque facades to just about any kind of architecture. You see that the gate has a triple opening down below, 3 blind windows on top. It is made entirely out of stone. It uses the traditional vocabulary of architecture, columns and capitals. You can see the capitals in this case seem to be composite capitals, and it is very much the theater Scanae Franz idea, with a series of projecting elements on top of 2 columns, with wings on either side also projecting. Down below, the lintels are straight, but up above, they have combined full triangular pediments in the wings with a broken triangular pediment in the center. And the broken triangular pediment in the center is particularly interesting because you can see the 2 sides, left and right, up above, but you can also see that they've included the center of the pediment, but in a plane that is further back. So you get this kind of zigzag motif where the pediment begins in the front zone and then zigzags to the back zone, which injects even further, even a greater motion into the overall scheme. Once again, we see the projection, the recession, projection, recession, all using the traditional vocabulary of architecture. It's interesting to compare this to a much earlier gate in Greece. I show you the Propylaea, the gateway to the Athenian Acropolis, 5th century BC, where you can see it's all function. They've used the Doric order here, and the columns support the roof above, triglyphs and metopes. The whole idea, I mean, it's very beautiful, but the whole idea is to use these columns functionally. Very different in this gate in Miletus, in the 2nd century AD, where you can see that the columns are no longer used for structural purposes, but mainly to decorate and to enliven and to add motion to the structure in a way that is entirely out of keeping with these important Greek precedents. Here you see a detail, some tourists looking at this and other things in the museum in Berlin, which gives you, again, a sense of the colossal scale of this structure. Here you can see also very well the composite capitals, as well as, once again, this interest in an almost overly decorative surface that is so characteristic of Baroque architecture. A number of you embarked on the Library of Celsus as your paper topic, so I'm sure you know everything there is to know about that, but I want to show it to you quickly in the context of this lecture because it's an important monument for all of you to be aware of. Lest you think that it has always looked the way it looks now, I show you a view that was taken, well, by now 25 years ago or so, before the building was re-erected, which it has been since then. The building, this is what the Library of Celsus looked like 25 or so years ago. But fortunately, even though everything had fallen down, it was all there. As you can see, there were fragments strewn everywhere, hundreds and hundreds of fragments strewn around the site, and enough fragments so that basically the building was there. And what they eventually decided to do was use those fragments to re-erect it, which took a number of years, and the results have been truly spectacular. I show you a view of Ephesus as it looks today, looking back toward the re-erected Library of Celsus, and then a better view here where you can see what all of those pieces, the giant jigsaw puzzle that all of those pieces ultimately made. You can see here this incredible facade of the Library of Celsus in Ephesus, and you can see the scheme is the same as I just showed you in the South Agora Market Gate at Miletus. In this case, 2 tiers. The bottom tier is very similar to what we saw there, just 2 columns supporting a straight entablature above. And then in the second story, the addition of more decorative elements with 2 segmental pediments flanking a rectangular one in the center with separate individual columns at either end, like we saw in the Deir, with supporting, projecting entablature. Once again, using the traditional vocabulary of architecture to create motion across the surface, projection, recession, projection, recession. But here, one very interesting feature is that if you look at the second story and the placement of those second story elements on top of those below, you can see that the ones at the top are not directly above the ones at the bottom, as we saw in the market gate, but they straddle the space below, which is very interesting. So instead of having the two columns with a pediment above, right above this, you can see the columns with the pediment above are right above the space. So they're straddling the spaces, which if you look at it for a while, you'll see adds an additional sense of motion to the surface of this structure. I think you can also see from this general view the interest in ornamentation. You can see that perhaps much better here in these details. Here's a detail of one of the niches. Some of the statues are still preserved with the names of the figures in Greek down below. You can see the way in which they have essentially dematerialized the piers by decorating them so extensively. And this wonderful view up where you can see the variegated marble that is used here. You can see the coffered ceiling. You can see the deep undercutting of the capitals and the entablature and how overly ornamental it actually is. You can also see that in the uppermost part, actually what they've created here in this particular building is something that looks very much, I think, like the architectural cages at the upper tier of the 4th style. And I remind you of a detail of one of those from that fragment from Herculaneum that shows the same sort of coffered ceiling and elements, as well as the split triangular pediment that we see also in built architecture in the 2nd century AD in Ephesus. The inside of the structure looked like this. This is from Ward Perkins, showing you one main niche, a couple of other tiers with columns, much simpler inside. As you can see, the niches had shelves, and this is where the scrolls were kept in the library. And here a niche beneath which was a place for the last resting place of Celsus. I mentioned this to you when we talked about the paper topics that Celsus wanted. He built this library as a benefaction to his city, to benefit the citizenry, obviously, of the city, as well as to have a building to put his name on. But he liked it so much, and it meant so much to him, that he decided to make it his own tomb. He was buried in his library beneath that central niche. You see in plan here the location of that central niche, so as he could be in the midst of this extraordinary building that he built in perpetuity. Another showpiece done in this same ancient Roman Baroque style is the one that you see here in a restored view from the Ward Perkins textbook. It dates to the early 2nd century AD. It's a nymphaeum, or a fountain, located at Miletus in Turkey. We see it here. And it was also an extraordinary structure. It was much more ostentatious than it needed to be. It could get the job done with a lot less. Its purpose was to serve as a fountain. You've got the basin down below. You could do this with a single story, certainly. But they built up 3 stories in this particular place. They've been as ostentatious as they possibly can. They've spent as much money as they possibly can, because I think it was a form of one-upsmanship from one city to the next. You know, I have a better fountain than you've got, or I've got a more ornate fountain than you've got, was the whole idea. Our city is doing particularly well because you can see what prosperity has wrought by this amazing fountain that we've been able to build for the benefaction of the people of the city. city of Miletus. And you can see that the scheme is the same. It looks back certainly to the theatrical architecture, to the second style painting and fourth style painting that we've talked about here. The same general idea with the first story, a series of double columns with straight entablatures above. In the second story, the addition of pediments, in this case triangular pediments combined with these interesting scroll motifs over some of the pairs of columns. And then in the uppermost story, triangular pediments once again, niches behind them and between them with statuary, as you can also see, and then pilasters, decorative pilasters on the wall. This one also has wings, but you can see that the wings are even more elaborate than the wings we've seen in any of the other structures, and they in fact have pediments that face in toward the central part of the structure and toward the fountain proper. Ward Perkins has added a few figures here that give you a sense once again of the enormity of the scale of this amazing fountain in the city of Miletus. I mentioned that although I was going to concentrate today on Baroque architecture in the eastern part of the empire, I would show you at least one example from the west, and I show that to you here. It takes us back to North Africa, to a place called Sabratha, which is located in between Timgad and Leptis Magna that we looked at last time. Here's the site of Sabratha, and you can see that it too is located on the sea. An extraordinary theater was built there, and it's another example of the way in which these Baroque facades could be used for a whole host of buildings. It could be used for theaters and for temples and for fountains and for libraries and so on and so forth. But theater architecture it was particularly appropriate for, because we've seen from the very beginning of Rome that these kinds of ornate columnar schemes were used quite frequently in theatrical architecture. We are looking at the exterior of the theater at Sabratha, which you can see from your monument list dates to around AD 200. It has been re-erected. Much of it had fallen down, but once again there was quite a bit of, the stone was there, and so they re-erected the facade. You can see that it, like pretty much everything we've looked at today, was made out of local stone. And you can also see two tiers, and you can see that although it's made out of local stone, it is very similar to the sort of thing we saw much earlier in Rome itself. Think of the Theater of Marcellus. Think of the Colosseum, the scheme of arches with pilasters or columns in between them, engaged into the wall, as you can see so well here. If you look at the view on the left, you will see, however, that the stage building of the theater at Sabratha is particularly well preserved, and I want to show you two views, two spectacular views, this one in particular, which shows you what this structure looked like in antiquity and what it looks like now. And it is another one of these extraordinary Baroque facades, again, so typical for theatrical architecture. We see the three great niches, as we often do. Think of the plan of the Augustan Theater at Leptis Magna, for example. Three great niches. These columnar elements on either side in three stories, no straddling here, they are just on top one another, as you can see well, but a series of four instead of the usual two. But then within the niches, they've also created these elements, in this case with two columns that project. They're inside the niche, they're contained inside the niche, but they project in front of the niche, adding even more enlivenment to the structure. Look down below also. We rarely have the bottom of the stage preserved, but we have it preserved here and preserved extremely well. The bottom of the stage has been scalloped. It has projecting elements with columns, and the whole thing is decorated with sculpture. So many figures that those figures even seem to almost dematerialize the stone. A crowd of, not just a few figures that you can read very well, but a whole host, crowds of figures that show, again, this interest in over-decoration in these Baroque buildings. Here's another view, not quite as clear, but I think a very good one that also gives you a very good sense not only of the stage decoration, but of the scale of the structure, because we've got a few tourists standing here, which show you that, once again, bigger is better is clearly the rallying call of the day. Here's a detail of some of that decoration, gods and goddesses and the like. We see the three graces here, for example, but you can see the way they are crowded in to give one a sense of a kind of excess ornamentation, which was obviously very popular during this period. The last set of buildings that I want to show you are, in many respects, the most interesting of all, and this is a group of buildings that are part of a complex in what is now Lebanon, the city of Baalbek, the so-called Sanctuary of Jupiter Heliopolitanus at Baalbek, which was constructed over a 200-year period, from the mid-1st century A.D. to the mid-3rd century A.D. The location of Baalbek is right over here, as I said, in modern Lebanon. And the remains are incredible. The remains are incredible. Every so often, there's often fighting. This is in the Bekaa Valley, so there's often fighting that breaks out in this particular part of the world, and one worries about these monuments, but so far they seem to have withstood some of the difficulties that area has experienced in recent years, and you see some of them here it's nicely silhouetted against the landscape. But this gives you a better idea of what the complex looked like in antiquity, and I show it to you here. Again, it was built over a series of years, but let's just talk about it as a whole, and then I'll break down the chronology for you. It had a grand entranceway with a single staircase, facade orientation, with an arcuated lintel here contained within a pediment. Then, interestingly enough, you went from that entranceway into a hexagonal court open to the sky. From the hexagonal court into this great open rectangular space surrounded by columns. A very large altar right here to Jupiter, because the main temple in this complex was the temple to Jupiter, and you see it also in the restored view at the back. So the altar to Jupiter, the temple to Jupiter. If you look at the temple to Jupiter, you will see it's very similar to the temples that we've been looking at the course of the semester. Very tall podium, single staircase, facade orientation, deep porch, freestanding columns in that porch and the like. And you can also see that there is another temple right outside the walls of this one. This is the so-called Temple of Bacchus, which is one of the three that was part of this complex that also seems to have had its own little courtyard. And then down here, out of the picture, a round temple to Venus that we're also going to look at. This is a restored view of the same, showing you the entranceway, the hexagonal court, the large temple to Jupiter, the smaller temple to Bacchus, and the forecourt that it too would have had, as well as this much less elaborate entranceway into the temple of Bacchus. This is perhaps the most spectacular view I've shown you all semester of anything. I mean, this is really an awesome photograph, I think, taken from the air. Needless to say, I can't lay credit to this since it was taken from the air. But you see it here, and it is amazing, amazing photograph that really gives you a better sense than anything else might of the current remains, where you can see the entrance gate. You can see that the staircase is a shadow of what it once was. It was much wider. You can see the hexagonal court from above. You can see the open rectangular space. You can see the bare remains of the altar. And you can see the Temple of Jupiter, which has its podium, not much of its staircase, and only 6 columns still surviving. But the Temple of Bacchus outside the walls, much better preserved, and gives us a very good sense of these temples as a whole. A plan over here showing the same, the entrance court, the hexagonal entranceway, the open rectangular space at A, the Temple of Jupiter, B, the Temple of Bacchus, and here an engraving showing the entranceway with this with this arcuated lintel, just as we saw popular in the Hadrianic period, and the pediment. Now, the chronology is that the Temple of Jupiter was built first in the mid-1st century A.D. That's way back. That's like the time of Claudius and Nero, mid-1st century A.D. Then in the 2nd century, there were other additions, and it was in the 3rd century that the propylon and the hexagonal court. The 2nd century actually was the open rectangular space was added in the 2nd century, and then in the 3rd century they added the hexagonal court and the entrance way. So moving from the back toward the front. These are the 6 columns that are preserved of the Temple of Jupiter at Baalbek. They are incredibly, the whole structure is incredibly large. This is the biggest building we've seen thus far. We know there were 10 columns in the front, 19 on the sides. They're again made out of honey-colored local limestone, I think, as you can see so well in both of these views. In this case, the podium was 44 feet tall, 44 feet tall. The podium at the Temple of the Diwi at the Forum at Leptis Magna was 19 feet tall, and we thought that was big. This is 44 feet tall, and the columns were 65 feet tall. And remember those columns that Sulla stole from Greece, 55 feet tall for the Temple of Jupiter OMC. These are are much taller than that. So it gives you some sense of the incredible scale of this structure. Here's a plan of the Temple of Bacchus, the second temple that I want to show you that dates to the mid-2nd century A.D. We see it here. You can get a very good sense of its structure, and you can see the way in which it combines typical Roman with Greek features, single staircase, facade orientation, deep porch, freestanding columns in the porch, single cella, but it has a peripteral colonnade, as one finds in Greek architecture, but it doesn't have a peripteral staircase, as I'll show you in a moment. It has rather a high podium. Here you see it. It is very well preserved. You can see the columns encircling the whole building, but you can see there is no staircase circling the whole building, but a very high podium. A few people here for scale. This is a big building, and this building is much smaller than the Temple of Jupiter. These buildings are so big that someone, I guess tongue-in-cheek, wrote an article at one point suggesting that this could not have been built by human beings, Romans or otherwise, and was definitely built by Martians who came down in a spaceship and built it and then left. But left us with something quite extraordinary, if that was indeed the case. Once again, overly decorative, overly decorative. If you look at, we could look at a whole host of details, but if you look at them, you will see extraordinary things. We're looking up in one of the vaults, and you can see how it's been pretty much eaten away by this excessive decoration. The same here with this wonderful Medusa head in the center. No inch is left undecorated by these architects. This is one of the best preserved interiors of a Roman temple that we have, the Temple of Bacchus. We are looking through the doorway. If you look at the jambs of the doorway, you will see how decorated they are, and again the way in which they have been dematerialized through that ornamentation. Looking into the interior, and I can show you a better view here, you get a very good sense of what this structure looked like in antiquity. The truly colossal Corinthian columns, in this particular case, the niches on 2 stories with arcuated pediments and with triangular pediments up above, the extraordinary scale of this highly decorative interior. And I can show you a restored view of what we think this looked like in antiquity. At first glance, it doesn't look so different from, the sort of Basilica Ulpia idea in Rome, with the flat ceiling, the coffered ceiling, the giant columns, and so on. But of course, it has no aisles. Since it does have aisles here. But you can see the arcuations. You can see the pediments with the sculpture inside. You can see the Corinthian capitals, and you can see no clear story here. But you can see a very interesting feature at the end. The focus of everyone who came into this temple was the so-called Adyton, A-D-Y-T-O-N, Adyton, which is a kind of a shrine in which the cult statue of Bacchus would have been presented. You can see it well here, and you can see the use of the broken triangular pediment, but one that is very similar to that market gate in that the central element with its triangle still preserved, but preserved in a plane that is further back, so that kind of zigzag motion that we see here, the great archivolt underneath, the paired columns on either side, the shrine in the center, a very elaborate motif done in the style that we have described as Baroque for this incredible structure. I want to end today by showing you my favorite of all the buildings that I've shown you today, because it's so eccentric, and that is the Temple of Venus at Baalbek. It's the small temple that lies outside the complex, to the left of the complex in the front. And it's the latest of the three temples, probably dates to early to mid-3rd century AD, and also by far the smallest. It's very small in relationship to the others. It is also a round temple, unlike them, which are the traditional rectangular temples, a round temple, but a round temple with a difference. If we look at the plan, we will see it has a single staircase, a facade orientation, deep porch, freestanding columns in that porch. It also is peripteral. It has columns that go all the way around. It is a round structure with a round cella, but you can see in plan that the architect has scalloped the outside of the structure in a very interesting way, and you can see that also in these restored views over here. That scalloping both on the base and also in the area of the entablature above the columns. You can also see that the architect has placed niches on the outside of the structure with statues in them, which is another example of this desire to decorate every surface that one possibly could. There's a great deal of controversy as to what the porch actually looked like, whether the porch had what we see here, which is an arcuated lintel inside a triangular pediment. That's possible. It may not have had that. We're not absolutely sure. But at the very least, we have this combination of what seems like a relatively traditional porch with an innovative body. It is, in a sense, a small version and a very eccentric version of the Pantheon in Rome, with that traditional porch and revolutionary body. But this is not made out of concrete. It is made entirely out of local stone. And again, it has these wonderful features like the scalloped base. And I show you a detail. It's very well preserved today, as are the other buildings, or at least the Temple of Bacchus at Baalbek. We see it here. You can see it's stone construction. Unfortunately, it's black and white, but you can get a sense it's the same honey-colored stone as the others. You can see the way it looks here. You can see the scalloped base, the wonderful scalloped entablature, and the overly decorative nature of that entablature above. In this case, Corinthian capitals, as you can see. Some traditional motifs like the hanging garlands, the niches here with the statuary, making the whole into a kind of decorative motif. Even the outside of the cella becomes decorative. But look very carefully and you will see that the bases of the columns are five-sided to make them work better with the scalloped wall. This is the second time we've seen bases like this. We saw them in the tomb of Annia Regilla in Rome, a base that had more sides than was usual. We see that here, and it's a testimony again to the eccentricity of this particular designer, but also to the sort of anything-goes approach that we see in so much of this Roman Baroque architecture. And I just, in closing, the last two images that I'd like to show you are a detail of the Temple of Venus at Baalbek with a detail of a Borromini structure. This one is the Borromini structure. This one is the Temple of Venus. But I think when you look at views like this, you can see the closest. So you can see what I mean by defining these as Baroque buildings already in Roman antiquity. But you can see the extraordinary impact that these amazing Roman creations had on the minds and on the oeuvre of great architects like Bernini and Borromini in the 17th century in Italy. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. We have talked in the course of this semester many times about the Hellenization of Roman architecture, about the impact that Greek architecture had on Roman architecture. And we've talked in particular about the two Philhellenic emperors, Augustus and also Hadrian, and the kinds of monuments they commissioned during their reign that were so clearly based on those in ancient Athens, Athens especially of the classical period, cradle of civilization, and where where scholars often speak of as the birth of democracy. I want to turn full circle, go full circle here, and return to the whole question of Athens by looking at Athens itself, because Athens also became a Roman colony. And you won't be surprised to hear that it was built up under primarily two Roman emperors, namely Augustus and Hadrian, just as one would expect, the two major Philhellenic Roman emperors. I show you a spectacular view of Athens as it looks today. And you can see here that the city of Athens, and some of its antiquities extremely well preserved, is a city that is located, it's actually a city that's located in plains surrounded by mountains. And it also has three major hills, as I think you can see from this extraordinary image. One of those hills, of course, is the famous Acropolis. And I think, by the way, if one were to make, I don't know how many of you have been to Athens, but if one were to make a list of the 10 places that one really must see at some point during their lives and experience, Athens is certainly one of them, mainly for the Acropolis, which you see in the center of this image here. That's one of the major hills. The other two are Mount Lycabettos, which you see in the uppermost part. That's actually the highest hill of Athens. And then there's another one called the Museion Hill, which we're going to actually talk about today because there's an important monument there. The Museion Hill, or the Hill of the Muses, that's located off this image right where I'm standing here. And those three hills, as you can see, rise up in the city of Athens. And it's not surprising, and the rest of it surrounded essentially by a city that was constructed primarily after World War II, mainly residential houses of 5, 6 stories, residences that are mostly white in color, as I think you can see here. But the Acropolis rising up in the center in an amazing way. The city of Athens, we know, was founded in the Neolithic period. It was founded in the Neolithic period, so it goes way back in the same way that Rome does. And it's not surprising to see them founding the city of Athens on one of those hills. And which hill do they pick? They pick the hill that's the flattest, which makes it easiest to build on, and that is the rock of the Acropolis itself. So they put their religious structures on the Acropolis, and then over time, the city begins to grow up around the rock of the Acropolis. Now, this is very interesting because if you think back to Rome and its beginnings, you'll recall that Rome, too, was founded on a hill because hills can be most readily fortified. So Rome was founded, you'll recall, essentially on two hills, on the Palatine Hill by Romulus, where he established residences, but also on the Capitoline Hill, where they built the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus Capitolinus, so that being the religious center of the city. We see the same sort of thing happening here. The city growing up on the Acropolis, and then we'll see that the meeting and marketplace is down below, in a valley, below the Acropolis, in the same way that the Roman Forum, or what became the Roman Forum, was in the valley beneath the Palatine Hill and also the Capitoline Hill in Rome. So very similar beginnings for Greece as also for Rome. As you all know, Athens thrived particularly, Greece in general thrived particularly in the 5th century BC under Pericles, and continued to thrive into the Hellenistic period. But it was in 86 BC that Sulla, the Roman general Sulla, sacked Athens, made Athens a Roman colony, and in fact destroyed the walls of the city of Athens. So that obviously a very major point in the history of Athens. When scholars talk about architecture that was put up by the Romans in Athens during Roman times, they talk about it as being primarily uninspired and rather derivative. And you'll find this in your textbook. Ward Perkins talks about how derivative Roman architecture in Greece is of its earlier counterparts, that is, from classical and Hellenistic Athens. And I think he has a point, and it's something that we should all think about as a group, whether we think that the buildings that we look at today are, for the most part, derivative from the classical and Hellenistic past. But I think to say only that is to miss the point in part, because what we are also going to see as we look at these buildings today is that the extraordinary marbles that come from this part of the world, Greek marbles, and we'll talk about a number of them today, the quality of those is so high that it's hard to imagine any building made out of these not spectacular just for the materials alone. And also because the artists and the architects and the artisans who were responsible for carving this marble had been carving it for centuries, and consequently they were particularly skilled at carving marble. And so what they produced has great beauty, as I think you'll see today. So those two, again, a very important point, I believe, about the quality of these works of art. And we're also going to see works of architecture. We're also going to see that at least two of them, in my opinion, are really distinctive structures, different than anything we've seen before. And I think that you'll find they're quite innovative in their own way. And we will look at, as I said, both of those today. The city of Athens began to be excavated by archaeologists in the 1930s. And those excavations, which were scientific, very careful scientific excavations, those excavations combined with information that we have from a writer of the Greco-Roman past, a man by the name of Pausanias, P-A-U-S-A-N-I-A-S, Pausanias, who was a Greek of the 2nd century A.D., who traveled around Greece and described everything that he saw. And he created, in essence, a guidebook to the great Greek and Roman antiquities. The combination of his descriptions from the 2nd century, first-hand descriptions of the monuments that stood in the 2nd century, along with the scientific excavations of the 1930s and since, allow us to get an excellent sense of what, not only what, as we look at the remains today, not only of what was there, is there now, and was there once upon a time, but what these buildings actually were, their identities and what their function was in Athens, either in Greek or in Roman times. And we will use the information provided by both of those today to allow us to reconstruct this city, the Roman city in particular. Now, the building, as you could see from the view of the Acropolis, there are a number of Greek structures on the top of the Acropolis, and I'll show them to you later. These include the great Greek entryway of the 5th century BC, the so-called Propylaea, the famous Parthenon, of course, the small temple of Athena Nike, and also the Erechtheion, which is the only building we've really discussed in any detail in the course of this semester. A 5th century BC building. You see it here in an extraordinary view now on the screen. The Erechtheion, which we believe was built sometime between about 421 and 406 BC. And the reason that it's important is not only because it's an incredible example of 5th century Greek architecture, but also because of the buildings up on the Acropolis, it is the one that seems to have captured the imagination of Augustus and also Hadrian when both of them visited the city of Athens, but also of the Romans as a whole. And you'll remember the reason for that is essentially the Porch of the Maidens, which you can see so well in this view. The Porch of the Maidens that exerted a very strong impact on Augustus and Hadrian. Before I talk a little bit more about the Porch of the Maidens, though, just something about the rest of the construction. You can see as you look at the columns that they are of the Ionic order, a particularly attractive and elegant version of the Ionic order with the Ionic capitals with their very attractive volutes. You can also see the materials that are used here. What you can't see is what's used for the foundations. That material is called poros, P-O-R-O-S, poros, used for the foundations of the Erechtheion and also many other of the buildings that we'll look at today. And then, most importantly, most of the building, the walls and the columns are made out of Pentelic marble, P-E-N-T-E-L-I-C, Pentelic marble, which is from Mount Pentelicon in Greece, and is the marble that is used most often for buildings in Athens, both in Greek times and also in Roman times, as we shall see today. And it's characterized by being gleaming white, really blindingly white as one looks at it in the very bright Greek sun against the blue sky. With regard to the caryatid porch, the Porch of the Maidens, the very famous Porch of the Maidens, you'll recall that both Augustus and Hadrian visited Athens. They both saw this monument. The Erechtheion had fallen into disrepair by the age of Augustus, and Augustus was so admiring of this porch that he made the decision to have his own architects and artisans come to Athens to repair the porch. And they not only repaired the maidens themselves, but also replaced one. One was in such bad shape, I think it was the one in the back right, it was in such bad shape that they restored that one entirely. When they were there, looking at those maidens, restoring them, they were so taken by them that they made plaster casts of those, and they brought them back to Rome. And you'll recall that they were used in Rome as the models for maidens that were put up. Here's a view, of course, of those on the Acropolis from the front. They made reduced scale copies for the Forum of Augustus in Rome, the second story of the Forum of Augustus, as you'll recall. And then down here, you'll be reminded of the caryatids, also based on those of the Erechtheion, in this case, to scale, same scale as those in Athens, used to line the canopus of Hadrian's villa at Tivoli. So both emperors, again, Augustus and Hadrian, very admiring of these works of art and wanted copies of them for, in Augustus's case, a public structure in Rome, in Hadrian's case, a private villa at Tivoli. And we even believe that Herodes Atticus and the tomb that he made for Annia Regilla in Rome, that brick tomb, the 2nd century A.D. on the Via Appia, there were two female figures that were found excavated near that tomb, and it has been suggested that they too may belong to that tomb. And while they are variations rather than copies, you can see that they too owe their origins to the caryatids. So this building, the Erechtheion, cast a spell on Augustus and Hadrian and was widely imitated in Rome. What we're going to see today is that this building continued to have a very strong impact also on the buildings that these same emperors, Augustus and Hadrian, put up in Athens itself. At Athens, I want to take a very short trip to another city, the city of Eleusis, E-L-E-U-S-I-S, the city of Eleusis in Greece, because I want to make one more point about the caryatids and about the important exchange that we believe was going on between Rome and Athens already in the late Caesarian period and into the age of Augustus. Augustus is sending his architects, but we think they are going back and forth, and that there is an important exchange of building techniques as well as architectural ideas that is happening between Rome and Greece in the age of Augustus. Eleusis, and you see what it looks like today, is a hilly town that is located not too far from Athens, and it was particularly popular in the Greek period because, or particularly important in the Greek period, because it had a sanctuary of the goddess Demeter. the goddess Demeter. And the goddess Demeter, or surrounding her, was this very important mystery religion, the so-called Eleusinian mysteries, after Eleusis, Eleusinian mysteries, that took place here. And people came from far and wide to partake of those Eleusinian mysteries. And so the city was built up in classical and Hellenistic Greek times. It also remained important in the time of Caesar and into the time of Augustus, and actually into the 1st and 2nd centuries A.D. And over time, decisions were made to add to the sanctuary of Demeter by the Roman emperors and generals, and also and using, of course, the service of their own architects from Rome, but working in concert with those in Greece. And one of the decisions that they made was to provide the sanctuary of Demeter with 2 additional gateways, an inner gateway and an outer gateway. The outer gateway, which is the larger of the 2, was put up in the 2nd century A.D. by the Antonine emperors. But the earlier one, the inner or smaller gateway, was put up already in 50 B.C., so at the late Republican period, put up in 50 B.C. And there are some remains of it, enough that we can come up with quite good reconstructions of what it looked like. And I want to show you those fairly quickly in passing, just because they underscore this important connection that is going on between Rome and Greece in this period. We see one side, this gateway actually has 2 sides, and we see one side of it here with columns and a quite traditional pediment above. The triglyphs and metopes that you see here have representations of sheaves of wheat and what are called cistae, C-I-S-T-A-E, which are baskets, both of which have to do with the Eleusinian mysteries and the worship of Demeter. But what's most interesting for us, and it may be a little hard for you to make this out in this reconstruction, but what's interesting for us are the capitals, because the capitals are examples of the so-called zoomorphic capitals that we've seen before, capitals in which the upper parts of the bodies of animals take the place of the spirals and grow out of the acanthus leaves. And I can show you one preserved example from Eleusis over here on the left-hand side of the screen, made out of Pentelic marble. We see it here, and you can see the acanthus leaves, and you can see a part of the upper part of a bull that is growing out of a bull protome that is growing out of the acanthus leaves. That should remind you of something we saw much earlier in the semester. Does anyone remember where this capital comes from? I know you all know. Not the Forum Transitorium, no. The Forum of Augustus, had these capitals, some of these capitals that included pegasi growing out of the acanthus leaves. So this suggests to us this whole idea of having animals growing out of acanthus leaves, roughly, not exactly at the same time, but roughly in the same period, Caesarean period into the Augustan period, suggests that ideas were floating back and forth between Athens and Rome in the time of Caesar and in the time of Augustus. Now, if we look at the other side of the gate, we see something that would seem to confirm that even more, and that is on the other side, caryatids replace the columns with their zoomorphic capitals. These are not, as you can clearly see, you see how they have their hands up. They are not based exactly on those of the Erechtheion porch. They are variations of that, but they are caryatids nonetheless, holding the capitals on top of their heads. So we are seeing here, even as Greece becomes Roman in the Caesarean period and into the age of Augustus, even as Greece becomes Roman, well, it already does, as I mentioned to you before, when Sulla sacks it in 86 BC. So in 50, it's already a Roman colony, and so we can see these ideas that are going back and forth between Rome and Greece during this important period, and we see the power of the caryatids even in Greece itself, as they are imitated there as well. From this point on, for the rest of the lecture, I do want to concentrate on Athens, and I want to begin again with the Acropolis. This is actually a very interesting Google Earth image of the Acropolis, where you can see as it looks today, but where you can see superimposed on the current the present remains, 3D versions of the ancient buildings. And we can see the ones that I've already mentioned. As you enter over here, you see the Greek propylaea of the 5th century BC, the entrance gate. You see the Parthenon, which is the largest building, a Doric building, on top of the Acropolis. And then to its left, you see the Erechtheion. And in the back, the remains of a museum, not the remains, a museum that is in part underground, which is why it looks so flat, that houses the original caryatids and a lot of other sculpture. The ones that you see on the porch today are copies of those originals that are in the museum, as well as other sculpture that was found on the Acropolis. And you can also see here the Odeon of Herodes Atticus, which I have mentioned to you, where the Yanni concert took place on the slope of the Acropolis here. And then you can also see a theater. You see the theater in this corner right here, which is interesting because we believe it dates to the Neronian period, which is interesting because you'll remember that Nero competed in the Olympic Games and that he came to Greece to compete in the Olympic Games. So it's not surprising, even though we don't think of him as one of the great Philhellenic emperors, it's not surprising to see that there was some construction in Greece during the Neronian period. I want to turn to what's interesting, actually, about what the Romans do in the age of Augustus. When Augustus goes up here himself, sends his architects to repair the porch, is a decision is made to build a little shrine to Augustus and to Rome, to a temple to Augustus and Roma. And they decide to put it in the back left corner of the Parthenon, and you can barely see it there, but it's a small round building at the uppermost part of the Parthenon, between that and the museum. And I'm going to show it to you in detail in a moment. And they build that from scratch. But they also take a pillar that is located right at the beginning of, or right in front of the propylaea that was put up in Hellenistic times, and they transform that into a Roman monument. And it's those two that I want to turn first. This is Google Earth again. You can see the Parthenon, the Erechtheion, and these 3D versions. Can you see just that little, that round circle right next to the edge of the Parthenon? That is the temple of Augustus in Roma. And the fact that it is so small, I think, is strikingly interesting because it shows that although Augustus was willing to have a building put up to himself and to Roma on the Greek Acropolis, and so he wanted to make his presence known, he did it in a very modest and very respectful way, it seemed to me. He could have built much larger than he did, and he opted not to do that, which tells us something about Augustus and perhaps his reverence for things Greek. We are looking at two views of what survives of this small round shrine. Actually quite a bit. I mean, it's not standing any longer, but you can see parts of columns and parts of the curved entablature, curved architrave, and some of the other building elements very clearly here, including one of the capitals. Again, it was a round structure. It had 9 Ionic columns. It was made entirely out of stone, and it had a sloping stone roof. And this restored view shows us exactly what it looked like, as well as how small it was in relationship to the Parthenon, which absolutely dwarfs it in scale, as you can see in this restored view. Here, the small temple of Augustus in Roma was built sometime after 27 BC, and you see it here, Ionic capitals, and then a sloping stone roof. And if I show you the remains again, where you can see one of those Ionic capitals still preserved here, and we compare that Ionic capital to the Ionic capitals of the Erechtheion in Athens on the Acropolis, we see the close resemblance between the two. And the reason for this almost certainly that because Augustus's architects were working on the Erechtheion, were restoring it, were repairing it. They were captivated not just by the caryatids, but also by the rest of the structure, by the quality of the marble, by the attractiveness of the Ionic columns with their spiral volutes at the top. And they not surprisingly used those as the model for the capitals that they carved for the small shrine of the temple of Augustus and Roma. But I think it also shows their reverence for things Greek and their desire to establish a dialogue between the 5th century BC structure and the Roman structure built right after Augustus became emperor. I wanted to mention one other material that is used in the Erechtheion. We talked about the poros for the foundations, the pentelic marble for the walls and the columns. But if you look here, you'll see the slight blue cast to the marble that is used for the frieze. That is so-called Eleusinian marble from that part, from the Eleusis area of Greece. Eleusinian marble with a slightly blue cast, and that is used in the Erechtheion as well. I mentioned that the temple of Roma and Augustus was put up, was built from scratch. There was nothing there before, and it was built anew during the Augustan period. But I also noted that there was another monument that we could call a Roman intervention to the Acropolis that was actually already there, but was transformed in Roman times. And I show it to you now. Here we are making our way with all of these other tourists up to the top of the rock of the Acropolis. We've climbed up the stairway, which is not at all, it's not particularly steep. We've made our way up. We're about to enter into the Greek propylaea of the 5th century BC. Note the Doric columns, the triglyphs and metopes of 5th century Greek architecture. And we see next to it this pillar. It's a very interesting pillar. It's very prominent. It's the first thing you see when you enter the Acropolis. So it's whoever built this initially wanted to be noticed, that's for sure. And we know it was a Hellenistic king. A Hellenistic king by the name of Eumenes, E-U-M-E-N-E-S, Eumenes II, who was king of the Hellenistic Greek kingdom of Pergamon, P-E-R-G-A-M, U-M or O-N, whether you use the Greek or the Latin spelling, Pergamon, and he commissioned this monument in 178 BC to honor himself. And you can see that the purpose of the monument was to create this pillar upon which a statue of him would have been placed. And I show you the pillar once again here. And you can see its shape. It has a stepped base, and it tapers at the top. And you have to imagine a statue of Eumenes II of Pergamon on the top of this monument in the 2nd century BC. And it was altered in the 1st century BC when Marcus Agrippa, the close childhood friend, confidant, right-hand man of Augustus, son-in-law, in fact, decided to replace the statue of Eumenes with one of himself. So he transforms this Greek Hellenistic monument into an Augustan monument that honors Agrippa. And Agrippa, it's not surprising to see Agrippa honored in the East. He was involved in Eastern military campaigns, and we'll also see that he not only, and I mentioned this earlier in the semester, he not only had a building, he not only renovated, he not only instituted a building program in Rome, he was responsible for the so-called Baths of Agrippa that bear his name. Not much is preserved, so I didn't show those to you. And also a pantheon, the first pantheon that I did mention, the pantheon that Agrippa built, that's referred to in the inscription that Hadrian placed on the pantheon. Marcus Agrippa made this building, as you'll recall. The pantheon that we know had a caryatid porch. So Agrippa in Rome is also carrying the caryatid imagery into Rome in his building. his building program, but he also instituted a building program in Athens, as we shall see. So it's very important. It was not surprising to see him honored along with Augustus on the Acropolis, and actually in a way that was much more noticeable, to be hit by that statue of Agrippa as you climbed the Acropolis and went into the Propylaea must have been very striking indeed. This particular structure is made of a different kind of Greek marble called Hymetian marble, Hymettian, from Mount Hymettus, Hymetian marble. You can see a little bit of Pentelic here, but much of it is Hymetian marble. So the Romans using, the Greeks and the Romans using a variety of marbles, but a variety of marbles that come from Greece itself. We're not talking about imported marbles from elsewhere in the ancient world. I mentioned already that below the Acropolis was the Greek agora, or the meeting or marketplace. I show to you here a view from Google Earth of the Greek agora as it looks from the air today. You can see it is essentially an open rectangular space. It has colonnades on some of its sides. One set was re-erected. This is a structure, covered colonnade, that comes from the Hellenistic period, that was re-erected by American archaeologists who were responsible for excavating the agora. They re-erected it in part to use as a place to display works of art and for offices and so on. But there was more than one in in Greek times. And this stoa is the counterpart to a Roman portico, a covered colonnade. But they call them stoas. So we look at the stoa here. From the Hellenistic period, there's a classical Greek temple, the Hephaestion, over here. And in the center, there is a building called a music hall that was built by Marcus Agrippa, the so-called Odeon of Agrippa, that we know quite a bit about and that we're going to look at today. But again, what's particularly interesting, I think, is the fact that we see the Greeks building their religious structures on the Acropolis and then down below the meeting and marketplace. And you can see the impact that this sort of thinking must have had on the Romans when they made their own decisions about building Roman forums. But there are distinct differences, and we've talked about them already this semester, between a Greek agora and a Roman forum. What Greek agoras do not have is that central, that focus of having a single temple on one end dominating the space in front of it. And they're more square, whereas Roman forums, as we've discussed, are more rectangular in shape, with, again, the temple at the short end. Any of you who've been to Athens know that the agora is surrounded by an area of Athens called Plaka, P-L-A-K-A. Plaka, a great place, a fun place to go. It has been very gentrified in recent years. It now has these wonderful pastel-colored restaurants and shops with the ubiquitous white umbrellas, just as you see them in other Mediterranean countries like Italy. I lived in Athens for 2 years in the 1970s, and Plaka did not look like that then. But it was an incredible place to go then, as it still is now. If you want to really get into the Greek spirit and dance on tables and break plates, you could definitely do that in the 70s. A little less ubiquitous today, but there are still places that one can find to sort of play Zorba the Greek in Plaka. Here is another view, a panoramic view, showing once again the agora, the Greek agora of Athens, as it would have looked as it grew up from the classical through the Hellenistic period. But the building in question for us is the one that is smack in the middle of the Greek temple and of the Hellenistic stoa over here, and that is this music hall, or Odeon of Agrippa, which was put up, we believe, in around 15 BC. And it's to that structure that I want to turn now. And this building, this Odeon, which Agrippa commissioned himself, is very important to us in large part because it demonstrates that ideas were not only flowing from Greece to Rome, as we've already both discussed today and in the past, but from Italy to Greece. And this is a prime example of that, because if we look at this axonometric view of the Odeon of Agrippa as designed for Agrippa in 15 BC, and this is in Ward Perkins. If we look at that, we will see that the plan of the Odeon of Agrippa is based very closely on an Odeon that we've already seen this semester, the Odeon of Pompeii. You see it here from the air next to the theater of Pompeii. You'll remember that the Odeon of Pompeii dated to 80 to 70 BC. It was quite early, built just after the Romans made Pompeii into a colony, and it is that exact plan that is used here. So clearly, again, an important exchange going on of ideas of architects between Greece and Rome in the Augustan period, and in this case using an Italian plan, a plan from Italy, as the basis for a structure in Greece. We see that it follows it follows all the features of the Pompeian structure, the semicircular orchestra, the cavea divided into cunei, a stage front here, pilasters on tall pilasters on some of the walls, an open stoa on this wall over here. You can see two sets of columns, an inner row and an outer row. We know that the spectators entered the structure through this porch when they were coming to a musical recital, and over here there was another entranceway that was used by the musicians and also by visiting dignitaries. This was a smaller entranceway that was made up of a small temple front with a pediment and Doric columns here, and we can also see tall pilasters on the outside of this structure. And of course, this building, as all Odia, was roofed in antiquity for the acoustics, and the one in Pompeii was, of course, also roofed. Another view, a cross-section of the Odeon of Agrippa. You can see it here, which shows you the same sort of thing, the tall pilasters on the outside of the structure, the entranceway through the stoa for the spectators, the other entranceway over here, the smaller entranceway into that part of the structure, all very well shown, and this may even be better, this model of the Odeon of Agrippa, where we can see what it looked like from the outside. We're looking at the northern end, which is the end where we have that small entranceway with very simple temple-like in appearance. We can see a series of columns engaged into the wall down here, then the very tall pilasters with windows between them. A quite conventional building, but one, again, clearly based, and this is the most important point that one can make about it, clearly based on an earlier model in Italy. The capitals are interesting. You remember the stoas, the two open colonnades that I showed you as one side of the building, the inner one and the outer one. I'm going to forget which way. The outer one, I believe, no. The outer one, I think, there are two different orders. One of them is Corinthian, as you can see here. I think that's the outer, but I may have that backwards. One of them had Corinthian capitals, and you see those here with the the elegant volutes growing out of, the elegant spirals growing out of the acanthus leaves, and the other is of this type. A type that we have seen before, but not frequently, where we have lotus leaves growing out of the acanthus leaves. And that, of course, is a kind of capital that we mentioned is inspired by capitals in Egypt and was used also in much later times at the Forum at Leptis Magna, the Severan Forum at Leptis Magna. So a type of capital that is characteristic of Egypt that turns up here. So it's another example of the way in which these architects and patrons are looking at models from all over the world, not only the Odeon in Pompeii, but also structures from Egypt, and combining those motifs in a new way, in a very fertile mix, as you can see. With regard to the later history of the Odeon of Agrippa, over the years, students sometimes have asked me, I haven't gotten this question this semester yet, but students have asked me, or have said to me, Professor Kleiner, you show us in the course of the semester all of these great works of Roman engineering and architecture, the Pantheon and the Colosseum and aqueducts and so on and so forth, and everything. You do tell us about fires, that fires sometimes destroy these works of art or works of architecture, or they're destroyed because of other natural events, like events of nature like earthquakes and so on. But you never tell us about the buildings that failed. Were the Roman architects always successful, or did they build buildings sometimes that fell down? And so I always use this as an example because, yes, they sometimes did make mistakes and some of their buildings did collapse. And this is one of them. The Odeon of Agrippa, after it was viewed and described by Pausanias, the roof collapsed entirely. Now, it lasted quite a while from the time of Augustus to the 2nd century of Pausanias, but nonetheless, the roof collapsed entirely, and the roof had to be completely rebuilt. And at the same time, the architects decided to modernize the northern end of the structure and to add a new portico to the building. They also changed its use, by the way, from an Odeon to a general lecture hall during that period. So in 150 AD, we see that the northern end is completely redone, and it's interesting to see what they decided to do. They replaced that very small conservative Doric entryway with something with a lot more pizzazz, as you can see, a series of male figures. These are male tritons, T-R-I-T-O-N-S, tritons, which are essentially male mermaids. Male tritons that are essentially male mermaids, on these tall, decorated bases, as you can see here. And their gestures or mirror images of one another or reversed images of one another, which creates a certain liveliness to the facade, to the northern facade, that this building did not have before. And that happened again in the mid-2nd century AD. And interestingly enough, much of what survives today are those tritons. You can still see them on their bases here, on their tall bases, or part of them here. And you can see the relationship of the Odeon of Agrippa in this very good image to the Acropolis in Athens. You can see the Erechtheion peeping up over there. You can see the great pedestal that Agrippa would have had his statue on right here. So I'm very tempted to say, in fact, I will say, that I don't think that was lost on the designers, that when they chose the spot for the Odeon of Agrippa, they had very much in mind that it would be in one of these interesting architectural dialogues with the pedestal that had the statue of Agrippa at the entranceway to the Acropolis. I think that was certainly very carefully orchestrated. In the same way, you'll remember Julius Caesar and his architects orchestrated a relationship between the Temple of Venus Genetrix and the Temple of Jupiter OMC on the Capitoline Hill in Rome. Despite the fact that you see when you visit the Agora, the Greek Agora today, and look at these statues, despite the fact that they are all that stands, you will see that there are lots of other remains on the ground, and with those remains and the excavations that were done by the American archaeologists in the 1930s, the reconstruction that we looked at from Ward Perkins, we believe, is a very accurate reconstruction of what the Odeon of Agrippa looked like. At the Roman Agora, because the Romans themselves added an Agora to Athens. If they were going to have a Greek Agora, they were going to have a Roman Agora. We don't know if there was a practical need for it, but I guess Caesar and Augustus wanted to emblazon their name on an Agora or marketplace in Athens. It was put up again in Caesarian and started in the Caesarian period and completed by Augustus. It is right near the Greek Agora. We see a view of it here, a large open rectangular space with a colonnade around it. In this case, stoas, we would call these stoas in the Greek context, with tabernae or shops at the uppermost part, an entranceway, an elaborate entranceway on the western end, and another entranceway on the eastern end. But as you can see, it differs. It is done in the mode of a Greek marketplace because it is more, well, it's sort of in between a square and a rectangle here. It's not as long as a Roman forum, and it does not have a temple on one short end. And so it follows in the mode of Greek agoras rather than Roman fora. You can see, if you look at Google Earth, one can see the forum today. Here's the Stoa of Attalus in the Greek Agora, so you can see its proximity to this new Roman Agora that was added. We're looking at that open space here with the colonnades. We're looking at the western entranceway as well as the eastern entranceway up above in this very helpful view. And this is a view I took from the Acropolis, looking down on the Roman Agora and showing the back of the western entranceway, which I'll show you from the front in a moment. And there you can see Plaka actually pre-gentrification. It gives you a sense of what, I mean, it was really crumbling, as you can see with some of the buildings that are surrounding it. But nonetheless, it was fun. So here we go. This is a view of the gate. It's called the Gate of Athena Archigatus, as you can see on your monument list. That is the western gate into the Roman Agora. We see it here in two views. And you can see, when you look at this building, you can see what Ward Perkins and others mean when they say that architecture in Greece, in Athens under the Romans, is derivative and uninspired. It's this kind of thing that I believe he's talking about, because you can see how beholden it is to traditional classical Greek architecture in the way in which we see these great Doric columns looking very similar to those of the Propylaea or the Parthenon. You see them here. You see the triglyphs in metopes. You see a triangular pediment. We never see the Greeks, at least the Greeks in the Roman period, breaking their pediments. They always have complete pediments, and in that sense, of course, a very conservative approach to architecture during this period. We know that the gate was begun by Caesar, completed by Augustus, and there's an inscription that tells us that, and we believe, although this is somewhat speculative, that there may have been a statue or portrait of the grandson of Augustus, son of Agrippa, Lucius Caesar, in the pediment, Lucius Caesar having died in the year 2. Here's a view where we see the Roman Agora as it looks today, the open space, the columns around it, and you can also see this very curious building that looks very well preserved rising up on the eastern end, a building in the shape of an octagon. And here's another view of the eastern end showing that octagonal building more clearly. This is the so-called Orologion of Andronicus, or as it is nicknamed, the Tower of the Winds. The Tower of the Winds, which is easier to remember. The Tower of the Winds. It's very controversial in date. I date it here to the second half of the 1st century BC, which is when I do believe that it dates, but there are others who think otherwise, and I'll tell you about that in a moment. Here's a view that I took from the Acropolis showing the Tower of the Winds as it looks from up there, as well as a closer view of this amazing structure. Again, you can see how well preserved it is. You can see that it is indeed 8-sided. You can see one of the porches. There are 2 porches that had temple fronts with triangular pediments, columns below on those 2 sides. There was also a staircase that surrounded the structure. What this was, we believe, is some kind of a clock tower, a very inventive clock tower. And although, again, I think it was probably built in the Caesarian period, late Republic, John Camp, who's an expert on things Athenian, who wrote a book on the archaeology of Athens, who has been excavating the Greek agora since the 1970s, and is a true expert of architecture in this part of the world. He thinks the date is earlier than that. He dates it to 150 to 125 BC, and he brings it into connection with the Ptolemies of Egypt, the Ptolemaic rulers of Egypt, because of their great interest in the telling of time and the fact that they did have important connections with Athens during this period. I think he has a point. He could be right. But I would add that connections with Egypt were very strong in the late Republic as well. I mean, keep in mind the affair between Julius Caesar and Cleopatra. Keep in mind that we know that statues of Cleopatra and Mark Antony were put on the Acropolis. We know that there was a lot of interaction. Cleopatra herself came to Athens. So I don't think it's inconceivable that if one wants to connect this to things Egyptian, that one couldn't date it also to the Caesarean period. But whatever its date, it's fascinating in its own right. Again, because it's octagonal. We've talked about the fact that we don't have octagons in Rome until the time of Nero. But we do see them. We saw another example also in Leptis Magna, the market there of the Augustan period. It's interesting to see this form emerging, possibly under Ptolemaic influence, we're not sure, emerging in the provinces before it seems to emerge in Rome itself, and this being another example. Here's a view of the monument again, but also compared to an engraving done by Stuart and Revett, S-T-U-A-R-T and R-E-V-E-T-T, Stuart and Revett, who made drawings of monuments that were in better shape in Athens in the 18th century. And what this tells us, besides showing us what the porch looked like, and you can see it well here, it also shows us that there was a weather vane on the top that would have gone in the direction of the prevailing winds. And the reason that we call this the Tower of the Winds is not only because of that weather vane that once stood there, but also because of the depictions of male personifications of the winds on all 8 sides of the structure. And those are extremely well preserved, as you can see here, a frieze of these male winds. And if you look carefully at the Stuart and Revett drawing, you also see that there was a sundial on all 8 sides of the monument. So its purpose, needless to say, to tell time. The capitals from those porches are these lotus leaves growing out of acanthus leaves. So another Egyptian touch here. This looking back to Egyptian type capitals, using them here, the same kind of capitals that we noted turned up much later at the Severan Forum in Leptis Magna. A detail of those winds, and here a better detail of at least one of them to show you what they look like close up, and each one of them has a different attribute, which has led scholars obviously to speculate about which particular wind, which of the cardinal points of the compass, which wind they were in actuality. We won't get into those arguments here, but there's been a lot of time spent by scholars on trying to sort that out. What is also interesting is the interior of the building, which is also extremely well preserved. And you can see here, all in stone, the way in which the octagon becomes a dome, and it is done extremely well. This goes way beyond any kind of stone dome that we see either in Etruscan or Roman architecture in Italy. And it shows us, once again, it underscores more than anything else I could show you, the talent of these particular architects who had been carving this Greek stone for centuries. The way in which they are able to make this transition from octagonal shape to regular dome here is extraordinary. They did not need concrete to create a great dome in this wonderful structure, the Orologion of Andronicus, or the Tower of the Winds in Athens. The other great Philhellenic emperor was, of course, Hadrian. We know Hadrian came to Athens on 3 occasions, and we know the exact dates of his visits. The first visit, 124 to 125. Hadrian was in Athens. He came another time in 128, and he came a third time in 131 to 132. And all the buildings that I'm now going to show you date roughly to the times of those 3 visits. The first one you see in an engraving here. This was an aqueduct. When Hadrian came to Athens for the first time in 124 to 125, he said, we need to supply water to the people of Athens. And so he set his architects at work to build an aqueduct for Athens. They created a reservoir on Mount Lykavitos, the highest mountain in Athens, a reservoir, and then on the side, one of the sides of the mountain facing the city, they built a kind of a structure, kind of a bridge that in part carried that water into the city. It no longer survives. There are a couple of bases from it. That's it. But we do fortunately have engravings that were made when it was in better shape, when part of it still stood. And we see one of those engravings here. And what we can see right off, Ionic capitals. Ionic capitals clearly based on those of the Erechtheion. So the Erechtheion, still a beacon for architects, still a monument to be emulated in the time of Hadrian as it was under Augustus. We see an inscription, and then we see something quite extraordinary. If we look very closely above the right-hand Ionic capital, we see the beginning of an arcuated lintel. Straight lintel, the beginning of an arcuation. So what does that tell us? That tells us clearly, and here's a Stewart and Rivette drawing of that element when it was in better shape again, a straight lintel, an arcuated lintel with an inscription mentioning Hadrian. That is the same kind of arcuated lintel that we saw at Tivoli, at the Canopus, that we saw in Ephesus at the Temple of Hadrian in Ephesus, showing that this particular motif, this arcuated lintel, very much associated with Hadrian, says this is a Hadrianic building essentially, and used not just in Italy but elsewhere in the Roman world. So again, these exchanges of ideas and motifs and artists and architects during the Hadrianic period, as was the case under Augustus. Over here, we're looking again from Google Earth at the Roman Agora. Next to it, a library of Hadrian, a library that bears Hadrian's name, that was also put up in Athens during the Hadrianic period, specifically in 132 AD, connected to the last visit that Hadrian made to Athens. We can see that it is a large open rectangular space with the library itself at the uppermost part, and then a facade that has projecting columns. And I'll show that to you better in a moment. Here's a view I took again from the Acropolis, showing that open rectangular space as it looks today. There's some later buildings built into it. And here we're looking at the back wall of the facade, which we'll see has projecting columns on it. Here's a plan of the Library of Hadrian of 132 here on the right-hand side of the screen. And you should be struck immediately as you look at this plan with its open rectangular space, with a pool here in the center, with the columns going all the way around, with an entranceway in the front, with projecting columns on that facade, with a series of niches that are alternating segmental and rectangular, with, again, the library located in that uppermost part, with other rooms forming a kind of wing on either side. This should remind you without any question of this. And what is this? Sam? The Forum Pacus, the Forum of Peace, or the Templum Pacus of Vespasian in Rome. So once again, and it is a near clear duplicate, even though this is a library and this is a temple or a forum, although we talked about the fact that we weren't absolutely sure how this was used. It may have been used as a kind of museum in Rome for the spoils and other works of art that Vespasian and the Flavians wanted to display. But once again, we are looking that the influence does not flow only from Greece to Rome, but from Italy to Greece. And in this case, they are also using as a model for the Library of Hadrian an important building type in Rome. They're using it, perhaps in a different way, but nonetheless, they are using almost that exact plan for this 2nd century building. And I show you here a model of the Library of Hadrian in Athens, where we see that it was planted with greenery. The library was located in the back. There was a fairly conventional entranceway, looking like a typical Greek temple, but then these columns that project in front of the wall with statuary on top, looking very much like the Forum Transitorium, which you'll remember bordered the Forum Pacus in Rome, and that probably was also something that they were looking at. And here creating, this is as far as the Greeks go to creating one of these undulating walls with the projecting and receding elements. It's still fairly conservative, but nonetheless they've injected a little motion here using the traditional vocabulary of architecture. And here we see a view of the wall of that facade, what survives of it today. The wall is made out of white pentelic marble, and the columns are made of a slightly, I don't know if you can see it from where you sit, but a slightly greenish tinged marble that comes from a place called, in Greece, called Karystos, Karystos. So again, this interest in varied marbles that come only from the very rich quarries that Greece has. They did not have to go anywhere else to get high quality marble and to get marble of a wide variety of colors. I want to turn now to a structure that has one of the most complicated building histories of any building I've shown you in the course of the semester. And I'll run through that relatively quickly. This is the temple of Olympian Zeus, the so-called Olympieion, that was put up, or that was dedicated by Hadrian in the year 131 to 132 on the occasion of his third visit to Athens. But it had, again, a very long building history. It goes back to the archaic Greek period when it was begun. It was begun by the so-called Pisistratids. I put these words on your monument list for you. The Pisistratids, who were Athenian tyrants. They began to build it in the archaic period as a Doric temple. The construction was stopped, however, at the end of the 6th century BC in 510. It was resumed in the Hellenistic period in 174 BC, when Antiochus Epiphanes, and his name is also on the monument list, Antiochus Epiphanes, a king of Syria, decided to employ a Roman architect by the name of Casutius, also on your monument list, to finish the building. A Roman architect, that's interesting, that we see a Greek Hellenistic ruler hiring a Roman architect. Speaks to that exchange, again, that is going on. Casutius decides to use the Corinthian order, and he finishes it up to the architrave, the building up to the architrave. When Antiochus dies in 164, that's where he's up to. That's where at 164 they've built the building up through the architrave using the Corinthian order. Sulla sacks Athens in 86 BC, and you'll remember what Sulla does. This is that very temple with the 55-foot tall columns that Sulla eyes and says, I want those. And he brings several of those back to Rome to be used in his renovation of the Temple of Jupiter, OMC, those very columns. It was the introduction of those Corinthian columns and capitals to Rome that made that the most popular capital in Rome and in the Roman Empire, as we've seen. Augustus wanted to complete the structure. He did not do so, and it was left to Hadrian to finish it, and Hadrian finished it according to Casutius's plan in 131 to 132. And what Hadrian did was put in this structure statues of himself and Zeus, the Greek equivalent to Jupiter, statues of Hadrian in one part of the structure, to Zeus in the other part of the structure, and tons and tons, lots and lots of statues, additional statues of Hadrian outside the temple in the courtyard. You see this temple here as finished by Hadrian, as it would have looked in the Hadrianic period. You can see that, like a typical Greek temple as opposed to a Roman temple, it does not have a facade orientation. It has two entranceways, one with a statue of Hadrian, one with a statue of Zeus, and that it has columns that encircle the entire monument, a peripteral colonnade, as well as a staircase that goes all the way around. So a typical Greek temple, 131 to 132, it's the same time that we see the Temple of Venus in Roma going up in Rome, what I described as a Greek import. Hadrian is responsible for both, and so we see, again, this important interchange between the two at this particular time. A view of what survives of the Olympieon, its columns, its Corinthian columns. You can see the small people wandering around, so this is a very large structure that I took from the Acropolis once again. Here's a wonderful Google Earth version of the Olympieon, this combination of what it looks like today with sort of this 3D imaging that makes it look also like it looked in antiquity. Here you see some of the columns of the Olympieon, the ones that still survive. They are incredibly large and incredibly handsome. And I think when you look at the high quality of the carving, you are struck, as I am, at why the Romans decided the Corinthian order was the order for them when they saw these exact columns on the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus Capitolinus in Rome. When Hadrian made his visit to Athens, in the last visit to Athens in the 130s, the city benefactors busily got together to put up an arch that would be ready for Hadrian when he arrived and that he could parade through, and that is the so-called Arch of Hadrian, which you see here in a view of what it looks like today and in a Stuart and Rivette drawing on the right-hand side of the screen. Again, a quite conservative arch, very simple, single arcuation in the center, pilasters done with Corinthian order. Columns would have been added here, a second story with a pediment, no split pediment here. We see a straight, conservative pediment here. And the Stuart and Rivette drawing tells us that in antiquity there was a marble slab that was located in the center of that edicula in the second story, and we know there were statues. The inscriptions tell us that there were statues on both sides of this, and the statues are very interesting because on the side that faced the ancient Greek city there was a statue of Theseus and an inscription that said, "This is Athens, the city of Theseus." And on the other side, of course, they put up, in order to pay obeisance, to honor Hadrian and to try to extract favors from him, undoubtedly, they put up a statue to Hadrian on the other side, and that inscription says, "This is the city of Hadrian, not the city of Theseus." The last monument that I want to show you is a monument that is near and dear to my own heart, because in the 2 years that I lived in Athens in the 1970s, I was working on a book on this particular monument. The monument doesn't date to the Augustan period, and it doesn't date to the Hadrianic period, which makes it all the more interesting. It dates to the time of Trajan, and it has nothing to do with either of those two emperors, but with a man whose name is a mouthful, and that is Gaius Julius Antiochus Epiphanes Philopappus. You don't have to remember all of that. I like to call him Uncle Phil. You can call him Uncle Phil. That's the easier way to refer to Gaius Julius Antiochus Epiphanes Philopappus. Nonetheless, he was a very interesting man, and we know a lot about his bio. We know, for example, that he was the son of a king of Commagene, a Hellenistic kingdom in the eastern part of the empire, in ancient Anatolia, what is now Turkey. He was a son of that king of Commagene, Commagene, and his relatives had been kings for some time. But he was unfortunate, although he was slated to become king himself, he was unfortunate that Vespasian, the Roman Emperor Vespasian, conquered Commagene, made it a Roman colony, deposed the kings, and became ruler himself in a sense. And so Philopappus, because of the Romans, never became king of Commagene. He seems to have made the best of it by making his way to Rome, using his influence and his high station as a deposed king to finagle for himself a position as suffect consul in Rome. What was a suffect consul? A suffect consul was kind of a consul in waiting. By that I mean that if one of the regular consuls couldn't do his job, the suffect consul could be brought in as a substitute. So Philopappus could sort of stand and wait and hope that someone got sick and he could come in, or was in war or involved in a military campaign, and he would be called in to take his place. So he hangs around Rome for a while, and then he eventually goes to Athens. He moves to Athens. He's honored with all kinds of titles in Athens, and he eventually ends up dying in Athens and being buried in Athens. and a tomb gets put up in his honor between 114 and 116, and we know the precise date because of an inscription on the monument, the still surviving monument, that makes reference to some of Trajan's titles that Trajan held between 114 and 116, but does not include titles that he got after that. So we know that it was put up between 114 and 116, and we're going to see that it features a frieze depicting Philopappus at the high point of his life, his processus consularis, his consular procession, when he was made a consul in Rome. I show you a view from the air where you see once again the Acropolis and the relationship of the Acropolis to the Museion Hill, the Hill of the Muses. Now, what's most extraordinary is that there is only one ancient monument on the Museion Hill, and that is the monument of Uncle Phil. We are standing on the Acropolis. I love this picture. I took this picture myself, and I'm very proud of it because it just happens to work, especially because these two guys happen to be standing there taking pictures of the Odeon of Herodes Atticus here. But we're standing here, we're looking back toward the Museion Hill, and you can see, not quite at the apex, but almost near the apex, the monument, the sole monument that stands on this hill, the monument of Uncle Phil. How did he rate to be able to get the sole monument on one of the three major hills? You can see it, it's marble. You can see it popping up, Pentelic marble. You can see it popping up almost near the apex of the hill. If we look at this site plan, you will see that it is sited exactly, you see it here on the top of the Hill of the Muses, sited exactly in relationship to the Acropolis, lined up with what building? The Erechtheion, this building that was so revered by the Romans. It's lined up exactly with that midpoint between the Propylaea and the Parthenon, exactly on the Erechtheion. And this is the view. Here we are standing right in front of Uncle Phil's monument, looking back at the Acropolis. Even if you don't want to go see Uncle Phil, which I hope you will if you're in Athens, visit him for me. I hope that you will stand, at the very least, you want to stand there with your back to Phil's monument and look at the Acropolis. You get one of the best views of the Acropolis from the Museion Hill. You see it here, and your view is lined up exactly with the Erechtheion. Now, why is Uncle Phil buried on this hill? This is interesting because if you think back to tomb architecture that we've looked at in the course of this semester, we didn't see people buried on hills. The Romans don't bury people on hills. They bury people on flat ground outside the walls of the city in their necropolises. Every tomb we've seen was on flat, essentially on flat land. Why is Uncle Phil buried in a tomb near the apex of a hill? Well, as I was writing this book, I looked back to his own ancestors, to people in this part of the world, to a group of dynasts in a place called Nemrud Dag, also in Anatolia, and I show you one of their well-preserved tombs here, and you can see that the tomb is built not at the apex of the hill, but on the slope of the hill. In this case, not as close as Uncle Phil's is to the apex, but moving up on that slope toward the apex. And if you look very carefully at this monument, you will see among the remains some seated statues of the dynasts of Nemrud Dag, of this part of this area that Philopappus also comes from. This is the Philopappus monument on the left-hand side of the screen as it looks today, made out of Pentelic marble, beautifully carved. It is a kind of a tower tomb with a plain base, a curved second story that has the scene of Philopappus in a chariot at the time of his consular procession, and then some statues in niches, seated statues looking very much like those of Nemrud Dag. Up above, we think it's Philopappus himself with a bare chest, headless in the center, a figure in a toga over here, and certainly another figure flanking him, another male seated figure on the right-hand side of the screen. Why do I show you the Arch of Titus in connection to this? Because we know that Philopappus's father and uncle participated in the Jewish wars on the side of the Flavian emperors in order to gain, even though they'd been deposed, they wanted to gain favor with them. And when Philopappus went to Rome, this is a monument that he would have seen. This monument that Domitian put up to those Jewish wars that his father and his uncle had participated in on the Velia, with that representation of Titus in a chariot. And I think there's no question, and I present this in the book as a theory, that the Percessus Consularis of Philopappus, closely based on the triumphal scene of Titus. And perhaps it's no coincidence. We don't have too many Pentelic marble buildings in Rome. The Arch of Titus is made out of Greek Pentelic marble. Is that a coincidence? I don't think so. Here's a restored view of the monument of Philopappus as it would have looked in antiquity. The base, the consular procession, the statue of Uncle Phil in the center, the inscription to the left, this is the pilaster that survives with the inscription making reference to Trajan's titles that allow us to date it. And then probably a missing attic with an inscription at the uppermost part. This view and this view over here shows you some graffiti that have fortunately since been erased, show you the interior of or what survives of the back wall that would have been the burial chamber. Here's a restored view showing that burial chamber, the sarcophagus of Philopappus, where his remains would have been placed, a statue of him on a console that still survives, and then columns and a straight lintel that formed what we call a naiskos, N-A-I-S-K-O-S, which served as a kind of shrine to honor him on the inside of the monument. And if we look at this cross-section of the tomb, which are in my book, we see the sarcophagus, we see the statue of Phil, and we see the way in which it is lined up with the representations of Philopappus on the outside in his chest, kind of midway between the scene of him in his chariot and the scene of him with the bare chest in heroic nudity. So during his lifetime in the consular procession, after death, up above, so honored 3 times in 3 statues on this monument. Here's a view of some of the figures that accompany him. They're wearing Roman togas because the scene is taking place in Rome. That's where the consular procession is. They're carrying fasces like the bodyguards do for an emperor, and that too shows the relationship of this to the Arch of Titus. Here we see the scene of the Arch of Titus triumph and the scene of Philopappus triumph, clearly the one on the right, in my mind, based on the one on the left. If you look at details of the chariot, you see a naiskos again decorating the chariot. A naiskos that has a figure of none other than Hercules. We can see him wearing holding a club. So once again, just like Caracalla, we see in this case earlier, Philopappus associating himself with Hercules. If we look at a detail of his head, which is fortunately not that well preserved, we see that he is bearded. We see he wears a rayed crown. So although he is represented in this consular procession, his kingly, that he might have been a king, is referred to, but also his triumph over death. And if we look at sculpture from Nemrod Dag, we see once again this interesting reliefs, and there's more than one of these, of Dinas of Nemrod Dag shaking hands with Hercules with his club and wearing a rayed crown. So this is another one of these wonderful examples of this fertile mix that one gets so often in provincial Roman art, where you see a monument clearly based in part on Roman precedents, but also based on the bio of this particular man and more local precedents. See a scene of Philopappus in the uppermost area, showing him in heroic nudity. And the last image that I want to show you is just to make the point that, interestingly enough, this monument was put up by Philopappus' sister, a woman by the name of Balbilla, B-A-L-B-I-L-L-A. And Balbilla, I mean, I wanted to make this point because we have seen so few examples. It's not that there were none, but they were small in comparison to those of men, that there are fewer women seem to have put up monuments than men. But the example examples that we have are very interesting indeed. And in this case, we know that the tomb was put up by Balbilla, a woman who became very friendly with Sabina, wife of Hadrian. In fact, the three of them traveled together to Egypt, to Thebes, to see the Colossi of Memnon, which I show you up there. And Balbilla leaves an inscription when she goes that she was there. So she tells us that. So just to close today, a very interesting example of an extraordinary tomb in Athens, but one that was built by a woman. And I think that's a great way to end on this beautiful Thursday. Thank you all. Good morning, everybody. In the last couple of lectures, we have looked at what happened when Rome took over civilizations that were older than Rome's own and arguably even more advanced than Rome's own. And what happened, of course, was an interesting mix between the architecture and the architectural forms that the Romans brought with them and what they found in these highly developed civilizations. And the interesting mix that came about because of that. But we've also taken a look at what happens when Rome went out and created cities essentially from scratch, built cities where there had been no cities before. And what happened as a result tended to be cities that look very much in the Roman stamp. And we're going to look at a number of those cities today in the western provinces of the empire, in fact, to see what happens again when Rome builds cities from scratch in that part of the world. And as I mentioned already, the distinctive stamp, this distinctive Roman stamp that they had. But at the same time, there is always some impact from the local civilization. And to mention in passing that at least in the part of the world that we'll be concentrating on today, especially in Gaul, ancient Gaul, the Celtic tribes were foremost there, and we do see that some of the impact of those tribes makes itself felt, as well as tribes in other parts of this part of the ancient Roman world. Just as a reminder, I want to show you again a couple of the monuments that we looked at last time when we were talking about Greece and about Athens under the Romans. And I remind you, for example, on the left-hand side of the screen of this temple of Olympian Zeus, the Olympieion in Athens, which was begun already in the Archaic period, the Greek Archaic period, continued to be built up, or the patrons tried to complete it in the course of the Hellenistic period into the Augustan period, and ultimately, as you'll remember, it was completed under the Emperor Hadrian. So a building with a very long history and a very distinctive style. And when it was completed under Hadrian, of course, you'll recall that it looked entirely Greek, very similar to what it would have been in the Hellenistic period. So those, again, the Greeks holding very tenaciously to their own plans, to their building materials, and indeed to the kinds of architects and artisans to carve them that had been carving them for centuries. We also took a look at the building on the right-hand side of the screen, which is the Orologion of Andronicus, or the Tower of the Winds. And you'll remember in this case that the civilization that had impact on it was another firmly entrenched civilization, and that is that of Egypt. We talked about the fact that while the date of this monument is controversial, it might be 2nd century BC, it might be Caesarian, or even into the Augustan period. It's controversial, but we talked about the fact that even though the date is controversial, that the monument itself was built under very strong influence from Ptolemaic Egypt. The Ptolemaic Egyptians particularly intrigued, for example, by clocks. This was a water clock, as you'll remember, and by these abstruse identifications of abstruse winds, male winds, that we see in the uppermost part. So again, the impact of two very high civilizations, the Greek civilization and the Egyptian civilization, on Roman architecture in the eastern part of the world. Today we're going to go west. And we're going to look at Roman architecture in a variety of places, including, and some beautiful places, including the south of France, a series of cities, and I'll point those out to you in a moment, in the north of Italy. So the north of Italy, the south of France, into Spain, into what is now Spain. And then also we will dip into an area called Istria, which is the uppermost part of what is now Croatia, where a place by the name of Pola is located. So those western provinces will be the area that we're going to concentrate on today. Now, any of you who've traveled in this part of the world know that it is extraordinarily beautiful. And I show you just one example of that. When you go along the French Riviera, for example, you see places as sophisticated as Monte Carlo, with its yachts moored here, and of course with its glittering nightlife and its extremely famous casino, the casino at Monte Carlo. There are also other wonderful cities to visit along here, modern cities, such as that of Villefranche, which you see here, and it's fabulous pastel colored houses with boats that are not quite as magnificent as those at Monte Carlo, but nonetheless very picturesque, a wonderful place to visit. So it's not a hardship to have to travel and look at Roman antiquities in the south of France. I want to begin, though, with northern Italy, with a city in the north of Italy, a city at a place called Aosta. It's the first on your monument list for today. A city that was founded by the Romans in 24 BC, in the time of Augustus, and therefore it won't surprise you to hear that its ancient Roman name was Augusta Praetoria, the modern city of Aosta. And it was the last colony that the Romans founded in Italy, the last colony. And it's interesting to see, therefore, that this last Roman colony in Italy takes almost exactly the shape of the first Roman colony in Italy. You'll remember the city of Ostia, which the Romans founded in 350 BC, and the way in which it conformed to the typical castrum plan. We see the same thing here. We see this typical castrum plan for Aosta, a rectangle, a regular rectangle, laid out according to Roman surveying practice. We see that the two major streets of the city, the Cardo and the Decumanus, meet in the center, and that at that intersection of those two main streets, we see the location, as it should be, of the Forum, most likely. You'll see a question mark there, so we're not absolutely sure. But we think that the Forum was located there. If you look around at the rest of the city, it was very regularly laid out, with a series of buildings that we've become accustomed to seeing in a typical Roman city, when a typical Roman city is built from the basics. You see the baths here. You see a temple up there with a cryptoporticus. You see a theater, and you see an amphitheater. This site, by the way, spectacularly located in the Italian Alps. It's at the intersection of two major trade routes in the St. Bernard passes, as you can see from this plan that comes from Ward Perkins. And what you can also see that's typical of these cities that the Romans build from scratch around the western part of the empire is the fact that the city is ringed with walls and that it has a series of gates, the openings of which you can also see in this excellent plan. Now, I can show you also from the city of Aosta a surviving Roman arch, one of those gateways, in fact, from the city that we know dates to the age of Augustus. So we give it a date, the same date, roughly 24 BC. You see it here. You see, if you remember the arches that we've discussed from the Augustan period in the past, you'll note right off that this is very consistent with other Augustan arch design. By that I mean it has one single arcuated bay in the center, flanked on either side by pedestals, wide pedestals that have a set of double columns on either side, as you can see here. The major difference between this and an arch that might have been put up in Rome at the same time in the Augustan period is the fact that it is made out of local stone, which is characteristic of so much of provincial Roman architecture and will be the case for most of the buildings that we look at today. The attic is gone. There's a modern roof on top of the structure. The ancient attic is gone, but you can imagine that it would have had a fairly traditional attic with an inscription at the apex and probably some kind of sculpture crowning the monument in antiquity. Now, there's one detail that has to do with the orders that are used here that is different from any other arch that we've seen before, and I wonder if any of you notice what that is. The columnar orders. They are what? Doric, Ionic, or Corinthian? Corinthian. Okay, everyone agrees they're Corinthian. You're absolutely correct. But what is strange about the fact, if you look above those Corinthian columns, what do you see that doesn't usually go with Corinthian columns? The triglyphs and the metapies. The triglyphs and the metapies that tend to accompany the Doric order. So this is very interesting. We see this mixing of the orders here. The use of Corinthian columns, but a Doric frieze with triglyphs and metapies. You'd never see that in Rome itself. But what it is an interesting playing around with the canonical orders that have been passed from Rome to this part of the world. This particular architect or patron, or the city itself, whoever was the patron of this particular monument, made the decision to go in a somewhat different route. So an interesting mixing of the orders, an eccentric arch in that regard, but in every other conforming quite closely to what we would see in Rome, the city of Rome, contemporaneously. I want to go from Aosta in the north of Italy to the south of France, to Provence, to take a look at the original town plan of the city of Arles, the well-known city of Arles. And those of you who know it or have been there know it probably primarily as the city of Vincent van Gogh. It's in the city of Arles. He spent a good deal of time. He went to this particular cafe so often that it has borne his name for some time, the Cafe Van Gogh. And you see another view of a lovely piazza in the city of, or plaza in the city of Arles. And then the famous painting of Van Gogh, the painting that he made of this particular cafe that he used to spend so much time in. A cafe, again, as you see here, is still there, and where you can yourselves go and sip an aperitif or whatever. The city of Arles, wonderful place to go. It has I'm not going to show it to you in any detail, just a glimpse here of its famous amphitheater. It has a very well-preserved Roman amphitheater. And the fact that France is so close, as you can see in that map I showed you before, to Spain has led to quite a bit of Spanish influence coming into this particular part of France. And this amphitheater is used today not only for other kinds of performances, but even for bullfights. As you see, this is actually a bullfight in Madrid, not in Arles, but nonetheless, it's a sort of thing that has been performed even in the amphitheater at Arles. Here's the map again. Before I show you the city plan of Arles as it would have looked, I just wanted to remind you of these towns in relationship to one another. So we've come up from Rome. We've looked at Aosta in the north of Italy in the Alps. We're making our way now into the south of France. And I wanted to point out the proximity of northern Italy with the south of France, because we do believe that a lot of the impact of Rome was felt through the on south of France, or what is now the south of France, was passed through the intermediary of the north of Italy, that there were certain kinds of architectural forms that were developed in the north of Italy that were transferred into the south of France because of the proximity of one to the other. We're going to be looking at Arles. We're going to be looking at Nîmes. We're going to look at a building in La Tourbie. We'll be looking at Saint-Rémy and at Orange, the great theater at Orange, as well as a temple at Vienne. So all of those sites. We're going to dip into Spain. We're going to look at a famous, spectacular aqueduct at Segovia and a less spectacular but very well-preserved aqueduct at Tarragona. And then we're also going to make our way, as I mentioned before, into Istria, part of what was formerly Yugoslavia, to the site called Pola that is now in, as you know, Croatia. I want to begin with the city plan of Arles, as it would have looked in ancient times, and I show you here the city plan excuse me, not the city plan. I want to show you the forum to give you a sense of what fora looked like in the western provinces during this period, especially in Gaul. I want to show you the forum plan of the city of Arles. And I show it to you here with the modern streets superimposed on top of it, because much of it is underground. You can't see too much of it today. But it has been explored underground enough where scholars have been able, archaeologists have been able to reconstruct the fact that it was a large open rectangular space surrounded by columns, as we have seen is characteristic of all Roman forum design from the time from the forum in Pompeii that we looked at at the very beginning of the semester. And although you can't see it on this particular plan, there was also a temple on one short end, as well as a basilica that was part of this plan. And I think it's interesting to think back, especially as you review from what we've done from the midterm through the second midterm. It's interesting to think about basilican architecture, and because it was usually a part of forums, and when it was a part of, and in what buildings, in what fora it was incorporated. Think back to Pompeii, think to the Forum of Trajan in Rome, but think of the fact that both the forums of Julius Caesar and the Forum of Augustus in Rome did not have basilicas as part of them. Here already in the Augustan period, because that's when this dates, in the Augustan period we see a basilica incorporated into the forum plan in what was ancient Gaul. I mentioned that there's a well-preserved cryptoporticus, an underground storage area around the colonnade, and you see a view of it here, extremely well preserved. And it should remind you of those cryptoportici that we looked at very early in the semester at the sanctuaries that we explored, the sanctuary, at Tivoli and Hercules Victor at Tivoli, and Jupiter Anxur at Terracina, for example. Very similar with its barrel-vaulted corridors. This one was used for storage within the forum, so they would store salt and fuel and other items that they would need for daily use, but it also became eventually, and you can get an inkling of that from this view on the left, it eventually became a dump for architectural members that were no longer needed, as you can see here, columns and capitals, but also for sculpture. And one of the most famous portraits of the Emperor Augustus was found in this cryptoporticus, dumped there at some later period, and it's now on display in the Archaeological Museum in Arles. I want to turn now to the theater at Orange, which is one of the most spectacular monuments that I'm going to show you today. And you see it in this extraordinary view from the air. A building that you can see from your monument list was put up in the late 1st century BC, early 1st century AD, and it is really something special, not only in its own right, but also because of how well preserved it is. And you can see in this view not only the typical scheme that we have seen as we've become accustomed to for Roman theater design, the semicircular orchestra, the semicircular cavea, the division into these wedge-shaped sections, or cunei, the outer wall of the structure. And you should be immediately struck by this outer wall of the structure, because the outer wall of the structure is better preserved than any other outer wall that we've seen in the course of this semester. It's preserved to its full height. It is very severe, but that severity would have been lessened in antiquity by the incorporation of a colonnade on the front of the structure. So this very important building in that regard, because we again have this very well preserved wall, which gives us a good sense of what these walls would have looked like in antiquity. And you have to imagine here again that alleviation of this severity by that portico. You can also see here, though, something very interesting about this particular theater. that makes it connected, although it's Roman in every way, that connects it also to earlier Greek theatrical architecture, because you'll remember that the major difference between Roman theaters and Greek theaters was that Romans built their theaters on their own hill made of concrete, but the Greeks built their theaters on actual natural hillsides. And if you look very carefully at this excellent view from the air, you will see the way in which this particular theater at Orange is actually built into a hillside. They happen to have a natural hillside perfect for this kind of construction right where they wanted it to be. So they took advantage of that hillside and they supported the cavea of this structure by that hillside, as you can see extremely well. The interior of the theater at Orange is also extremely well preserved, as you can see here. You can see the stage. You can see the semicircular orchestra. You can see the stone seats of the cavea. And you can also see that the stage building, and because the wall, the outside retaining wall, is so well preserved, you can also see that the interior of the wall still stands, obviously. And this wall had one giant niche in the center with a projecting element also in the center, and then would have had 3 tiers of columns, one on top of one another. Most of those are unfortunately no longer there, but you can see one set of 2 pairs here, the lowest tier with 2 columns, the upper tier with 2 partial columns above that, which gives you some sense of what this would have looked like in antiquity. Again, we think the tiers, the columns were on 3 stories. Remember the date of this, late 1st century BC probably. And so this does post-date some of the 60 to 50 to 40 BC paintings that we looked at that show these kinds of multi-storied scaeni fronzes with columns. We speculated about the fact that some of those may have been based on actual theatrical architecture, but that it didn't survive from that early on, but it may have been made out of wood. But here we see a fairly early example in the Augustan period in the south of France, and it is very important in that regard. I want to turn from theater architecture in the Western provinces to temple architecture. And just as in Rome, and just as in every city that we've looked at, temple architecture was extremely important. The temples that I'm going to show you, and I'm going to show you 2 of them, one at Vienne in France and one at Nîmes, also in France, are among our best preserved Roman temples today. And it's important to keep in mind that both of them were part of complexes. They stand in isolation today, but in antiquity they were part of a complex, probably some kind of forum or central space for that city. This is the one at Vienne, which I show you first, that dates probably to before AD 14. And it is a temple that was put up to Augustus in Roma. It may have been, the dedication may have been changed to Augustus and his wife Livia at some point. We're not absolutely sure. But you see it here in a very good general view of what it looks like today. It's one of these buildings that has been preserved in large part because it has been used for later purposes. It was used as a marketplace. It was used as a museum at one point, and that is what has helped to preserve it. We see it again here, and it's interesting, I think, to compare it to the restored view of the Temple of Mars Ultor that was part of the Forum of Augustus in Rome, because the dates are roughly comparable to one another. And I think that you will see that it is a typical Roman temple, in fact, almost indistinguishable from what we would see in Rome at the same time. So here's an example again of what happens when the Romans go into a part of the world that isn't already inhabited by a very highly developed civilization, that they make buildings that look very similar to those that were put up contemporaneously in Rome. The temple at Vienne is no exception. If we look at this temple, we see it has the typical Greco-Roman plan with the tall podium, the deep porch, the freestanding columns in that porch. And we see the order that is used here is the Corinthian order. Some of the temple is made out of local limestone. Some of it is made out of marble. But what we see here that's very interesting vis-a-vis what was happening at the same time in Rome is the cella. You can see that the cella is actually very shallow, much more shallow than the cella usually is. And you can see that quite well in this view over here. And that same shallow cella we find at the temple of Mars Ultor in Rome. The other similarity is the fact that at the temple of Mars Ultor in Rome, we have freestanding columns, all the way up to the back here. And those columns and there's space between those columns and the wall of the cella. And that creates a type of temple design that we refer to today as a temple with alae, or wings. Wings, one on either side of the cella, formed by that space between the wall of the cella and the freestanding columns. And we see exactly the same thing over here, this design of a temple with alae. There is no question that this temple in Vienne was built under the very strong influence of the temple of Mars Ultor in Rome. All of those features, I mean, it wouldn't have come upon those features by accident. It is clearly being closely based one on the other. Here are two more views of the temple of Augustus and Roma/Livia at Vienne, where we see all of the features that I've already shown you, but where you can see particularly well the shallow cella, the back wall here that has pilasters rather than columns, and then if you go around the back, you will see it has a plain flat back, which was the case also for the temple of Mars Ultor in Rome. A more famous temple, an even more famous temple, and if that's possible, an even better preserved temple, is the one that you now see on the left-hand side of the screen, which is the famous Maison Carrée at Nîmes. It too has been reused in ancient times as a museum and the like. It's still a small museum today, which is one of the main reasons that it is so well preserved. It is an extraordinary work of Roman architecture. I think it's interesting to compare it to the Temple of Portunus that we saw much earlier this semester. The major difference, of course, between the two, the materials that are used. This is local limestone with marble. Well, we won't remind ourselves, but the tufa and travertine and so on and so forth that we looked at earlier. This is an Ionic temple. This is a Corinthian temple. But once again, it seems to be the temple of Mars Ultor that was the main model for the Maison Carrée, or the square house at Nîmes. And I show you another view of it here, because you'll see, just like the Temple of Portunus, it has a pseudo-peripteral colonnade. And you can see that extremely well. Yes, the columns encircle the entire monument, including the back wall, but those columns are engaged or attached to the wall going all the way around. Here you can again see the opus quadratum blocks of this local limestone that's used for the walls, and then marble used for the columns and also for the capitals of this glorious and very well preserved Roman temple. And here some spectacular details of the capitals of the Maison Carrée at Nîmes, and the frieze, and also the decoration up above. And what's interesting about these capitals, if you look at them in detail, you will see that not only are they Corinthian, and we can see the spiral volutes growing out of the acanthus leaves down below, but if you compare these capitals to a preserved capital from the Temple of Mars Ultor in Rome, you will see that not only are these based on these, but that they are so close that there is absolutely no question, I believe, well, this was not suggested by me, but by a scholar who studied these in great detail, and determined and suggested, and all of us have believed it ever since, that these are not only based on those, but that the same workshop worked these capitals for the Maison Carrée as for the Temple of Mars Ultor in Rome. Now that works well chronologically, because you'll remember that the Temple of Mars Ultor in Rome was dedicated in 2 BC. This building, as you can see from your monument list, was built in around AD 5. So it was perfect timing for those architects and artisans who had been successful at the Temple of Mars Ultor in Rome. This major commission allowed themselves, we believe, to be hired out to those in the south of France to make the trip to Nîmes in order to build a temple in the model of the Temple of Mars Ultor in Rome at Nîmes. The result, the Maison Carrée. So this is, I've made this point in other lectures about the fact that there are certain times when we can document not only the exchange of ideas, but even architectural ideas, but even the exchange of architects and artisans going from one part of the Roman world to another in search of commissions. And this is one of those times where we can document with certainty that artists working in the employ of the emperor himself, Augustus, made their way to the south of France to create this amazing temple from scratch, once again, temple very much in the model of the most famous temple of its day in Rome, and that is the Temple of Mars Ultor in the Forum of Augustus. One more detail, here's the Mars Ultor capital again, and over here, the capitals of the Maison Carrée, and I show you above the frieze, which is extremely well preserved, and you see this flowering acanthus plant that should immediately remind you of contemporary decoration in Rome. Think of the flowering acanthus plants of the Arquitectura Augusti. So once again, a proof that there is a very close connection to what's going on in Rome at this time and in the south of France. Here's another spectacular view of the Maison Carrée as it looks in its location today, in the center of a plaza, surrounded by the daily life of Nîmes, as you can see so well here, still very much a part of daily life. And very interesting is the fact that if you look across the street from the Maison Carrée, you see a building that was designed by the very famous and very talented British architect Norman Foster. It's also a museum, and it's a play on the name of the Maison Carrée. It's called the Carré d'Art. It's a museum that has modern art, and it mostly exhibits its permanent collections. But you can see, and I'm going to show you a detail in a moment to bring this point home, you can see that Norman Foster has really looked at and studied the Maison Carrée and has created a modern version, a very modern version of the Maison Carrée. If you look at the Maison Carrée and its deep porch and its high podium and its single staircase, its facade orientation, all the usual Roman elements, and look at this building, you will see that he too has created a kind of portico in the front. They're not actual columns, they're piers, but piers, and it's very slender and elegant piers, but piers nonetheless that are clearly being played off the columns of the Maison Carrée. And look at the way in which he has done the glass exterior. He has divided it into a series of panels that are clearly, I believe, reflecting, and I'm sure he knew he was doing this at the time, clearly reflecting the panels of the ashlar masonry of the walls of the actual Maison Carrée. So this very interesting, we see not only dialogue happening, within Roman buildings themselves in various parts, in Rome itself and in various parts of the world, but this ongoing dialogue between ancient monuments and modern buildings in cities like Rome, the Arquitectura and the Meyer building is one example, but also in some of these other cities like Nîmes in the south of France. And by the way, you can go up, there's a roof garden that you can go up to on the top of the Carré d'Art in order to see a spectacular view from above of the Maison Carrée. Now, one of the most important elements of the Romanization of the empire was the fact that as the Romans went in and built these new cities in East and also in West, they supplied it with amenities that weren't there before. And this was especially important in the western provinces where, again, the civilization had not been all that high prior to this period. So the Romans come in and they build aqueducts with a vengeance in the western provinces, in the south of France, in Spain, in order to provide these towns with a water supply. And I want to show you a couple of examples of our best preserved and most spectacular Roman aqueducts anywhere in what was the ancient Roman Empire. I want to begin with perhaps with certainly the most famous of these, the so-called Pont du Gard, also at Nîmes. And I show you first a map which gives you a sense of what was going on here. The patron, by the way, of the Pont du Gard at Nîmes was none other than Marcus Agrippa. Marcus Agrippa, whom we've talked about several times this semester, the close friend, confidant, right-hand man, son-in-law, hoped-for heir of Augustus, who we saw was building buildings in Rome. He built the baths that bear his name, the Baths of Agrippa, and he also built that first pantheon, that first temple to all the gods, with its caryatid porch. We saw that he was active as a builder in Athens, where he built the Odeon of Agrippa and where he was honored with a statue on top of a pier on the Acropolis in Athens. He also was active in the south of France as a great builder, and it was here that he was responsible for commissioning an aqueduct that would bring water from 31 miles away up in the mountains down to the city of Nîmes. And this map gives you a very good sense of exactly how that was done. The source was up there at the top red, pink circle up there, made its way all the way down to the city of Nîmes here. Now, the Romans were very clever about how they built aqueducts. They let gravity and the change in terrain essentially do the work for them. They placed terracotta pipes underground, for the most part, on sloping ground, and allowed the water to come from the hillsides or the mountains down into the city, just as they did here. On occasion, they allow those terracotta tubes to be carried by low walls. But sometimes they got to a point where they had to cross a body of water, and that is exactly what happened here. The river Gar of the city of Nîmes, of the area of Nîmes, goes through, is located at this particular point. And so the aqueduct system had to cross the river. How did they do that? They couldn't tunnel it underground. They couldn't place it on a low wall. So what they did was built a bridge. They built a bridge to carry that water across the body of water. And the result of that is what you see here. This is the famous Pont du Gard at Nîmes. This is the bridge that serves to carry the water across. They place the terracotta pipes in the aqueduct itself, and that water is carried across that aqueduct. Now, what's particularly extraordinary about this monument, besides that feat of taking that water across the river, is the fact that it is, well, if you look at the building technique, you can tell that it is made of ashlar masonry that is local stone in this particular case, as much as we have seen is the case for the most part in architecture in the south of France in the Roman period. But what is amazing about this particular aqueduct, besides this great engineering feat, is the fact that the architects have paid enormous attention to the exact measurements, not only of the arch itself, but of the arcuations. And they have worked up all kinds of elaborate mathematical theorems in order to get to the point where they play these shapes and the sizes of these shapes well off against one another. The larger arcuations below are perfectly mathematically worked out so that they work well with the smaller ones up above. And we see in a building like this, I think, something that is really impressive, not only a sign of Romanization. I mean, this is, when you talk about Roman imperialism and the Romans taking over the world in ancient Roman times, one could think about that in part, in in a negative way. I mean, imperialism and taking over and creating an empire can be viewed negatively. But one of the positive things that the Romans brought, one of the many positive things that the Romans brought to these underdeveloped parts of the world was what we call Romanization, bringing these amenities, bringing things like water to a city so that it could live at a higher level than it was able to live before. But besides that, when you look at an aqueduct like the Pont du Gard at Nîmes, I think you'll agree that although we would call this a feat of Roman engineering first and foremost, the Romans have been adept enough, both through paying attention to these mathematical considerations, but also to carving the stone, to making the stone really work aesthetically, that they have essentially in this aqueduct transformed engineering into architecture, into what we would define as architecture. I want to show you two other aqueducts, the first, both of them in Spain. The first at Tarragona and the other one at Segovia. First, a reminder of the fact that Spain, as you'll recall, was extremely important in the Roman period because two of Rome's emperors came from Spain. Think of Trajan, who was born in Spain, and also Hadrian, whom we see here on the left, a map of Spain showing the locations of Italica, where Hadrian was born, but also the two sites that we're going to look at, Tarragona, Tarraco, which was located very close to Barcelona, near the sea, as you can see here, and then further inland, Segovia, which is near Madrid, the city of Madrid. So very accessible for any of you traveling Spain. These are sites that are extremely accessible, and especially Segovia, well worth looking at. Just want to show you the aqueduct at Tarragona briefly. You can see it here on the screen, an aqueduct that dates to the Augustan period. And it's a handsome work of architecture. It has ashlar blocks, as you can see, local stone, but it doesn't have the finesse. I think you can see here now how great the Pont du Gard is, because it's attractive, it does the job, it's a great engineering feat, but it doesn't have the aesthetic values that the Pont du Gard does, with its arches that are the same size on the lower story, and then in the upper story it doesn't have the appeal aesthetically, visually, that the Pont du Gard does, but it does its job. However, the aqueduct at Segovia is quite another story. The aqueduct at Segovia is right up there with the Pont du Gard at Nîmes as one of the great works of Roman engineering and of Roman architecture. And what makes it all the more spectacular is how much of it is preserved. And I think you can see that extremely well here in this amazing view of the aqueduct marching, making its way across the center of the city of modern Segovia in this truly spectacular image. As you can see from your monument list, the date of the aqueduct at Segovia is very controversial. There are some people who think it's 1st century. There's some people who think it's 2nd century. I think it is most likely to be 2nd century and probably put up during the time of Trajan, the Emperor Trajan, but we're not sure about that. Whenever it was put up, it is an incredible example of aqueduct engineering and aqueduct architecture, and it does allow us to see a couple of things that it's very distinctive in its own right. It's beautiful, but beautiful in a very different way, as we'll see from the Pont du Gard. But it does allow us to look at a couple of other features of Roman aqueduct planning and design that I think are worth talking about. I show you here another view of the aqueduct at Segovia. You see here that it is, for the most part, a two-tiered aqueduct system. But what they've done here to vary it and to make it much more interesting aesthetically than the aqueduct at Tarragona is to make those two stories different in height. So the lower story is much higher, as you can see, with much more attenuated arches. And then the upper tier is lower, with much smaller arches. The other thing that they've done, using local stone, They have left the stone in a somewhat rougher state. It isn't quite as rough, perhaps, as Claudius's buildings, but left in a fairly rough state, which gives it a real sense, as you look at it, of the texture of that stone, of the materiality of that stone, in a way that makes this particular building extremely attractive and impressive. And you can see here, this view is also very helpful because you can see people standing below, which gives you some sense of the very large scale of this particular aqueduct. Here's another view. This is one of my favorite views of the aqueduct at Segovia, because I think here you can really get a sense of the coloration of the stone, of the texture of this slightly rough stone, and of the way, even in the architecture of aqueducts, again, mainly, an aqueduct is built mainly for a practical purpose, to bring water from one part of one place to another place. To provide an amenity, as we've talked about, a significant and important day-to-day amenity. But even with that, even though it is essentially a practical building, aesthetics are never far from the Romans' minds. And when this particular aqueduct was designed, not only did the designer have in mind the texture of the stone and the way in which the light of Spain, this particular part of Spain, hits that stone at any given time of day, but the whole concept of vista again. When you wander along this particular aqueduct, because it goes on for quite a while, you can do that, and you're not on top of a body of water as well. So you can walk along it down below and see what you see as you meander through it. And it is amazing aesthetically, again, how they have set up a series of views and vistas from one part of this aqueduct to another. As you stand here and you look at it making its way, almost marching its way. In fact, I like to think it's Trajanic, because it's almost like Trajan's army marching through the city of Segovia off to, some military exploit in the far reaches, because of the way it marches through the city, as you can see here. But all of these wonderful views and vistas and panoramas that one can see, depending upon where one stands in the city, where one stands beneath the arches themselves, is really spectacular, and clearly was very much in the minds of the architect who designed this. Here's another very good view where, if you stand below the aqueduct and look up, this is the sort of view that you see with the rough stones, even in the vaults of the arches themselves, and incredible work. And again, the fact that it is as well preserved as it is really something to be grateful for. Here's a very interesting view, because it also shows you what happens with aqueduct design when the terrain changes. So in the center of the city, in the views that we looked at just before, they were able to build, the ground level was low enough that they were able to build the aqueduct in 2 stories, with that very high first story and then the lower second story. But what happens when the terrain shifts, when you go, because again, they're taking advantage of a source that is located higher up with the hope that gravity will do the work for them and allow that water to flow from that source down into the city. And that is exactly what they did here. The source is farther away and it's high. So the water has to be piped into this structure and make its way down from the hillside to the city. So you see the ground rising here to go up that hill. And what happens is that they have to adjust the aqueduct according to the changing terrain. So if you look at this particular section, you will see that the bottom story is just an arch. The arch rests on the ground so that because it has to be much shorter at this juncture than anywhere else. And you see the same, well, you see it changing somewhat here as it makes its way, but you see it rounding the corner, and the way they have had to make these adjustments and made them so well without losing the impressive aesthetic quality of this particular structure. Once again, a tribute to the fact that these Roman architects were not only great engineers, but also, without any question, world-class architects. There's an interesting monument that is located. You can see the Aqueduct of Segovia in the back left there. There's an interesting monument that was put up to celebrate the bi-millennium of the aqueduct in Segovia. And it's interesting to see what they put at the top, the she-wolf suckling Romulus and Remus, to underscore the close connections between the ancient Roman Segovia and Rome. Another very interesting building in France is the one that I show you now, which was a fountain. These aqueducts brought not only water for daily use, but fed fountains. And I want to show you one fountain from Roman Gaul, from France, what is France today. The so-called Temple of Diana. It wasn't a temple, it was a fountain, as I mentioned, and it was built during the Hadrianic period between 100 and 130. What makes this fountain particularly interesting is if we just looked at this, if I asked you, if I put this up and said to you, what do you think this was, you would be unlikely to say a fountain, because you can see that the structure is in the form of a basilica. It's a barrel-vaulted central chamber with side aisles that are also barrel vaulted. You can see the barrel vault of this side aisle over here. You can see a barrel vault of the central space here. You can see that there are columns on tall bases. You can make out over here that a triangular pediment on top of a niche. There were a series of niches along the wall with alternating triangular and segmental pediments. But most interesting of all is the central space, the central barrel-vaulted space with these barrel-vaulted side aisles, which is exactly the scheme of a typical basilica. And it's another example of something I've shown you throughout the semester that I've called the interchangeability of form. The way in which certain building types, in this case a basilica, built initially as a civic structure for the trying of law cases, becomes a plan that is used in other contexts, whether it's in residential architecture, as we've already seen, and in this case in the form of a fountain. So that's particularly interesting. Also interesting is the fact that although this is a barrel-vaulted structure, it is made entirely out of local stone. No concrete whatsoever in this particular part of France. No concrete, stone construction. It's a masterwork when you consider that this was all done out of stone and done extremely well. Look how smooth the stones are. And look, the designers have even been talented enough to create ribs with stone in that stone barrel vault for this amazing structure. And you should be reminded, when I talk about the interchangeability of form, of the underground basilica that we looked at way back when, in the time of Claudius, which was built underground, made out of concrete, faced with stucco, as you'll recall, but used for a secret sect, and in this case, the use of this basilican structure for a fountain in Roman France. Up to this point, we have looked at monuments that were made possible by Rome's subjugation of this particular part of the world. The subjugation, we know of at least 44 Alpine tribes. And so while all of these buildings that I've shown you come because of that subjugation and subsequent Romanization of the area, there is one monument spectacularly sited that actually celebrates, honors that very subjugation. And it's to that I now want to turn. It is, as I mentioned, spectacularly sited along the French Riviera, not far from Nice, not far from Monte Carlo. You see it here. It is the trophy of Augustus, the Tropaeum Augusti, as you'll see on your monument list, that is located in a town called La Turbie, and you can see it rising up in the midst of modern La Turbie here. It dates, we believe, to 6 BC, and thus in the age of Augustus, and celebrates quite specifically Augustus's, and the inscription tells us this, Augustus's subjugation of 44 Alpine tribes in this particular part of the world, a monument put up to honor that victory of Augustus. So essentially a trophy monument. You can see that it is only partially preserved, and I show you here a view of it down the street, of the modern street as it looks today, where you can see it rising up over that street. And if you look very carefully, you will see that the stone that the structure is made out of is very similar, in fact, exactly the same as the stone used for the local houses. Now, this is very interesting because what the monument did not look, even though it's only partially preserved today, even less of it was preserved earlier on, and it was in the 1930s that an American patron decided that he wanted to reconstruct as best that could be done, the trophy monument at La Tourbie, because there was recognition that the monument at La Tourbie had served as a quarry, essentially, for the local inhabitants, and that over the years they had been taking the stone from the Victory Monument of Augustus and using it, that's why it's the same stone, using it in their houses. And this American wanted to rectify it, so he donated the funds that enabled them to tear down, to demolish 32 houses and come up with 3,000 fragments from the Victory Monument, the trophy at La Tourbie, and reconstruct it as best as they could from those fragments. And that's what you see there now. Here's a view of it as it looks today, as well as a model. And what you can see from both of these is not only the inscription and the trophy in relief on this side that mentions the 44 Alpine tribes, but the monument itself. And this model makes it very clear what the general form was. A round structure with columns encircling it on a base, and then the whole thing placed on a very large and tall pedestal with a pyramidal element at the top and a crowning statue at the very apex. This scheme of placing a rotunda on top of a tall base is something that we have seen as characteristic of funerary architecture from the age of Augustus. Think of the tomb of Cecilia Metella, for example. And it is that scheme that is used here. So another example of this interchangeability of form, that a form that was used for mausoleum architecture, now used for a trophy monument of the same time, but in a different part of the world. The model also shows you that there were niches around the central circular structure. Those had in them portraits of Augustus's lieutenants who helped him placate this particular part of the world, and then at the top of the stepped pyramidal structure, a portrait, a bronze statue of the Emperor Augustus himself. Here's a detail of the Victory Monument at La Tourbie with all of those stones from those 32 demolished houses reused here to reconstruct it. There is concrete used here, but it's a Gallo-Roman form of concrete. You'll see in Ward Perkins that he refers to this work as petit appareil, P-E-T-I-T, A-P-P-A-R-E-I-L, petit appareil, which is essentially a Gallo-Roman version of concrete construction with stone facing, the little work, little pieces of stone that are very similar to opus incertum, but different enough and distinctively French enough to be called petit appareil. The victories, Augustus's victories and pacification of this part of the world also led to the construction of arches. And I want to turn to a couple of those now. The arch at Saint-Rémy, also in the south of France. You see it here. It dates to around 20 BC. And it probably served as both an arch in honor of these victories that Augustus celebrated here, but also as a gateway into the city. It's very simple. It looks very much like we've come to know Augustan arches are, with a single arcuated bay in the center, columns, in this case, on two separate bases, fluted columns. The capitals are not preserved, so we don't know if they were Corinthian, but they were probably Corinthian. A very elaborate archivolt, as you can see here, with the coffering extremely well preserved. And then if you look very closely at the decoration, you see a couple of figures standing on either side. These are actually, they're headless now, but they're actually figures of captives, of local captives, to make reference again to the fact that this was a military operation that allowed Augustus to take over to subjugate these 44 Alpine tribes and others in this particular area, and that subjugation is referred to here by the representation of those captured barbarians. A much more important and more interesting arch is this one. It's an arch that is located in Orange, back to Orange, also in the south of France. The date of this monument is very controversial, and I think by looking at the general view and also a detail, you can see why. It is a triple-bayed arch with a large central arch, two smaller ones on either side, with columns on tall bases, Corinthian columns in between them. You can see that the central element with its pediment projects into the viewer's space. You can also see that every inch of space is completely covered with decoration, figural decoration, piles of arms and armor from the enemy, so much so that it tends to dematerialize the arch. These are all characteristics of later Roman architecture. Think the Arch of Septimius Severus, which I'll show you again in a moment, which has led some scholars to date this as late as AD 200 or AD 203, 204, at the same time as the Arch of Septimius Severus. And it was long thought to be that also because no one could conceive that this idea of the triple-bayed arch could turn up in, let's say, Augustan or Tiberian France, Gaul, before it turned up in Rome. So getting back to that issue I've raised on several occasions about center and periphery. Does everything flow from the center, or are forms sometimes developed in the periphery and then make their way back into the center is an age-old and very interesting question to ask. But I think you can see the reasons why some scholars have dated this to the Severan period. Here's a view, and I'll say more about that in a moment, a view here with another view showing an engraving, giving you a sense of the kind of sculptural decoration that would have been placed at the top, the omnipresent figure in a chariot, four-horse, or in this case, four-horse, I think in this case, chariot, and then figures of captured barbarians, as well as trophies on the apex. Here's our comparison with the Arch of Septimius Severus in the Roman Forum, and I think you can see the close association between the two, the triple bay, the profusion of decoration that we see in the arch on the left-hand side as well. Here's a detail of the attic, which shows you an interesting battle scene where the figures are very heavily outlined, as you can see here, which is unusual. Scholars have suggested, and I think correctly, that the reason for that is that these artists in this part of Gaul were probably working from copy books, or copy scrolls, I guess I should say, drawings of battle scenes, typical Greco-Roman battle scenes, that they could use, Hellenistic battle scenes perhaps, or early Roman battle scenes, that they copied, and these were drawings, and consequently they copied them quite exactly by showing the outlines around the figures. It's a speculation, but I think it's interesting speculation in this very frenzied battle scene from the uppermost part. With regard to the date of this monument, though, the plot thickens. Oh, one other detail. If you look at the side of the arch, you see an arcuated element inside. You can barely see the triangular pediment, but there's an arcuation inside an unbroken, a complete triangular pediment. So that scheme of placing the arcuation in also tends to be a late feature. However, scholars who have spent a lot of time looking at the sculptural decoration of this monument, of the piles of arms and armor that one finds there, which, by the way, includes piles of arms and armor from a naval victory, which is interesting, as well as piles of arms and armor from victories on land, which has made some scholars speculate that this refers to a kind of generic victory, to victory on land and sea by whoever this honored. But very interesting is the fact that there is there is one armament that is inscribed with the name Sacrovir, S-A-C-R-O-V-I-R, Sacrovir. Sacrovir, we know, was someone who was living and active in the time of Tiberius. He led a revolt in this part of Gaul in AD 21 against the local Roman governor and his excessive taxes. And it has been speculated that that Sacrovir, who is mentioned here, is that very same Sacrovir, and that it is very conceivable, therefore, that this arch was put up in the time of Tiberius. I've given you a date of AD 25. I believe that myself, although it does defy imagination to a certain extent, to think of an arch with all of these features that I've described today as early in the south of France as AD 25. But it's something for you to think about in terms of our whole question of the relationship between periphery and center and periphery. I want to show you the last group relatively quickly, just to dip into Istria, as I said I would, to the uppermost part of what is today Croatia, to look at one more arch in a different part of the Roman world, but during the same period, the end of the 1st century BC, an arch at Pola. I show you the location here of Pola, or Pula, at the very uppermost part of Croatia, very close, exactly at the, I mean, it's just, when I went there once, you literally, you go all across the border and there you are, the Italian border, you're in Pola, and you see the rest of Croatia here with the other great site of Split, which we'll look at next time, and of course the famous city of Dubrovnik at the base. You see the arch extremely well preserved, another typical Augustan arch, single bayed, 2 columns, Corinthian order, on a shared base. If you look at the attic is interesting. Local stone, once again, look at the attic. You'll see bases that are inscribed at the top, and those bases are very helpful in terms of telling us something quite extraordinary, and that is that this arch was put up by a woman. We know her name, Salvia Postuma. Salvia Postuma, S-A-L-V-I-A, P-O-S-T-U-M-A, Salvia Postuma, who put this monument up to 3 male members of her family who were involved in military operations at this particular time, died and then were honored by this monument. I'd show you a reconstruction of what the uppermost part probably looked like when there were statues of those 3 male members of the family, possibly in their military costumes, although we don't know for sure, at the apex of the structure. Here's a detail of it also over here, where you see victories in the spandrels, you see the Corinthian capitals, you see cupids carrying garlands, all the kind of decoration. You see some acanthus leaves, very much like those in the Areopagus, all the kinds of decoration that have been transported from Rome to be used in this case, in the north of former Yugoslavia for this arch. We see the Corinthian capitals here, we see the victories here, we see the cupids with the garlands over there, we see a chariot scene here. Chariot scene is interesting, reference to the race of life, reference to victory in athletic competition, as well as victory over, you see the Bucrania there also, clearly another touch of Rome, of the Areopagus. But this interesting, we've seen this throughout the semester, the close correlation in the minds of the Romans between victory in battle, victory in athletic competition, victory in the hunt, and also victory over death. And all of that comes together well in the arch here. If you look up into the vault, it's very well preserved. In the center, a representation of an eagle with a serpent, holding a serpent. This is probably a reference to death and rebirth. And remember, this is Augustan in date, so it predates the vault of the Arch of Titus in Rome. But this whole idea of placing in the vault a scene of death and rebirth leads ultimately, I think, to that divinization scene of Titus. I want to take you very quickly to show you an important tower tomb in the city of Saint-Rémy. We're back in the south of France. Saint-Rémy, the ancient Glanum, G-L-A-N-U-M, ancient Glanum, which was a very highly developed town, also in the Greek period. So here we see some overlay. We have local Celtic custom. The Greeks were infiltrated here, then the Romans, all of that piled one on top of another to make a very distinctive city. You can also see from the remains, there are extensive remains at Glanum, more than most of these ancient French towns, where you can see baths and temples and parts of houses and peristyles and so on, quite well preserved. I show you here, for example, some honorific bases and altars, and over here a hypocaust from one of the baths, looking very much like a hypocaust we would see in Pompeii of like date. I also want to mention, in case any of you are making your way to the south of France anytime soon, it is located, the city of Glanum, located very close to the wonderful town of Les Baux. In fact, Glanum is in the shadow of Les Baux that lies in the mountains on the top. Fabulous place to just wander, nothing to do with Roman antiquity, but just a great place to wander, as you can see here. And every one of the caves, and there are a lot of them, have places for wine tasting, so it's a fun place to go. Here are the two monuments. We saw the arch already. This is the tower tomb. These are referred to by the locals as les antiques. Les antiques, the arch, the antiquities, the arch and the tower tomb. And the fact that they are in close proximity, I mentioned the arch may have well been a city gate. The Romans always buried their dead outside the city gate. City gate, cemetery right outside, extremely well-preserved tower tomb because it's taller than it is wide. This area of France is particularly famous because of Vincent van Gogh, once again. Van Gogh spent his last years in an insane asylum, as many of you may know, in Saint-Rémy. This insane asylum, which you can see, this is a Van Gogh painting of that asylum in which he spent those last days, is located exactly across the street from Les Antiques. So if you make the pilgrimage there, I hope you'll make the pilgrimage not only to see Van Gogh, but I hope that you're aficionados now. In fact, I hope that you go to see Les Antiques and then also go to see the asylum of Van Gogh. Here's the Monument of the Julii, a tower tomb that was put up in Saint-Rémy in 30 to 20 BC. A sort of the cusp, this late Caesarian into the Augustan period. And we think the Julii represented here are, in fact, veterans of Julius Caesar's army who have taken his name. Julius Caesar, all of his battle, his great military exploits in Gaul, referred to here by his veterans who have taken his name and have settled here on land that they were given in reward for their good work. Again, it's a tower tomb, taller than it is wide, a stepped base, a socle with sculptural figural frieze, a quadrafrons up here, Corinthian columns, and then at the very apex, a tholos that has two statues inside that tholos. This is pretty much the best preserved Roman tomb that we have. Everything is intact here. We believe, remember I mentioned way at the beginning that we think that a lot of these Roman ideas came to the south of France via North Italy, and we think this was indeed the case. North Italy, we know they put up a lot of these tower tombs, and we think it's likely that this sort of thing imitates some of those tower tombs in the north of Italy. I show you a detail of two of the figural friezes from the socle of the monument, which you can see represent battle scenes, and you can also see those deep outlines, just as we saw at the Orange Arch, which once again suggests to us that these artists are looking at drawings of this kind of thing that have come from the Greco-Roman world, and they are copying what they see. I don't have time to go into it here, but if you look with care at some of these when you're studying this monument, you will see that there are some figures, while for the most part it makes sense, there are some figures in this crowded scene that don't work. For example, here's a figure on the ground with a shield above his head trying to protect himself, obviously, from a combatant, but there is no combatant there. And that seems to underscore, again, that they are using copybooks, that they're looking at these things, they're copying what they like, they're copying the scene for the most part, throwing in some other figures that they like that sometimes don't even make any sense. A detail up here of the tholos with the two statues I spent about 6 weeks at this monument at one point, and in that area at Saint-Rémy, in a little place near the Les Antiques. And I remember when I was there that there was this wonderful headline in the local newspaper that said there was a huge storm with lightning and so on. And the next morning there was a headline that said, "Has Gaius lost his head?" Because the locals want to believe that this is a monument not of local army veterans, but of the Augustan family, and that the two figures at the uppermost part were Gaius and Lucius Caesar. Well, they were not Gaius and Lucius Caesar. They were local veterans, but nonetheless, the myth has continued on. I want to show you lastly, for just the minute or so that remains, to try to underscore that point that the north of Italy may have been a source for this kind of tower tomb that we see at Saint-Rémy. Just by showing you one example, it's by no means exactly the same, but it's the best that I can do because most of these tower tombs no longer survive. But it is a Tholos tomb from Aquileia in the north of Italy that dates to the early Augustan period. And you can see that it has a large base with a figural, sculptural decoration here, this Isles of the Blessed kind of imagery, with a tholos at the top that includes a statue and then a pyramidal roof with a decorative element at the uppermost part, and then, as you can see, some lion statues out in front to guard that tomb. It's not by no means the same thing as what I've shown you, but it gives you an idea that these kind of tholos tombs on decorated bases were popular in the north of Italy, and the idea may have made its way to the south of France via these North Italian examples. And lastly, just one last monument, because we've tended to be looking at tombs in isolation, individual tombs rather than tomb complexes, because it's the individual tombs and not the complexes themselves that are well preserved. But I want to show you one excellent example from the north of Italy, again from this wonderful town called Aquileia, an early Augustan set of altar tombs that are still preserved in the actual original burial plots, which gives you a very good idea of what one of these plots would have looked like. These are, of course, not monumental tombs, but small tomb markers in the shapes of altars, and then other smaller items, as you can see very well here. But it shows you the way in which the Romans had, just as one has today, these burial plots for the family, these family burial plots that have individual markers of different family members in them, and then has a kind of a stone fence that encircles and protects their plot. And you can see that stone fence down here, a stone fence that should immediately remind you of some of the stone fences that we saw in second-style Roman wall painting, for example, that were omnipresent in second-style Roman wall painting. And the last point I'll make today is just to underscore once again, I think there were lots of examples of it today, the tholoi, for example, the tholos, and these fences, as well as the theatrical architecture we saw at Orange, that underscore once again the close association between architecture and painting from the Republic all the way up to the Augustan age and still beyond. Thank you all. Good morning, everybody. In the 100 years between AD 98 and AD 192, Rome had 5 emperors: Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius, and Commodus, 6 if we count Lucius Verus, who was co-emperor with Marcus Aurelius for several years. In the 50 years following the death of the last of the Severan emperors, a young man by the name of Alexander Severus, who died in 235 AD, Rome had 20 acknowledged emperors and many more pretenders to imperial power. Rarely did anyone hold on to power for more than a few years, and some of them lasted only a matter of months. I like to think of the emperors as changing as quickly as the seasons in the 3rd century AD. Any wrong move led to assassination and replacement, not by the Senate, but by the provincial armies, Civil wars were extremely commonplace in the 3rd century AD, and it was a very bad time for the Roman emperors, who could literally be stabbed in the back at any moment, and many of them were. The Roman frontiers were in danger, the economy was in shambles, and the vast bureaucracy was also suffering significantly in the 3rd century AD, largely because of a lack of central control. In view of this chaotic situation, there was very little time to build buildings, which is obviously what's significant to us in the context of this course. In many ways, I think one can describe vis-a-vis architecture the 3rd century AD as essentially a wasteland, an architectural wasteland. There were no forums in the 3rd century AD, there were no basilicas, and there were no baths. We will see that the major project in the 3rd century AD was not unexpectedly, given this situation, a major defensive wall. That was the main architectural commission in the 3rd century AD, and it's with that wall that I want to begin today, the so-called Aurelian walls. Before I do, I just want to give you a glimpse of 2 of those 20 acknowledged emperors who made their way through the 3rd century AD. The boy emperor, Gordian III, on the left-hand side of the screen, and the more mature emperor, Pupienus, who was co-emperor with a man by the name of Balbinus for a very short time. And in fact, just to give you a sense of the flavor of the 3rd century, both of them were dragged from the palace not too long after they had ascended to imperial power, murdered, and their bodies tossed in the Tiber River. If you look at these 2 portraits, one of the boy emperor and one of the more mature emperor, even though many, many years separate them in chronological age, I think you will see, if you look at the way in which these portraitists represented their eyes in the likenesses of these 2 individuals, in these official portraits of Gordian and of Pupienus, I think you'll see, if you look at those eyes, that those eyes reveal the concern that these emperors had for the state of the empire during the 3rd century AD, a concern that was extremely warranted, obviously. So again, I want to begin with the only significant architectural project in the 3rd century AD in Rome, and that is this great defensive wall system called the Aurelian walls. The Aurelian walls were built for 2 main reasons. One, because the earlier walls, the so-called Servian walls, which we studied at the very beginning of the semester, which date to the Republic, 378 BC is when they were dedicated. So, way, way back in the beginning of our discussion of Roman architecture, you'll remember that those Servian walls, and I can show it to you with this plan here of the walls during ancient Roman times, the Servian walls encircled just the 7 hills of Rome. So this central area here where we see the Palatine, the Capitoline, the Celian, the Quirinal Hill, that was the location of that original Servian wall. As the city grew, as the population grew, as more people were brought back to Rome through the various wars and through the enslavement of large numbers of people, the city grew significantly in size. And so by this time, by the 3rd century, the Servian wall was essentially useless to protect Rome from those barbarians that were literally at the gates at this particular point in Roman history. So they needed to build that wall to protect the city. But the other reason was because of what was going on the frontiers, because Rome was more in danger than it had ever been before, because of the kind of political and economic situation in Rome that I've just described. There was a need for further stability and the need to build this second set of walls, again, the so-called Aurelian walls. And this plan shows you how much further out they went than the Servian walls, all the way to the Tiber River. It didn't encompass the area across the Tiber where Hadrian's tomb, Hadrian's mausoleum, the Castel San Angelo, is located. But for the most part, it did cover the main of the city, and you can see it went far enough out that it even encompassed some of the major city roads, some of those major city roads. A view of the Aurelian walls itself, very well preserved here on the right-hand side of the screen, and a comparison of them with the Servian walls on the left. With regard to the Aurelian walls, they are named for the Emperor Aurelian, who was Emperor of Rome between 270 and 275 AD. We believe that Aurelian began the walls either in 270 or 271. They were not finished by his death in 275, and they were completed by his successor, a man by the name of Probus, P-R-O-B-U-S, Probus, completed the Aurelian walls and dedicated them right after Aurelian's death in 275 AD. The Aurelian walls had a 12-mile circuit around the city of Rome. They were originally 25.5 feet tall, and there were 18 major gateways in the Aurelian walls, 18 major gateways. I think you can see from this view on the right-hand side of the screen that the building materials were concrete faced with brick, brick-faced concrete. You see that very clearly here. And of course, it's important to keep in mind that that is different than what the original Republican walls were made out of. Those were made out of cut stone ashlar blocks. You see them here in this section of the Servian walls that I show you once again. Blocks that are laid in the scheme of headers and stretchers that we talked about at the very beginning of the semester when we discussed early Roman wall building, both in Rome and in the early colonies. And here, again, the Aurelian walls with their up-to-date concrete faced with brick. But it's a sign of the times that scholars who have examined these bricks have determined that they were not all new bricks, that many of them were reused bricks from earlier periods. From the previous century in particular. And the reason for that probably has to do with the fact that, again, because there was so little architectural activity during this period, there was simply no need to make bricks in large numbers. And when they needed them for this particular project, they reached back and used some that had been lying around of earlier manufacture. So I think, again, that underscores the uncertitude of this particular period of time. Here's another very good view of the Aurelian walls as they look today. Brick-faced concrete construction once again. And what's impressive about the Aurelian walls is how much of them are preserved. When I showed you the Servian walls, we could only look at bits and pieces of those walls preserved in different parts of Rome, especially near the Rome train station. But in the case of the Aurelian walls, we have a very large extent of those walls still preserved today, which is a tribute to how well they were built. That they have stood the test of time. And in fact, when one visits Rome, when you come into Rome from Leonardo da Vinci Airport, the first thing that you see of the city are the walls. You go through those walls, and it announces to you, of course, that you are, in fact, about to enter the city of Rome. I mentioned that the Aurelian walls had 18 gateways. Some of them are still preserved, and I want to show you one of them here just to give you a sense of what these gateways were like. This is the so-called Porta Appia. It also dates to the same time as the walls, 275 AD. Called the Porta Appia because it is at the exact location of the Via Appia, or the Appian Way, in Rome. The gate, I'm going to show you how the gate looked in the time in 275, and then how it was altered somewhat later. You can see from the monument list that although it was built originally in 275, it was restored by two Byzantine emperors by the name of Honorius and Arcadius. So this is in the post-Roman period of AD, and they did that in AD 401 to 402. And the gate, as you see it today, extremely well preserved, is the gate of the restoration of the 5th century AD, whereas this view, this restored view from Ward Perkins, shows you what the gate would have looked like in 275. In 275, it had two arcuated entranceways, as you can see well here. It had rounded towers. It had small windows with arcuations at the top, as you can also see, curvature at the top. And then Ward Perkins believes, there's some controversy about this, but he believes it was already crenellated in the 3rd century AD. If you compare that to the gate as restored by Honorius and Arcadius, you can see that they have removed one of the entranceways. There's a single arcuated entranceway now in the center of the gate, and they have also encased the rounded towers in these square blocks, as you can see here. They've left the uppermost part rounded, but not the bottom part. So they have changed it somewhat, but I think it still gives you, again, a very good sense of what this gate and many of the other gates that were part of this very important defensive wall system built in the 3rd century looked like. What we see happening toward the end of the 3rd century AD is the return of a strong centralized government to Rome and to the Roman Empire after the bloody 3rd century AD and its numerous fly-by-night emperors, as I call them here. And the vehicle of this return of a stable government was the foundation of what we call the Tetrarchy, which means literally 4-man rule. The Tetrarchy was the brainchild of a man by the name of Diocletian. Diocletian was a Dalmatian, not a dog, but somebody who came from ancient Dalmatia, now Croatia. From Dalmatia, he was an imperial bodyguard who rose to great heights and eventually became Emperor of Rome. He began his own rise to power in 283 AD, but it was in 293, after 10 years into trying to go it alone, that he realized that the Roman Empire had become much too vast for one man to be able to govern it alone, and he came up with this extraordinary idea to have 4-man rule. We've seen co-emperors before. We've seen 2-man rule. There was 2-man rule initially with Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, for example. But we have never before seen a 4-man rule, but he felt that the empire was sprawling enough that it really needed emperors in 4 different locations to enable the empire to be governed and to enable stability to be returned. And that was the concept of the Tetrarchy, which again he founded in 293. By founding the Tetrarchy, he made himself the main emperor, the Augustus, but the Augustus in the eastern part of the empire, and I'm sure he chose that because of his own roots in Dalmatia, in again what is now Croatia. He chose a man by the name of Galerius to be his Caesar, to be his second in command in the eastern part of the empire. He selected Maximian to be Augustus in the west, and then Constantius Chlorus to be the Caesar in the west. Constantius Chlorus, more well known as the father of Constantine the Great than he is as a tetrarch, but he, again, Constantius Chlorus, was the designated Caesar in the west. Order was restored through the vehicle of the Tetrarchy. And what that means for us in this course on Roman architecture is that stability returns, stability that enabled major architectural commissions to once again be done, both in Rome and also around the provinces, and particularly in the provinces that these individuals made their capitals, in a sense, and where they lived, and where we'll see they built their own. So when we speak of Tetrarchic architecture, I think we have to keep in mind that we are talking not just about the renovation of Rome. I mean, Rome itself, the Renaissance, let's call it that instead of renovation, the Renaissance of Rome, Rome's rebirth under the Tetrarchy and under Diocletian. But we are also talking about architecture, as we'll see, that was put up in the provinces also under the aegis of the Tetrarch. I want to just show you what the Tetrarchs looked like, and their portraiture is also illustrative of what their major architectural agenda was. We see a coin portrait on the left-hand side of the screen of Diocletian that gives his title Augustus, as you can see here, a typical Roman coin profile portrait that shows him with a closely cropped military hairstyle and beard. But the much more, and he is represented this way in his coins, you know, from 283, the first decade, from 283 to about 293. But the image that becomes the image of the Tetrarchs as a whole is the sort of thing that you see here. We begin to see with the formation of the Tetrarchy representations of them as a group. It's sort of one for all and all for one concept, that they are shown in mutual support, holding each other, in fact, embracing each other in mutual support as they try to restabilize the government. This is a wonderful group portrait of the four Tetrarchs that's done in this reddish purplish stone that comes from Egypt called porphyry, P-O-R-P-H-Y-R-Y, and a stone that we'll see used extensively in this period. This portrait is carved out of that. We have thoughts about where it might have come from, perhaps even Constantinople, but it ended up in Venice, and any of you who make your way to San Marco in Venice, it's not immediately obvious where it is, but if you stand in front of San Marco facing it and go off a bit to the right, you will see this incredible porphyry group. Hugging one corner of the building over here. And again, you can see them. It's done. What's interesting to us, I think, is the fact that it's done in a very geometric, abstract style. It doesn't look realistic. They are done. Their proportions are stumpy, and their bodies, their military costumes, and their faces seem almost more like, and the hats that they wear, these Pannonian caps, seem almost more like geometric shapes than they seem like real clothing and the like. And that is part and parcel of a certain aesthetic that we see developing, this interest in geometric and abstract forms that we see in portraiture, but we also see, which is important for us today, we see that in architecture as well, that interest. And I think, perhaps it's going too far, but I don't think so. I think that the taste for that particular formulation has to do in part with the fact that they believe they have returned, or they're trying to return, stability to the government, so they choose these very solid, geometric, abstract forms to represent their images, be they portraiture or be they, as we'll see, monumental works of architecture. Perhaps it's not surprising to see that when Diocletian begins to put up monumental architecture in Rome, he chooses first public monuments that are going to be seen and that are going to speak to this return of stability to Rome. And he chooses to put them in as visible place as he possibly can. And what's the most visible place in the city of Rome but the Roman Forum, the great Forum Romanum? So we see Diocletian commissioning a monument to put up in the Roman Forum. That monument is referred to by a variety of names. We usually call it, and I've indicated this for you on the monument list, we usually call it, the preferred name for it is the decennial monument, the decennial monument. But it is also sometimes called the five-column monument, and it is sometimes called the tetrarchic monument. It's called the tetrarchic monument because it honors the four tetrarchs. It's called the five-column monument because it's made up, as we'll see, of 5 columns. And it's called the decennial monument because it honors the decennalia, the 10-year rule of the Tetrarchy. The Tetrarchy founded in 293. The monument is put up in 303, so 10 years of rule. And it also honored the 20th anniversary, the Vicenalia, Vicennalia, the Vicenalia of Diocletian, because Diocletian had become emperor in 283. So he's lasted 20 years, which is extraordinary, considering some emperors of the 3rd century only lasted a matter of months. He's lasted 20 years, and his tetrarchy has lasted 10 years. And it's time for a celebration, and he puts up a major monument in the Roman Forum. Let me show you via this map first, or this plan of the Roman Forum as it would have looked between the 3rd century and the 7th century AD. We see a number of buildings that we have looked at together before. We can see in the uppermost part the Tabularium, the Temple of Vespasian. We see the Arch of Septimius Severus up here. We see some buildings we did not talk about, for example, the Temple of the Divine Julius Caesar, and a couple of basilicas that were put up here in the late Republic and into the and finished in the Augustan period. The 2 buildings that we're going to look at today are the Senate House, or the Curia Julia, but also at the rostra, or what's behind the rostra. If you see the rostra there right in the center, that's the dais from which major speeches were made. If you look right behind the rostra, you will see 4 columns on a curve, and then another column right behind them. That is the so-called a 5-column monument, of the Tetrarchy that we see there, right behind the rostra. Now here we're looking at a Google Earth image from the same vantage point that shows us again the Colosseum, the Victor Emmanuel Monument, the Capitoline Hill, the Palatine Hill, the Circus Maximus. Here the Forum in the center, and we can locate the 5-column monument by, let me see, here we have the Curia, here we have the Arch of Septimius Severus, and then right next to the Arch of Septimius Severus, essentially to the left of it, was the location of the 5-column monument right behind the rostra. Now the problem is that all we have left of this so-called 5-column monument is a single base, one base of one of the columns. And you can see that base on display right in front of, on a base, a different base, a base made out of brick, as you see here, the base of that one column right in front of the Arch of Septimius Severus, dwarfed by the Arch of Septimius Severus. In fact, I'm always on the lookout when I'm in that part of the forum to see if anybody looks at the column base, and nobody ever does. They're so taken both with the Arch of Septimius Severus, with the Baroque church that lies behind, and with the Curia or Senate House that we're all going to look at today, that they don't happen to notice this. But that is all that survives. So you might ask yourself, well, then how in the world do we know there was a 5-column monument behind the rostra and that this is one of those columns? Because we have a depiction of it on the Arch of Constantine, which we'll be looking at on Tuesday, the early 4th century AD arch. One of the scenes that shows Constantine himself is located in the Roman Forum. And we see Constantine now headless with some of his attendants and other individuals standing on the rostra, making an address to the people. He's surrounded, this is very interesting, we'll talk about why next time, surrounded by seated portraits of Hadrian and Marcus Aurelius, identifiable by their portraits. And he's making an address, and if you look very carefully, you will see behind him are 5 columns that have statues on top of them. That is the 5-column monument that stood behind the rostra. So that combined with that preserved base gives us a very good sense of what that monument might have looked like. Now you may be asking yourself, what is she talking about 5 columns? I mean, there are only 4 tetrarchs. Is she misspeaking here? No, I'm speaking correctly. There were 5 columns, but one of those columns was put up to Jupiter. Jupiter, the head god, Jupiter, who was the patron god of Diocletian. So we see Jupiter in one column on his own, back behind the others, and then the other 4 columns of the tetrarchs, each with a base with sculptural figural decoration down below. The shaft was plain, and then a statue of each of the 4 tetrarchs and a statue of Jupiter on the top, and we think that the column and statue of Jupiter were probably a little bit taller, as is indicated here, because he was, after all, a god, than the others. And you can see the way it is located behind the rostra, so that, again, if someone were speaking from the rostra, that this is exactly what you'd be seeing behind, just as we see in the Arch of Constantine. You also see its location as it faces the temple of divine Julius Caesar, which is probably not a coincidence. We do see that Diocletian tried to link himself to Caesar and others, great leaders of the Roman past. And then this basilica completed by Augustus. This was very carefully chosen location by Diocletian to link himself after this bloody 3rd century, as I mentioned, to link himself with the great leaders of the Roman past. I want to show you quickly, because this is, again, of course, in architecture, not in sculpture, but I do want to show you just quickly the scenes on the base, because I think one of the interesting detective work one can do is to try to figure out, since we have only one base, whose base was it? Which of the 4 tetrarchs, or was it Jupiter's base? And I've played that game myself, and I'll give you my idea, and you'll see whether you think it's a good one or not. We look at the scene at the top uppermost parts. We're looking at the 4 sides of that sculptured base. At the top, you see 2 victories with a shield, and that shield has the word in the center, decennalia. Decennalia, that's how we know it's dedicated to the decennial anniversary, 10-year rule of the tetrarchs. You can also see barbarians down below, so a reference to those who have been conquered. And if you look very carefully, you'll see that the figures are outlined in the way that we saw them at Orange and also at Saint-Rémy. And then some of the items, including the arms and armor, are actually inscribed, carved on the stone, directly on the stone. So there's very interesting use of outlining here. Here, I don't think the reason for it is the same. I don't think they're looking at copybooks, but rather that there's now an interest in this kind of outlining for visual effect. Up here, we see a sacrifice of 3 animals being brought in for sacrifice, and the men with their axes, who are going to slit their throats ultimately. The sacrifice obviously in honor of this decennial celebration, this anniversary celebration making reference to 10-year rule of the Tetrarchy. Here's a scene down here. Unfortunately, in all of these scenes where we seem to have the emperor or emperors, the heads are no longer preserved. So here we have a sacrifice scene, also a sacrifice being made in honor of this decennial anniversary. But the emperor represented here, who was sacrificing, whose base this probably was, his face is gone. But you can see he's accompanied by Roma, by the Senate, the personification of the Senate, by Mars, by Victory, who crowns him with a wreath, as you can see here. And this looks like a figure of Saul Helios with the rayed crown. So a whole panoply of divinities with by whom he is being honored and with whom he wants to associate himself. This is the most important relief, I believe, in terms of speculating about whose base this might have been. We see four adult males in the foreground with togas, all of them headless, unfortunately, but four of them, that's no coincidence, all four standing there. So while we see one of them, this is his base, one of them sacrificing. Here, I guess one could argue it's Diocletian as the head of the Tetrarchy. That would be another possibility. But the four of them represented here. But if you look very closely, one of them is accompanied by a child. So my speculation would be, since one of them is accompanied by a child, and since it is Constantine who was thought most likely to be the one to eventually succeed the tetrarchs or become a tetrarch himself, I would speculate, and it's pure speculation, that this may have been the base of Constantius Chlorus, of his father Constantius Chlorus, and that the clue there is Constantine. Another building that Diocletian was interested in the Roman Forum in terms of associating himself with Caesar and also with Augustus was the Senate House, the Curia Julia, it is called, the Curia Julia, because it was actually not built in the Diocletianic period, but built initially, begun by Caesar, begun by Julius Caesar to provide Rome with a Senate House in the Roman Forum, begun by Caesar, and completed by Augustus after Caesar's death. But the building was, and that's why it's named Curia Julia, after the Julian family that Caesar and also Augustus were a part of. But that building, the Curia Julia, was destroyed, very seriously destroyed, in a fire in Rome in 283 AD. And so what Diocletian does is he restores it between 284. He begins already in 284, well before the formation of the Tetrarchy, and he completes it in 305 AD, this restoration. It continues to be called the Curia Julia, but it is at this point a Diocletianic building, but one that clearly, where he instructed his designers to try to keep it as close to the original as possible. Now, what you're looking at here on the right-hand side of the screen is a coin that comes from the period of the Emperor Augustus. And it purports to represent, I don't think there's any question that it represents, given its inscription and so on, the Senate House in Rome, as it would have looked as completed by Augustus. And he's in fact celebrating the completion of this monument. And associating himself through this coin with his divine adoptive father, Julius Caesar. If we look at the form, if we look at the exterior of this monument as it is depicted on the coin, you will see that it is a regular square. The front of the building it looks like a square with a very large pediment at the top, although I think that was accentuated here at size in order to allow the die cutter to include the sculpture in the pediment and also the sculpture decorating the eaves. We see the doorway right here. We see there seems to be a triple window up above the doorway. And if you look very carefully, you will see that there seems to be a portico, a series of columns that are there to relieve the severity of the otherwise very geometrically ordered facade. So that's what we think it looked like in the time of Caesar based on that coin. You see it over here in plan. This is a plan of the Forum in Rome in the Augustan period, 10 AD. We see the buildings that were there at that time, the basilicas, the Temple of Divine Julius Caesar, the rostra, but of course without the five-column monument, no Arch of Septimius Severus. But we do see the Curia, and you see it here in plan as a very plain, open, rectangular box in a sense. So even in its Caesarian and Augustan beginnings, it seems to have been a very straightforward, matter-of-fact kind of a building. This is a restored view of what we believe it looked like after the restoration by Diocletian. You won't be surprised to hear that the materials were different, that it's a building, when in its restored version, it was made out of concrete faced with brick, exposed brick. So very much a building of its own time. It would not have looked like that in the time of Caesar and Augustus. But they have, in every other way, they have kept to the underlying geometry of the form, to the use of the triple window with a curved top, as you can see here, an arcuated top, a pediment up above. We don't know whether the second version had pedimental sculpture in it or other decorative sculpture. The doorway down below. But the severity of the brick-faced, the exposed brick facade has been alleviated somewhat by the placement of marble revetment at the bottom part of the wall behind a series of columns. So they have kept that portico, that set of columns, to relieve the severity, but also to make this building look as much as they could like the original Caesarian and Augustan structure. This is what the Curia looks like today. It is extremely well preserved, as you can see. Yes, it's lacking its marble revetment, and it's lacking its portico. But in every other way, you can see very well exactly what this building looked like in the time of Diocletian: concrete, faced with brick, with the very simple windows, and this very geometric, abstract ordering, which again, I believe, I think the explanation for that is twofold. One, that they are trying to maintain the look of the original Julian building, but also because this is, again, the aesthetic of the time, this decision to make buildings in a very geometrically ordered, abstract way, I believe, again, to reflect the stability of their new government. This building, the Curia Julia, owes its excellent condition to the fact that it, like so many buildings we've talked about this semester, was reused over time. We know that it was turned into a church already in the 7th century BC, that it was restored in the 12th and in the 16th century AD, Did I say 7th century BC? If I did, I meant AD. 7th century AD, 12th and 16th centuries, and then again in the 17th century. And it was in the 17th century that it, like so many other Roman structures, was transformed into a Baroque church by an architect by the name of Martino Longhi the Younger. I put his name on the monument list for you, Martino Longhi the Younger, and it was reconsecrated as San Adriano, Saint Hadrian al Foro Romano. San Adriano al Foro Romano, Saint Hadrian in the Roman Forum was the church. And when I say Baroque church, I mean a Baroque church. It was deconsecrated by Mussolini in the 1930s, Mussolini returning it to its original ancient form, as you can see over here. But this photograph shows the work that was being done in the 30s to dismantle this Baroque church into which the Curia had become. I mean, it's really hard to believe that this was the Curia in the 17th century, but that's exactly what it looked like, as well as in the early 20th century. And you can see a bell tower had been added, buttresses had been added to the structure, completely encasing the Curia in a Baroque church. And we see that being dismantled in this view over here. And I have a view I can show you also of the interior. This was the interior in the 17th century. Impossible to see that original simple box-like interior that was there in the time of Diocletian and probably there in the time of Caesar and Augustus. So filled is it with the usual Baroque paraphernalia of elaborate stucco work and angels flying to the skies and these not that we haven't seen this kind of thing in Roman architecture, we of course have, but you can see that the original shape of this particular building has been completely disguised by Martino Longhi the Younger as he redoes the Curia as a Baroque church. This is when they took all of that Baroque accretion off, this is what they ended up with. This is what the Curia looked like, probably very similar to this in the time of Caesar and Augustus, what it looked like under Diocletian, and what it again looks like today. You can see from this view, this very simple box-like shape for the interior of this structure, plain walls, a flat coffered ceiling, the only light brought in by a series of very simple windows with arcuated tops, allowing light into the system. And then down below, again, the brick facing, the concrete and brick facing exposed, but with the down below, probably some marble revetment on the wall down here. Very simple niches, arcuated and rectangular niches, but very, very simple ones. And then here you see the benches, the stone benches on which the senators would have sat when they were deliberating, or stood in front of, because they got up a lot and orated, but stood in front of when they delivered their speeches or sat. And then down below, the original marble revetted floor is still preserved. And I can show you two views here in color of that floor to give you a sense, all done in marbles brought from different parts of the world, but the usual colors that the Romans liked for most of their marble pavements, a white or off-white, a maroon, green, and black, but very nicely done for this very simple, very geometrically ordered, but very beautiful interior. With regard to public architecture, Diocletian also built a major bath in Rome, following the lead of Caracalla and many emperors before him, to provide for the Roman people a place where they could go and enjoy themselves, as well as learn, because you'll remember that by this time, these major imperial bath structures, and this is one of those, placed the bathing block inside a much larger precinct that included rooms around it that served as lecture halls and meeting halls and seminar rooms and places for Greek and Latin libraries and the like. And we see that same scheme being used here. The baths were built between AD 298 and 306 by Diocletian in Rome. They're located near the train station today, so very close to those remaining fragments of the Servian walls. And you see again that plan here, and you see that the outer precinct has one of these large hemicycles that what may have been used for performances, as you can see, and that it is like the other imperial baths that we've looked at, with the central bathing rooms in the center in axial relationship to one another and in the usual sequence, and then with other rooms disposed around them on either side in a symmetrical way. We see at number 4 the natatio, or swimming pool. We see, which has a scalloped, the bottom side, as you see it here, is scalloped, the wall is. The number 3 is the frigidarium, the cold room of the baths, which had a triple groin vaulted ceiling. From there we go into the tepidarium. You see it here, a small circular structure with radiating arms that give it a cross shape. And then down below, a very interesting caldarium, because we see that Diocletian and his architects have rejected the round caldarium with the radiating alcoves looking so much like the Pantheon, as we discuss, and almost as large from the baths of Caracalla. They've rejected that in favor of a more rectangular shape that's more similar to the shape of the frigidarium, but with radiating apses that have a series of columns that allow this, views and vistas from one to the other. This is another version of the same plan from Ward Perkins in this particular case that shows again the natatio, the frigidarium. Here you can see better the way in which the circle becomes a cross shape for the tepidarium, and then here the caldarium below, where you can also see better, I believe, the columns on those alcoves that allow views both from inside out and outside in. And here is still another one. This is the one that you have on your monument list that shows you those spaces once again from the other direction. The natatio, where you can see very well the scalloped wall. The frigidarium, where you can see the triple groin vault. The tepidarium with its round shape and radiating arms. And then most importantly, the caldarium, with probably also triple groin vaulted, just like the frigidarium, but with radiating alcoves. And then all of these other rooms disposed around them symmetrically. Now, what's very interesting also in terms of more architecture in later times is the baths of Diocletian were also reused, but in this case not for a single building, but for a variety of buildings, including a major museum of antiquities, a planetarium, and also a church, the famous church of Santa Maria degli Angeli, St. Mary of the Angels. Now, while this plan is still on the screen, I want to show you when the church of Santa Maria degli Angeli was redesigned, and one of the redesigners, by the way, was Michelangelo. When it was redesigned, what they did was they took the alcove, from where we're standing, the bottom alcove of the caldarium. They used that as the curved facade of their church. They used the tepidarium as the vestibule. They used the frigidarium as the main space of the church, and so that becomes the church. The bottom part of the caldarium, the tepidarium, and the frigidarium become the church. And then some of these other spaces are used again for other kinds of buildings, including a planetarium. I call your attention especially to the ones at the upper right and the upper left, both of which are octagonal spaces, as you can see, comparable to earlier octagonal spaces under Nero or under Domitian. And one of those rooms, this one at the right, to our right, but to the left when you're facing the entrance to the church today, is still very well preserved, and I'm going to show you that in a moment. First, here's a view into the church, into the nave of Santa Maria degli Angeli, which again, what you're looking at is the original frigidarium of the baths of Diocletian. You can see all the things one usually sees in a frigidarium, and I show you a restored view of what we think the frigidarium of the baths of Caracalla looked like in antiquity. And you can see there's a close resemblance between the two. The groin vaults are still preserved. We see original columns here, granite columns with capitals. Some of the capitals are ancient, some of them are not. And we see a lot of color, just as we would have seen in the original baths of Caracalla, of Diocletian. One difference is that we see the groin vaults in the Santa Maria degli Angeli are white, and that is the work of Michelangelo. Michelangelo decided that he wanted something much plainer for the vaulting of Santa Maria degli Angeli, and it was he who stuccoed it over, and no one ever dared to change Michelangelo's work. But another architect by the name of Luigi Vanvitelli, V-A-N-V-I-T-L-L-I, love the name, Luigi Vanvitelli, was at work in the Santa Maria degli Angeli interior in the 18th century, precisely in 1749. He came in to spruce up the decoration, and it was Vanvitelli who added to the original Roman granite columns, who added these mottled, you see these mottled pilasters, I'll show you a detail of them in a moment, with their capitals, some new capitals to match the ancient Roman capitals. He added a lot of the stucco decoration that you see here now, and a lot of the altar pieces were put in the 17th and 18th century to make it the church that it needed to become. But if I show you a detail of Vanvitelli's work, you can see, as you stand in Santa Maria degli Angeli, one tries to figure out what's ancient and what is modern, but you can see here what seems to be a granite shaft from an ancient column with a new Corinthian capital designed by Vanvitelli that imitates those, the Roman ones that are there. But all of this mottled work and all of the stucco decoration that you see over here added by Vanvitelli in the 18th century. But you've seen enough ancient Roman architecture, especially of the Baroque kind, to know that this sort of thing did exist in Roman times, and I think Vanvitelli has actually done a pretty good job of giving us a sense of what the frigidarium of these baths would have looked like in the time of Diocletian. Now here's the facade, and so you see exactly what I described before. This is one of the alcoves. You can see the concrete, brick-faced alcove that they have. I mean, this is the simplest facade of any in Rome. There's nothing quite like this, but it's so typical of the Italians to take wonderful advantage of what there is. And so in this case, they decided best to leave it as it is. It speaks for itself. They just used that alcove. They added a couple of doors, created a niche, slapped the name Basilica Santa Maria degli Angeli on the front very simply, put a cross at the top, and this became the facade into the church, and it has remained this to this day. Here's another view of the baths of Diocletian as they look today. We're looking at the outside where we can see the outside of the frigidarium with its windows and its groin vaulting exposed on the outside. This is the tepidarium and the roofing of the tepidarium, and over here you can see the curved facade that's the part of the caldarium that survives, used as the facade of the church. And then as you stand here, if you go to the right, you can go and look at what one of those octagonal rooms looks like today. And what they've done, they've taken advantage. This is a spectacular space. This was just, we don't know exactly what purpose this served in the bath originally, but it's actually a space that's more similar to the caldarium of Caracalla's baths than it is to anything else in the baths of Diocletian. But you can see that they have taken advantage of this extraordinary octagonal shape with radiating alcoves, going back to Nero's Domus Transitoria, Domus Aurea, to use as a place to display some of the greatest works of sculpture in the part of these baths that now serves as a museum. One very interesting feature, though, that I want to point out to you that will become important for something later we talk about today and for Tuesday's lecture is the fact that you do see them using here windows in the lower part of the dome. Windows, arcuated windows, to allow light into the system. We see this development in late antiquity where they move from providing light through the oculus to providing light through a series of windows. And again, they're sophisticated enough in their use of concrete to be able to do that, and we see that's a trend. Diocletian was as interested in private architecture as he was in public architecture. He was a man, you can tell a lot about him just from what I've told you. He was very organized, and he planned ahead for his own abdication eventually, his own retirement, and he wanted to live ultimately back in where his roots were, on the Dalmatian coast. And he built for himself a palace in a place called Split in what is now Croatia. And I show you again the map of this part of the world. If you look at Pola, I can't reach it from where I am, but if you look at Pola, where that is, and down the Dalmatian coast. You'll see Split right below that. Dubrovnik is at the base. This is actually a view I took of Dubrovnik just to give you a sense of this part of the world. It's magnificently beautiful there, and one can imagine why Diocletian was drawn to return to his homeland for his palace. So we are looking here at the plan of the Palace of Diocletian, which is extremely well preserved. This is from Ward Perkins. And you should be immediately struck by this palace because it, which dates, by the way, to 300 to 305 AD. We see here something that I'm sure you have all noticed already, and that is that he has built this palace in the form of a Roman castrum. It's a Roman military camp. It is a little city. It's a city in its own right, in the form of a Roman military camp. Why did he do that? That's interesting. Well, I think it had something to do with the fact that the structure was located on the sea, right on a promontory on the sea, and could easily have been attacked. And times were still, he had brought stability back, yes, but he was very aware of what he had preceded him in the 3rd century and desirous of protecting himself and his possessions in his palace on the Dalmatian coast. And so he builds it in the form of a castrum. You can see all the elements of a typical Roman military camp, just as we saw in city building, urban planning from the Republic on. It's rectangular in shape. It has walls. It has watchtowers. You can see they are alternately rectangular and octagonal watchtowers. It has entrances and exits. It has a cardo and a decumanus that cross at the intersection of the palace. You can see the main gateway is on the northern side. The southern side faces the sea. As you walk from the northern entranceway along the cardo and the decumanus, so to speak, of this palace, you will see that they are colonnaded, just as they usually are in the eastern part of the empire, but not in the western part of the empire. As you walk along from the entranceway, you enter into a public court over here, very elaborate, that's still preserved with an arcuated lintel. I'm going to show you that in a moment. Then into this domed area here with alcoves. But note that on either side of this open space with the arcuated lintel, which is called the peristyle of the villa, you can see on one side a small temple, which is a temple to Jupiter, the patron god of Diocletian, and on the other side a mausoleum, an octagonal tomb. Now that should strike you as very interesting and very unusual. We have not seen a tomb as part of palace architecture before. This is new to late antiquity. This probably has to do in part with, again, Diocletian planning this as his place of retirement. He knew he was going to retire there. He knew he was going to die there. And he wanted to make sure that he supplied for himself a tomb. He was not going to be buried in one of these major mausolea in Rome. He wanted to be buried at home. And so he plans for this by building an octagonal, not a round like Augustus and Hadrian, but an octagonal tomb with a porch here in the villa. And note that it is right across from the Temple of Jupiter. No coincidence there. Go through the domed space into the private wing of the house. You see a room here of basilican shape. We're not exactly sure what it was used for, but probably some kind of reception hall. And then here a series of interestingly shaped rooms that was where the emperor's private quarters were located. This is a restored view of what this fortress palace would have looked like when it was built in the 4th century. We see it here, all of the things I've already described, the outer walls, the watchtowers, the entranceway on the north, the colonnaded streets. You can see the octagonal tomb rising up over there across from the Temple of Jupiter. And then down here, the private area, the private wing. And you can see how the southern side faces the sea, and there seems to have been an arcuated lintel on that side. We've seen that that's grown in influence and importance since it was first used in the time of Hadrian. This is the Porta Aurea, or the northern gate of the palace. You see it in a restored view from Ward Perkins, rectangular entranceway, lintel window-like with grates above. niches on either side with arcuated pediments. But most interestingly is the upper tier, where you see a series of columns on brackets that support arcades. This whole idea of arcades on columns began, as we know, later in antiquity and continues to be important into the late 3rd and early 4th centuries. We saw it at the Forum, for the Severan Forum at Leptis Magna, where you can see again columns, this arcaded colonnade here. We saw it in residential architecture at Ostia, late residential architecture. Think of the House of Fortuna on Anaria, where we have those those columns with arches above them that separate the fountain court from the triclinium. So I just wanted to make the point that we see it not only at Diocletian's palace, but it's very common in late Roman residential and civic architecture as well. This is a view of the peristyle as it looks today. We've come from the north gate, we're walking along, we're hitting the peristyle. We're going to be going from the peristyle into that domed area here. Imagine views through the columns of the peristyle, and some of those columns are still preserved. As you can see them, the original columns, views clearly of the Temple of Jupiter and of the mausoleum of Diocletian on the other side. Arcuated lintel here inside, a complete pediment. So that scheme also used as the major decoration of the peristyle in the palace of Diocletian. Here's a view of what the small Temple of Jupiter looks like. It originally had a statue of Jupiter. Now it has a statue of St. John the Baptist. But you can see the shape, very much like the Curia, a box-like shape, very simple. In this case, not with a flat coffered ceiling, but with a barrel-vaulted coffered ceiling. But again, very simple, very geometric, and we can see that that barrel vault is exposed on the exterior. We can see the shape of the barrel vault from the outside as well as from the inside. Here a view of the octagonal tomb, the plan of that tomb, an octagon with colonnade around it, columns on the inside radiating rectangular and curved niches, but a porch, the whole idea of the porch, not unlike the Pantheon, except that it's octagonal instead of round, porch on the front, deep porch, freestanding columns, facade orientation, single staircase. So this is very similar to things that we've seen earlier. And two quick views, one engraving of what the mausoleum, the octagonal mausoleum, would have looked like with its, you can see it's faced with stone, with its entranceway, facade, and staircase. And here you can see it is very well preserved still today in Split, where you see the surrounding columns, you can see the octagonal shape and the stonework, all still very well preserved, as is the interior. Interior very ornate, with columns projecting from the walls, supporting these projecting entablatures, deeply drilled, dematerialized in the Baroque manner, with lots of sculptural decoration, representations of victory and death, and victory in hunting, and victory in war, and consequently, this close association, as we've seen among all of those, and then scenes of both, with a portrait of Diocletian and a portrait of his wife Prisca, both of those being carried in these wreaths up to the heavens by flying cupids. Here's another view, perhaps a better one, that just gives you some of the sense of the over-decoration, over-ornamentation, the Baroque effects of the interior of the tomb. So a very different feel to the Temple of Jupiter than to the tomb of Diocletian himself. Here he has gone all out and commissioned the most ornate possible decoration with all the Baroque effects that we've described in two tiers for the interior of his mausoleum. I want to show you a succession of other palaces, each fairly quickly, other palaces that were built during this period that may have been, well, in some cases we know for sure, but in other cases we're not as sure whether they were in fact palaces for the tetrarchs. This is the one that's the least certain. It's a palace in the western part of the empire that we believe may have been the palace of Maximian, Augustus in the west. And in fact, yeah, so let's look at that first. And that dates, as you can see from your monument list, to sometime in the early 4th century AD. Now, if you look at the plan of this quickly, you will see that it is very, very different in feel and in plan from the palace of Diocletian at Split. This may have something to do with the personality of Maximian or whoever the commissioner was, but it may also have to do with the fact that this is not on the sea, but in a remote town in south-central Sicily, which was much less likely to be under attack than the palace at Split. In fact, as you look at this, you must be reminded, I'm sure, of the Villa of Hadrian at Tivoli. It is very similar to that, with a series of a sprawling villa with a series of very interestingly shaped rooms spread across the terrain, interacting with nature, just as they did at Hadrian's villa at Tivoli. Very much a countryside villa, and I think Hadrian's villa clearly the main model. As we walk through this axonometric view, you see we enter on the western end. At 1, we see a horseshoe-shaped vestibule with columns all around. This villa, just like Hadrian's villa at Tivoli, does have a lot of columns. We see those here. Then you make an abrupt right into this passageway here at 2A, then into the peristyle court with columns all the way around, a pool in the center, an interestingly shaped pool in the center, and then a series of living spaces to either side. At 2C, we see a transverse corridor, which is very important because it links various parts of the villa to one another, but it was also very decorated with mosaics, many of which are preserved, and I'll show you those in a moment. 2D, with its niche at the end, probably a kind of audience hall. 3 is where the private compartment is for the emperor, and you can see that that too is fronted by a small horseshoe-shaped area. Then over here at 4, we see a tri-lobed dining room, the main dining room of the house with the triple lobes, and then down below a forecourt for that is oval in shape. So some very interestingly shaped rooms, and where we see a combination of the interest in curvilinear shapes, just as in Hadrian's villa, and in the use of columnar architecture, references to classical Greece. Over here at 5, we see several rooms, very interestingly shaped again, that make up the baths, the private baths of this particular place. One can visit it still today. Parts of it are very well preserved. We're clearly looking at the peristyle court with the pool in the center of it right here. And again, it is particularly well known for its mosaics. We see a long corridor here with those mosaics. They depict primarily scenes of hunting, and I show you a couple of those scenes here. And there's been some speculation, if this was not Maximian's, that it may have belonged to somebody who, like those individuals who had the hunting baths at Leptis Magna, whose work it was to collect wild animals from Africa. Africa is very close to Sicily. Collect them from Africa and send them to supply them to amphitheaters around the world. Even though most of these scenes are hunting scenes, the most famous mosaics from the palace of Maximian, so-called, at Piazza Armerina in Sicily, are the so-called bikini girls. And I show you the bikini girls right here. And there's nothing like this mosaic anywhere else in Roman art. But you can see why they're called the bikini girls. And they are involved in all kinds of athletic activities. One of them has received a crown and a palm branch for her excellence. This one is twirling who knows what. Here, these two are playing ball, and over here we see a woman on the left with her 5-pound weights working out. So I mean, this is probably as close as we get to. I mean, this is very hard to interpret exactly what this means and what it's all about and why it's here. But perhaps we can see it as a kind of women's version to the mosaic that we saw in the baths of Caracalla with the famous athletes of the day. I mean, perhaps these were famous women athletes of the day, some of whom were good enough even to be awarded prizes. But the jury is out on exactly what these were and why they're there. But they're memorable, these inimitable bikini girls, and very, very famous, along with the Alexander mosaic, probably the most famous mosaic surviving from Roman antiquity. Again, I want to show you just very briefly to give you an inkling of a couple of more palaces. One of these we know for sure is the Palace of Galerius in the northern part of Greece, the Palace of Galerius. Galerius, as you'll recall, was the Caesar in the eastern part of the empire to Diocletian. And I should mention, I think I neglected to mention, that Diocletian did, by the way, abdicate on the 1st of May in 305 AD. He voluntarily stepped down. And when he voluntarily stepped down, the Caesars were elevated to Augusti, and two new Caesars were chosen. Galerius became an Augustus, and he built for himself this extraordinary palace in northern Greece at Salonika. And we can see from this plan, and I've given you the date of it, to 297 to 305 AD. I've given you a plan of it, and you should be, even though only part of it survives, you should be immediately reminded of palaces that we've already looked at, not just today, but in the past. Think of Domitian's palace on the Palatine Hill. There's a hippodrome here, just as Domitian's palace had. Although Domitian's palace, it was used, as you'll recall, as a sunken garden. We're not sure how it was used here, but we think may have actually been used as a circus here. Other rooms, including an octagonal one with alcoves, looking sort of like what Rabirius designed again for Domitian's palace on the Palatine Hill. But up above, we see, just as Diocletian's palace at Split, it includes a tomb. Galerius has also provided for himself and his afterlife by creating a round tomb. You see it at the uppermost part in this plan from Ward Perkins. And then, very interestingly, just like Diocletian's palace at Split, you can see two major, what look like major roads, colonnaded streets that intersect in the center. Just like Diocletian's palace, and then in the center of that, where they intersect, there's a four-sided arch that I'm going to show you in a moment that's still preserved. Here's a plan of the tomb of Galerius at his villa, in this case round, with radiating rectangular alcoves. You see it here. It's actually very well preserved. Here's the interior, showing again, just as we saw in the baths of the octagonal room and the baths of Diocletian, use of windows in the second tier right at the base of the dome rather than an oculus. And we see that also very well in plan. In fact, there were two sets of them, as you can see here. So they've abandoned the oculus in favor of these windows at the base of the dome. And then from the outside, you can see that here they have used concrete faced with brick for the exterior of the structure, which was turned into a church. And you can see some mosaics from when it was turned into a church, and a minaret was also added at one other point in time. Here's a spectacular view of the tomb as it looks today in Salonika. You can see it here, the exterior, as well as its relationship along what would have been one of those colonnaded streets with the arch, which is in part preserved, the arch, the so-called Arch of Galerius. You can also see from this view how similar modern Salonika is to modern Athens. Same country, same post-World War II construction, mostly residential houses of 5, 6, 7 stories with white in color with balconies, as you can see. Here's a view of the relationship of the tomb to the arch. These two colonnaded streets that intersect, and at that intersection, the placement of the arch. The arch was four-sided, so the streets could go underneath it, but it was also triple bayed, as you can see here, single central large bay, two smaller bays on either side, and then the piers decorated with sculpture that give us a report on the exploits, the military exploits of Galerius in the eastern part of the empire. These were Galerius's wars, Galerius's victories that are depicted here, but we do believe that since it was one for all and all for one, that it honored the tetrarchy as a whole as well, and that there were niches that were placed somewhere on this arch that would have had in them representations, portraits of each of the four tetrarchs. Another view of the Arch of Galerius at Salonika, where you can see its relationship even today to what was once the tomb of Galerius here. And a more detailed view of some of the scenes means and how crowded they are, with one rectangular panel piled one on top of another and decorative motifs in between them. And if we look at a detail, we see the usual scenes that we see on things like this: the emperor sacrificing, the emperor on horseback trampling barbarian enemies, the emperor seated with the other tetrarchs down here, and with a host of gods and goddesses and personification. So again, an honoring of Galerius's own personal victories, but an expansion of those to include reference also to the Tetrarchy as a whole. We're going to be talking next time about two men in particular, a man by the name of Maxentius and Constantine the Great. Constantine the Great, as I've already mentioned, was the son of Constantius Chlorus. Maxentius was the son of Maximian. So we see the generations continue, and the sons of the tetrarchs also want to be tetrarchs themselves, if not sole ruler. And we'll see Maxentius and Constantine do battle against one another in Tuesday's lecture. But I just want to mention, we'll talk about Maxentius in some detail next time, especially his construction, or his beginning construction on a great basilica in Rome that Constantine eventually finished, the so-called Basilica of Maxentius Constantine, or the Basilica Nova. But I want to mention just in passing today a villa that Maxentius built in Rome, on the Via Appia in Rome, just around the circle, and to show you that some of these palaces were still, they were being built in these capitals elsewhere in the world, but were still being built in Rome. And we know that Maxentius built a villa in the early 4th century AD, as I said, on the Via Appia, and there are some remains of it today. I show you a general view of those here, and a view from the air from Ward Perkins, I believe, that shows you that part of that villa, which is still preserved, was another one of these hippodromes, the circus. And in this case, we know that this circus was used as a circus, that horse races took place here, and that it was built to hold 15,000 spectators to come out onto the Via Appia to see horse races at Maxentius's villa. We also know that this villa had a tomb that Maxentius provided for himself and perhaps for his family as well inside his villa. So we see this same idea that we've seen in the provinces being used at Rome, in Rome concurrently. A tomb that is not all that well preserved, but there is enough where we do believe it was a kind of mini pantheon. And I show it to you here in two restored views that give you a sense of what it would have looked like, that it was indeed a mini pantheon, that it was round, that it had a traditional porch in the front with columns and pediments, deep porch, freestanding columns, single staircase, facade orientation, domed, as you can see here. This one looks like it reconstructs an oculus, although I don't think we're absolutely sure that this structure had an oculus, which seems an unlikely thing to do with a tomb anyway, to have an opening in the ceiling and rain coming, water coming into that tomb. But leaving that particular detail aside, we believe it was in the form of the Pantheon. A better preserved tomb that I can show you that seems to have been quite like it is this last monument that I'm showing you today, the Torre dei Schiavi, a restored view from Ward Perkins, that was a tomb that was put up in around AD 300 on one of Rome's other major streets, the Via Praenestina, as I've indicated on the monument list. And once again, we see this whole idea of the mini pantheon, but being used not as a temple to all the gods, but as a tomb, a round structure with a traditional porch on the front, a rectangular pediment, deep porch, freestanding columns in that porch, single staircase, facade. Emphasis here. You also see, interestingly enough, that this one we know did not have an oculus, and you can see that they have put windows at the base to provide light. These are not the usual windows that we've seen that were arcuated at the top, but rather round windows, sort of portholes into this particular tomb. Up above, you see the plan, as in Ward Perkins, round with radiating, alternating, curved and rectangular alcoves. There is some controversy about the porch, whether it had a regular, complete triangular pediment, or whether it had an arcuated lintel. We're not sure. Various scholars have put forward one view or the other. But the last thought that I want to leave you with is that it's very interesting to see these mini pantheons being used as tombs in late antiquity by the tetrarchs and by others. And if not mini pantheons, octagonal structures that also look back to the past. And I think that's important, and it's a nice note to end on, because it reminds us that when Diocletian and the other tetrarchs come into Rome after the chaos of the 3rd century AD and want to establish stability, once again, reestablish stability, what do? They look to the past. They build buildings in the Roman Forum, but they also look to the great architecture of their earlier counterparts, of Caesar, of the great leaders of the Roman past. Caesar, Augustus, Hadrian, they look to them, they look to their buildings, and they use their buildings as models to indicate that they are in a line from those earlier emperors, that they're just as much in control, that they have brought stability back to Rome and also to the empire as a whole, which is why we see them building not just in Rome, but also around the empire as they govern from the fringes as well as they govern from the city of Rome. Thank you all. Have a good day. Good morning, everybody. This is the last lecture in Roman architecture, and I think it's appropriate that I deliver this last lecture, which I call Rome of Constantine and a New Rome, on Rome's birthday. Indeed, this is Rome's birthday today, April 21st, 2009. Rome was born, as you'll recall, on the 21st of April in 753 BC. Which means that Rome is 2,762 years old today. And since birthdays are often celebrated with cake and ice cream, I should make good today on the promise that I made to you at the very beginning of the semester, which is that sometime in the course of the semester, I would recommend 4 ice cream places to you, 4 gelaterias in Rome to you. And I've only recommended 2. I recommended Tre Scalini in Piazza Navona, and I recommended the Della Palma that is located near the Pantheon. So there are 2 more to go. And it seemed on Rome's birthday this was the perfect thing to begin the lecture with, and that is to round the circle and make you aware of the 2 other best ice cream places in Rome. And I show you here on the left-hand side of the screen, Gioliti's, and on the right-hand side of the scene, San Crispino. And note the birthday balloons, and that I'm enjoying myself very much on Rome's birthday today. But just so that you know where these are, you know Rome so well by now that I think I can give you directions that are going to make sense to you. So you are in the core of ancient Rome. You've just been to visit the Colosseum and the Roman Forum. Maybe you've been up on the Capitoline Hill. You're exploring the Victor Emmanuel Monument. And so with your back to the Victor Emmanuel Monument, look straight ahead, and you see the Corso, the so-called Corso, the street of the race courses, or the race course, where the popes, by the way, used to race their horses. You stand facing the Corso. You walk down the Corso. You're on your way, in this regard, toward the Piazza di Spagna, the Spanish Steps. But before you get to the Spanish Steps, you're going to notice the only department store in Rome, Rinascente. That's why it's a good landmark, Rinascente on the right. You take a left, and you're going to see the column of Marcus Aurelius, which is a column we didn't look at this semester, but is based on the column of Trajan. You take a look at the column of Marcus Aurelius, you continue into the next piazza, which is the Piazza Montecitorio, with a great obelisk in the center and a government building and a couple of hotels. You stay on the right and you go down that next small street and you hit Gioliti, which in my opinion is the single best ice cream place in Rome. So if you're in Rome, not to be missed, it has the best fruit flavors in the city of Rome, in fact anywhere in Italy that I know of. And the second one that I mentioned to you is San Crispino. San Crispino is near the Trevi Fountain in Rome, so you're going to go to the Trevi Fountain in any case. And all you need to do when you're facing the Trevi Fountain is to go about 2 blocks away from the Trevi Fountain, and you will hit San Crispino. It has a smaller selection of flavors, but everything is very, very good there. In fact, they've been such a success that they have expanded and opened another one near the Pantheon. So again, back to the Pantheon, down that small street. I already gave you the directions to Della Palma. You go beyond Della Palma, you take a left, and you'll hit the second San Crispino. So very important to share this with you again before the term is up and in honor of Rome's birthday. Also, of course, when you're at San Crispino, don't forget the Trevi Fountain. And you probably all know the tradition that when you go and visit the Trevi Fountain, which is always very crowded, this is actually a small crowd compared to what's usually there, after you've looked at it and enjoyed it for its own sake and for architecture, obviously, of a much later period, but I think one you can see is very closely based on a lot of things that we've been looking at this semester. After you've looked at it, and people usually do this right before they leave Rome. You go up to the fountain, bring a coin. It can be an American coin or Italian coin or any coin for that matter. You stand in front of the Trevi Fountain with your back to the Trevi Fountain. You take a coin, you throw it over your shoulder. You've got to make sure it goes into the water and not on the side, but throw it into the water, and that will ensure that you will get to return to Rome someday. So don't forget to do that as well. We spoke in the last lecture about the Tetrarchy, about Diocletian and his formation of the Tetrarchy, and his attempt to bring stability back to Rome and to the empire, and how successful he was indeed. We also talked about the fact that Diocletian and the other tetrarchs were responsible for some important building projects. In fact, bringing architecture back to Rome in a way that it had been missing in the 3rd century AD. And I mentioned in particular that Diocletian was interested both in public and in private architecture. And I remind you of an example of public architecture that we looked at last time on the top left. The so-called 5-column monument or decennial monument or tetrarchic monument that Diocletian erected in the Roman Forum to honor himself and to honor his formation of the Tetrarchy and his relationship to Jupiter. You'll remember the 5 columns, 4 with the tetrarchs imaged on the top and the front, the one of Jupiter behind, and that this was located behind the rostra or the speaker's platform in the Roman Forum. We also talked about the fact that Diocletian was interested again in private architecture, that he built a palace for himself, a place that he hoped to retire to on the Dalmatian coast where he was born, at a place called Split, and I remind you of it here, a restored view showing you what it looked like, that it was essentially a fortified camp designed like a Roman castrum with walls and towers and a very distinctive octagonal mausoleum that was located across from the Temple of Jupiter. So again, his connecting himself to Jupiter, honoring Jupiter as he honors himself. And I also showed you an example of the portraiture of the tetrarchs. We talked about the all for one and one for all philosophy, how they stuck together not only in life but in their portraits, and they depicted themselves, or they had themselves depicted as this foursome, in large part, again, to underscore the fact that all 4 of them were co-equal emperors, that all 4 of them were almost co-equal emperors. We'll remember that there were Augusti and Caesar, so some had the slight upper hand. But for the most part, they worked together. They're represented as a whole, and they're represented in a very similar way to one another. And we talked about the use of geometric forms, the abstraction, the solidity of these portraits that I suggested mirrors this new stability that Diocletian and the Tetrarchy have brought to Rome and to the empire. And we saw that those same qualities, that interest in geometry, in abstraction, in solidity, were characteristic also of Tetrarchic architecture. And we're going to see some of those features continuing on in the buildings that we're going to be looking at today. Diocletian stepped down, retired voluntarily on the 1st of May in 305 AD. And Maximian, his co-Augustus, stepped down as well. And the 2 Caesars were elevated to Augusti, and 2 new Caesars were chosen. But without the strong presence of Diocletian, the Tetrarchy fell apart, and Rome and the empire were once again plunged into civil war. The two main claimants for imperial power that came out of this civil war were Maxentius, who was the son of Maximian, and Constantine, who eventually became Constantine the Great, Constantine, who was the son of Constantius Chlorus. And these two men, Constantine and Maxentius, warred with one another for imperial power, and they went against one another in one of the most famous battles of all time. In fact, a battle that is as well known, if not even more well known, than the Battle of Actium. And this is the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. The Battle of the Milvian Bridge, which took place in 312 AD, and it was at that epic-making battle that Constantine was victorious over Maxentius, that Constantine became sole emperor of Rome, so a move away from the tetrarchy and the placement of power in the hands of one man. Once again, Constantine becomes sole emperor of Rome. And it was at that same battle, the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, and one of the reasons that it's such an important battle in historical terms is the fact that it was at that battle of the Milvian Bridge that Constantine was said to have seen the vision of the cross that helped him to be victorious, the vision of the cross that eventually led him to convert to Christianity, which he did on his deathbed. He was baptized a Christian on his deathbed. One of the most interesting things that we'll talk about today and about the architecture under Constantine the Great is that we will see, because he began as a pagan emperor and ended his life as a Christian emperor, he has, in a sense, one foot in the pagan past and the other foot in the Christian future. And we're going to see that reflected in the architecture that he commissioned as we look at that today. A few coins of Constantine, which I think will help set the stage for this one foot in the past and one foot in the future that is going to be the leitmotif of today's lecture. I show you on the left-hand side of the screen a coin of Constantine when he first began his rise to power. It was probably struck in around 306 AD. And it's an interesting coin because if you remember, I didn't bring it back to show you, but if you remember the coin of Diocletian that I showed you, you'll recall that he was represented in a very similar fashion. It's the sort of bearded blockhead style, as I call it, for the tetrarchy. A very cubic image, a short military hairstyle, closely cropped, and a short beard that adheres very closely to the shape of the face. And the face masked itself with cubic geometric forms. So we see Constantine in his very early portrait trying to look like a tetrarch, trying to look like his father, Constantius Chlorus, trying to look like Diocletian, trying to fit in before he figures out the way that's going to enable him, in fact, to become emperor, sole emperor of Rome. After he defeats Maxentius at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, we see the greatest transformation in the history of Roman portraiture, in the history of self-imaging by emperors, by people in power. And that is this transformation that I can show you from this early coin of 306 to a coin that dates after the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. And that also represents Constantine. And what you see has happened here is Constantine has shaved off his beard. He has lost about 20 years of age. And he is shown with an entirely different hairstyle, not the short military hairstyle that he wore because he wanted to liken himself to his father and to Diocletian, but an entirely new hairstyle, but one, for any of you who know your Roman portraiture or remember the portraits that I showed you fleetingly of Augustus and the Julio-Claudians, he is wearing a cap of hair that is very similar to a fuller cap of hair with comma-shaped locks over his forehead, growing long on the nape of his neck, that is characteristic of Augustus and also of Trajan. He's in fact a neo-Augustus in this image with a neo-Trajanic hairstyle. Why? Because he is, as sole emperor, he has made the decision that he wants to now ally himself, not with the tetrarchs, which are of the past at this point, but rather with the great emperors of the past, with Augustus, with Trajan, and as we'll see also with Hadrian and with Marcus Aurelius. And we can see that very important break here, and we'll see it also in architecture. Another coin down here representing Constantine with a bunch of pagan regalia. We see him, as so many of the emperors, earlier emperors of Rome, depicted along with a patron god, in this case the god Helios, the god of the sun. And you can see Constantine in the foreground, Helios in the background. Helios represented with a rayed crown, and that's why we know it's him, silhouetted right behind the emperor. The emperor is shown as warlike with military costume, a spear, and then a shield over here. And if we look closely at the shield, we'll see the depiction of someone in a chariot led by 4 horses coming. It's represented frontally. It's the solar chariot of Helios. So a coin that is very much in the usual pagan tradition, where we see Constantine associating himself with the pagan past and with a pagan god, in this case Helios. This coin, however, that was also made after the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, shows us a very different Constantine. It's an interesting frontal portrait, which is rare on Roman coins. He is still shown as the warrior. He's in military costume. He's holding the reins of his horse, who's also depicted nicely in this portrait on this coin. If you look very closely at his shield, you will actually see that it still is decorated with a pagan symbol, with the she-wolf suckling Romulus and Remus. But look up here. The scepter that he carries is not the usual scepter or spear that we see in pagan imagery, but a cross scepter. And I don't know if you can see it from where you sit, he wears a medallion on the top of his very elaborate helmet with plumage and so on, a medallion that has the Chi-Rho, C-H-I-R-H-O, the Chi-Rho, which was the Christian monogram. So we see him in this image not as the great pagan warrior, but as the new Christian crusader. So a very important change from paganism to Christianity that, as I mentioned already, we will see also reflected in Constantine's architecture. Constantine learned a lot, though, from the Tetrarchs, and one of the things that he continued on was to build a great public architecture for the benefit of the Roman populace at large. He follows the lead of Diocletian in this regard and adds another very large imperial bath to Rome, and I show you a plan of that imperial bath. Here it bears his name, the Baths of Constantine, and dates to 320 AD. It is located in Rome. It is located on the Quirinal Hill, and that should ring a bell for all of you, because you'll remember it was Trajan, and remember Constantine is imaging himself as a Neo-Augustus with a Neo-Trajanic hairstyle. Trajan, who had a good part of the Quirinal Hill cut back to make way for his forum, and then placed his markets on part of what remained of the Quirinal Hill. So the Quirinal Hill was associated in everybody's mind with Trajan. Constantine wanted to associate himself with Trajan. So when he decides where to place his new bath structure, he chooses the Quirinal Hill. This is not coincidental. It was very deliberative on his part. He builds it in a manner that is completely consistent with imperial bath architecture in Rome, the imperial bath type of architecture in Rome that we've already studied from the time of Titus up through the time of Diocletian. The baths on the Quirinal Hill are no longer preserved, but we fortunately have some drawings that were made by the famous architect Andrea Palladio, Palladio, Andrea Palladio, who drew it when it was in better shape, and his drawings of the baths of Constantine allow us to see exactly what these baths were like in their heyday. And we can see, although Palladio's drawing concentrates on the bathing block, you can see that he also includes down here, and it's probably that this is all that remained of this particular part of the bath in Palladio's time. You can see he includes down here the great hemicycle that we've seen in so many of these baths that are part of that precinct that surrounds the bath block. So this suggests to us, and I think very convincingly, that this bathing block, was also placed in one of these very large precincts that had all the seminar and lecture rooms and libraries around the perimeter of it, and that this was lined with seats and probably used for people to watch athletic contests or perhaps even plays of other kinds. The bathing block, again, we can see conforms extremely well to the other baths that we've looked at, to the baths of Caracalla and Diocletian, for example, with a natatio rectangular in shape, with a frigidarium that is also rectangular and has a triple groin vault, as you can see designated in Palladio's drawing. And down here, this is a reinterpretation, by the way, of Palladio's drawing from Ward Perkins, this plan that you see on the screen now. A tepidarium over here that's somewhat more unusual in shape than we tend to see, where we have a series of lobes, 4 lobes in fact, that have expanded the space, almost, well, it's sort of a circle trying to become an oval, I suppose, but you can see the way in which they have expanded, and we call that kind of space quadrilobate. And we see that here. And then we also see, this is most interesting, how the caldarium is treated. Because as you've seen in the baths that we've looked at, the imperial baths that we've looked at, if there's any room that's different in each of these, it's the caldarium. You'll recall that Diocletian had moved to a rectangular caldarium with radiating alcoves, but Constantine and his architects moved back to the circular caldarium that we saw in the baths of Caracalla. Uses the same sort of scheme here with 3 radiating alcoves, all of those screened from the outer space with columns, and the rest of the structure around these main rooms of the bathing block that are related to one another axially, we see the other rooms symmetrically disposed. One other important point to make about the caldarium is that we see that it too corresponds to a development that we've already begun to see in some of the other buildings that we looked at, especially in the last lecture, and that is this move away from the oculus for round domed buildings. This caldarium does not have an oculus, as so many caldaria did in the past. Think back to the or so many bathing rooms did. Think back to the Frigidaria in Pompeii, for example, with their oculus. The oculus is no longer used here, and instead we see windows in the base of the dome that are very similar to the windows that we saw in a couple of Tetrarchic buildings. We're going to see it elsewhere today, and I'll reiterate that point then. Constantine, like so many Roman emperors before him, did complete buildings that had been begun by his predecessors. And he did this for some of the tetrarchs, including his father, not surprisingly, Constantius Chlorus. We know that Constantius Chlorus had chosen as his capital the city of Trier in what was Gaul, but now is Germany. And I show you the location of Trier. This is a map showing the locations of, as we've discussed so many times this term, of many of the, of all of the places that we've looked at in the Western Empire. And you can see the French cities that we looked at just last time in Gaul, and then up there, Trier in what is now Germany, located near the modern city of Cologne. This was the chosen capital for Constantius Chlorus. Even before Constantius Chlorus began to build a palace for himself at Trier, as the other tetrarchs had done elsewhere in the Roman provinces, there was quite a bit of building activity going on with regard to one project in Trier in the 3rd century. And not surprisingly, that too was a defensive wall. That part of the empire was being attacked on a regular basis by Germanic tribes, by the Franks and by the Alemanni. Were coming in, wreaking havoc in that part of the world, and a decision was taken, not surprisingly, in 275 and 276, because you'll remember that's exactly when the Aurelian walls were dedicated in Rome, 275, to build a major wall in this part of the empire as well. And we have some part of that wall still preserved, especially a gate in that wall, called the Porta Nigra, which I show you here on the right-hand side of the screen, the Porta Nigra, which, although the walls were begun in the 270s, so the walls date primarily in the 3rd century. This particular gate was not added to the walls until the early 4th century AD, during the time of Constantius Chlorus. And Constantine completes this gateway in those baths. If we compare the gate at the Porta Nigra in Trier to the gate that we looked at from the Aurelian walls, the so-called Porta Appia, that does date to around 275, and you see it again in this restored view from Ward Perkins on the left-hand side of the screen, you will see the close resemblance of the Porta Nigra to the Porta Maggiore in Rome. By that I mean both of them have two arcuated entranceways. Both of them have round towers, as you can see here. Both of them have arcuated windows or blind windows. As you can see, in the case of the Porta Nigra, they have columns between them, which is not the case in the Porta Appia. The main difference between these two, is that the Porta Appia in Rome, you'll recall, was made out of concrete faced with brick, the most contemporary building material, whereas you can clearly see by looking at the Porta Nigra that the Porta Nigra is made out of stone, out of cut stone construction, extremely old-fashioned at this particular time. But I think it is very likely that they wanted, by choosing this for this particular part of the world, and this cut stone construction is local stone. By choosing this, they wanted to reassert a relationship between the early 4th century AD and earlier Rome, and especially earlier Roman imperial power, the very symbols of Roman power. Buildings like the Theater of Marcellus, and especially the Colosseum in Rome. We've talked about that as the very icon of Rome, its ability to impress and to awe, and I think they wanted to take advantage of that kind of awe-inspiring rhetoric, visual rhetoric that such a choice could make. And I think it's an example of the fact, just as Constantine reaches back to emperors like Trajan and Augustus to associate himself with in his portraiture, I think that they had reason to look back to some of the great buildings of the Roman past to use that kind of visual imagery to reassert that Rome, despite the fact that they were being attacked by barbarians, all was well in Rome, all continued to be well in the capital as well as on the frontiers. And this kind of image, I think, worked in that regard. Well, one hopes that they thought it would work, at any rate, in that regard, even into the early 4th century AD. Here's another view, the same view of the Porta Nigra, and I compare it also to a detail from the Porta Maggiore in Rome, which you'll recall was built by Claudius. There is an interesting resemblance between the two, and many scholars have called attention to that, because the stone of the Porta Nigra is not as smoothed over as the stone of the Colosseum or the Theater of Marcellus. It's left in a much more rough state, a rough state that reminds one of the rusticated masonry of Claudius's Porta Maggiore. But remember that in the case of the Porta Maggiore, there was a deliberate disjunction between the rusticated masonry and the finished masonry, the finished capitals and also the finished pediments above. And we talked about the fact that we believe that that has a lot to do with the particular personality and antiquarian interests of Claudius, who liked the intellectual exercise and idea of playing off one against the other. We don't see that same combination here. We don't see the rough and the finished in the case of the Porta Nigra in Trier, and it has been suggested, and I think correctly so, that the reason that the Porta Nigra looks the way it does is not deliberate, the way the Porta Maggiore is, but rather because it really was unfinished. The blocks were never fully smoothed over. But it makes a very attractive appearance even still today, despite that. Constantine completed this gateway, but he also completed the palace that had been begun by his father. Constantius Chlorus had begun a palace in Trier. The palace had a very large and impressive bath building as a piece of it. And it also had this building that is usually referred to today as the Aula Palatina or the Basilica. The Aula Palatina or the Basilica. We're not exactly sure how it was used in the palace, but possibly in the same way that the Basilica was in the Palace of Domitian on the Palatine Hill, as a place where he could sit and try cases himself. It may have been used in the same fashion here. And I can show you it's extremely well preserved. It dates to 300 to 310 AD. Again, part of the palace of Constantius Chlorus, completed by Constantine. We see a plan and a restored view from Ward Perkins now on the screen. And if you look at the plan, you will see that in the main it follows the Basilican plan that we've become so accustomed to, a great open rectangular space with an apse on one end and with all attention drawn toward that apse. So in that sense, again, 1 foot in the pagan past. It looks back to basilicas of an earlier date, be they the one in Domitian's palace or the Forum of Trajan in Rome. But there are some differences here. One of them is the fact that you can see that there are no columns inside the cella. That's interesting, and it is in keeping with the tetrarchic aesthetic that we've already described for the Curia, for example, with that box-like open space inside without any columnar decoration at all. No columns in here, stark, geometric, abstract in the tetrarchic manner, but they have placed columns on the outside of the basilica in a kind of courtyard on either side, columns that you can see here, which is a very interesting and unusual and, in fact, unique approach. You can also see there's a transverse corridor over here, and that transverse entrance vestibule, which is unusual and which we don't see in typical Roman basilican architecture. We call that a narthex, N-A-R-T-H-E-X, and this addition of the narthex here, this transverse vestibule, is interesting because it is going to become the basis for most church architecture, both from the time, basilican church architecture, in the time of Constantine, because Constantine does build old St. Peter's and other churches in Rome, and others follow suit. So so again, 1 foot in the pagan past, 1 in the Christian future. On the left-hand side of the screen, the restored view of the exterior shows not only those low-lying columnar courtyards, but also that there were railings on 2 stories. It does show you as well, and the building is made out of solid brick. It does show you as well the rounded windows, the arched windows, which we have seen, the round-topped windows, which we have seen have become customary for tetrarchic architecture, as well as a very interesting use of projecting elements that are very simple. They look almost like pilasters, but they're not pilasters. They're a simplified, abstract version of pilasters. So this paring down of the elements that is so consistent with the tetrarchic ethos. Here's a view of the Aula Palatina as it looks today. Again, it is extremely well preserved, as you can see. But it no longer has its outer courtyard, and it no longer has its railings. But the rest is there. You can see these wonderful round-headed windows and how large they are. We've talked about the ability of architects to dematerialize the wall at this point in time, and the way in which they have opened it up with very large windows. And you can see what I was describing just before, these molded elements that project out into our space. They kind of look like they're made to conjure up pilasters, but they don't have any capitals and they don't have any bases. They're, in my mind, a kind of abstract version of a pilaster, and they're very effective, I think, in terms of the aesthetic appeal of this particular building. While the basilica at the palace at Trier, the palace of Constantius Chlorus at Trier, is so clearly based on earlier Roman basilican architecture, it looks to the future, and if we look around Rome in the years following the construction of buildings like the Aula Palatina, we see lots of early churches. I show you the church of Santa Sabina, S-A-B-I-N-A, Santa Sabina in Rome, which dates to 425 AD, so the 5th century AD. And I think you can see how similar it is to the Aula Palatina, the basilican form, the apse at the end, the very large round-topped windows that we see in the Basilica at Trier. The interior of the Aula Palatina is also very well preserved. You see a view of it here. It has been transformed, not surprisingly, into a church in later times. It's a perfect space for that. And I think it's well worth comparing it to the interior of the Curia that we looked at last time, because again, it shows a vision of the Tetrarchy, a vision that is consistent from Rome to the provinces, this whole idea of paring things down to their basics, of creating a box-like shape, no columnar architecture whatsoever, a very sparse, decorated rectangular space with a flat ceiling and with round-headed windows. We see the same concept here. Here they placed the round-headed windows on 2 stories, which has opened the building up even more and allowed light to flow into it. No columnar decoration whatsoever. The scheme of 2 rows of round-headed windows in the niche as well, also opening it up, dematerializing it, allowing light to stream into the building in what is a very spiritual way, and again, not at all surprising that it would be transformed in later times into a church. Once again, 1 foot in the pagan past, 1 in the Christian future. I show you a restored view, we've looked at it before, of the Basilica Ulpia in Rome, part of the Forum of Trajan. It's that kind of thing, that kind of basilican plan that lies behind the design of the basilica at the Palace of Constantius Chlorus in Trier, but it also looks forward to others. I show you here the interior of Santa Sabina. This might not have been the best to choose because you can see the columns have been reintroduced in the interior of Santa Sabina, but if you think those columns away and just look at the way in which the apse is designed with the round-headed windows, the same round-headed windows in the upper story up here, I think that you can see how much it owes to buildings like the Aula Palatina. The round dome building type, just like the basilican type, was to be very important in the Constantinian period and also in later times. And I remind you of some of the important domed rooms that we've looked at in the course of this semester at the Frigidarium, at the Stabian Baths of Pompeii, at the Temple of Mercury from the spa at Baia, the so-called Temple of Mercury, the octagonal room of Nero's Domus Aurea, and the dome of the Pantheon here on the far right. There is no more important form in Roman architecture than the domed room, very characteristic of the Romans, and a special gift that they passed on to posterity, as you well know. And this type of building began to be continued to be explored in the Constantinian period. I could show you several examples, but I've chosen to show you just one of those. And it's the one that you now see on the screen in plan, a plan from Ward Perkins. This is the so-called Temple of Minerva Medica in Rome. It's not a temple at all. It dates to the early 4th century AD. It's not a temple, but what it was a pavilion in a garden. We know that an emperor of the 3rd century AD by the name of Gallienus, 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 was responsible for building some imperial gardens in the 3rd century AD. So this was another, this was another project that did happen in the 3rd century AD, the building of some imperial gardens for the enjoyment of the emperors and of the imperial family. And it was in these gardens that were created in the 3rd century that this pavilion was added during the Constantinian period in the early 4th century AD. And I show you a plan of that temple, that so-called Temple of Minerva Medica, or this pavilion in the so-called Licinian, L-I-C-I-N-I-A-N, the Licinian Gardens, as commissioned by Gallienus, the Licinian Gardens. And we see it here, and it's very interesting because although it clearly, it's a building made out of concrete faced with brick, and although it clearly is based on some of the buildings that I just showed you, the typical round structure with oculus, the Frigidaria, the spa, the octagonal room, and the Pantheon. You can see that the architects of this period were still able to innovate and have gone further by creating not a round building, although at first it looks round, or an octagonal building, but a decagonal building, a 10-sided building. And you can see radiating apses, 9, and then the entranceway over here. So 10-sided structure. If you look very carefully at the plan, you will notice, though, that the uppermost apse, the one that is located directly across from the from the entranceway, is a tiny bit larger than the others. So that gives the building a little bit, even though it's a round building, a little bit of a longitudinal axis, which is very interesting, this incorporation of a longitudinal axis into a round structure. You can also see the way in which the radiating apses, the two on either side, left and right, are screened by columns in a way that we've also become accustomed to. And I believe that those columns, yes, I'm pretty sure that those columns have a triple arcuation up above. So that, yeah, you can see that in plan. A triple arcuation above that we've seen also is characteristic of late Roman architecture, not only in the private sphere as this is, but also in the more public sphere. But going back to that longitudinal axis, look also at the entrance vestibule. This is another one of these narthexes, this transverse vestibule, in this case with apses on either end, that is characteristic of these early 4th century AD pagan Roman buildings, but is going to become a hallmark of Christian architecture, not only basilican architecture, that is churches in the form of basilicas, but small religious structures that are circular in general plan. So a very interesting plan in that regard, and a very innovative plan in the early 4th century AD. The building is still preserved. I can show it to you. It dates I can show you the outside as well as some details of the inside of the building, as you see here. It was made out of concrete faced with brick, as I mentioned before. We are looking at the interior up toward the dome. You can see something very interesting here, which is the addition of bricks to create ribs in the dome to give it something of a sense of a segmented dome, which is a building technique that we see sometimes in late Roman architecture. And you can also see, although it looks like it has an oculus, that's just because most of the roof has fallen in. It did not have an oculus. Instead, the lighting was provided through these round-headed windows that we see, very large round-headed windows at the base of the dome. So again, this move away in late antiquity from the oculus to using these very large round-headed windows to light the interior of the building. And this is a view of the so-called Temple of Minerva Medica as it looks today from the outside, where you can see those same round-headed buildings, where you can see those same sort of piers that are not so different from the ones that we saw at Trier, used rather than columns to decorate the structure. A large round-headed doorway down here. You can see the scale. This is a pretty big pavilion in a garden. You can see its scale in relationship to the cars that surround it. So continued innovation in round architecture under Constantine the Great, and a building type that is going to have a long history in the medieval period, in the Byzantine period, and well beyond. I show you just one example of the impact that it had on later church architecture. This is the church of San Vitale, very famous church in Ravenna in Italy that was that honors Justinian, and the famous Justinian and Theodora. It was built in the 6th century AD, and I think you can see by looking at a view of the exterior, a plan, and also a view of the interior, how important architectural experiments under the Romans were for buildings like this. The massing of the outside, the geometry, the interest in geometry, simple forms, round-headed windows, so similar to the aesthetic that we saw in the Curia or in the Basilica at Trier. The plan above, in this case, an octagon with a central area with radiating alcoves, very similar to the sorts of things that we see not just in the Domus Aurea, but also in the Temple of Minerva Medica. And you can see the narthex here, just as we saw it in the Temple of Minerva Medica. And you can see in this view of the interior, for example, the triple arches on top of the two columns. All of these motifs taken over clearly from Roman architecture, ancient Roman architecture, and exploited in the medieval and Byzantine periods. You today is the one that I want to turn to now, and this is the so-called Basilica Nova, or the Basilica of Maxentius Constantine. I can't overemphasize the significance of this incredible building. It is a building that demonstrates to us that Constantine not only completed commissions that had been begun by his father, such as the palace at Trier and the Porta Nigra, but also by other tetrarchs, and in this case by his rival, Maxentius. We know that this building was begun by Maxentius, which is why it is sometimes referred to as the Basilica of Maxentius-Constantine, or more easily, the Basilica Nova. It was begun by Maxentius in 306 AD, when Constantine was victorious over Maxentius at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. He took it over, and he completed it in his own name. Hence the Basilica of Maxentius Constantine, or again, more easily, the Basilica Nova. Now let me show you where it is, and by so doing, it takes us back to a Google Earth image that we've looked at time and again in the course of the semester, and I suppose in the last lecture it's very appropriate to go back to this particular aerial view to remind ourselves of everything we've covered in the center of Rome. Just reminding you, of course, the Circus Maximus up here, the Palatine Hill, originally with the huts of Romulus, and later with the Palace of Domitian. The Capitoline Hill over here, as redesigned by Michelangelo, the wedding cake of Victor Emmanuel down here, the Via dei Fori Imperiali, the Imperial Fora with the Forum of Trajan. The area that was built up by Diocletian, or one of the areas, was the area over here, which is where we see the Curia, which was restored by Diocletian, and also the five-column monument are located on this side, closest to the Capitoline Hill. But Maxentius was particularly interested in the area, the uppermost area, closer to the Colosseum. If you look right under the Colosseum, you can see the remains of the Temple of Venus and Roma, which we looked at earlier in the semester, a Temple of Venus and Roma that was the Greek import that Hadrian built and may have designed himself in Rome. And it was that, and I mentioned this at the time, but you may have forgotten by now, that at the time that the building burned down in a fire. Remember that fire of 283 that destroyed the Curia, also destroyed part of the Temple of Venus in Roma, and it was rebuilt by Maxentius, by the Tetrarch Maxentius. He rebuilt the Temple of Venus in Roma, and you'll recall the niche that is well preserved with his rebuilding. So it is not surprising to see him choosing the location right next door, right underneath the Temple of Venus in Roma, for his Basilica Nova in Rome when it begins to be built. And it still is preserved on that site today. I show you a panorama that includes the Basilica Nova, and you see it right here, and you can see how very large a building it is, and there are only essentially 3 barrel vaults, a small part of the building still preserved, but it gives you a sense of its scale when you compare it to some of the other structures here. But you can see many that we've studied. You can see the Temple of Antoninus and Faustina, you can see the Arch of Septimius Severus, you can see the Curia over here, you can see the Tabularium and the Michelangelo Palazzo that was built into that. You can see the Victor Emmanuel monument over there. And you can see on this side the Arch of Titus, the remains of the Temple of Venus and Roma, and so on. So a very large building in the midst of an area that Maxentius was particularly interested in restoring. Here's a view of the Basilica Nova as it looks today. It's taken from the side, the other side, with one's back to the Palatine Hill. And we can see here that it is a building made out of brick. It is out of concrete, excuse me, faced with brick. We can see that the artists are better than ever at dematerializing, the architects and designers better than ever at dematerializing the wall. They have used very large round-headed windows here on 2 stories. There's more window than there's wall. That's how good they become at manipulating the brick-faced concrete medium. You see it in this wall over here as well. And you see these 3 giant barrel vaults with soaring vaults, a very impressive work of architecture. Let me show you a restored view of what the Basilica Nova would have looked like in its heyday. And then let me say a little bit more about what happens when Constantine takes over construction of this particular building. This restored view is very, very interesting because it shows us that although this building was used without question as a basilica, that was its purpose, a basilica, we will see that it is unlike, we see here that it is unlike any basilica that we have seen in the course of the semester. And I wonder, as you look at this, whether you can tell me if it's not built like a customary basilica. It doesn't look like the Basilica Olpia in Rome. It doesn't look like the Basilica at Trier. But it does look like what other kind of building that we've seen time and again in the course of the semester. Look at the vaulting. Look at the barrel vaults on either side. Look at the shape of the windows in the upper tier. Look at the shape of the exterior of the building that is created by the choice of vaulting. What does this look like, if not a basilica? Someone said a market. Yes, who said bath structure? That's the answer. Which part of a typical Roman imperial bath does this look like? The frigidarium, the great, large, rectangular space with a triple groin vaulted roof with windows that are usually divided into 3 parts on the uppermost part and then buttressed by great barrel vaulted chambers. This is a basilica that is built in the form of a frigidarium. That's an awfully creative thing to do. It shows us once again this interest in the interchangeability of form, that you can take a plan that was used for one kind of building and use it for another, as they have done so effectively here, using a frigidarium plan for a basilica and capitalizing on that to make it work in this environment as well. So some very creative minds, I think, at work in the time of Maxentius and in the time of Constantine. When the building was first designed for Maxentius, the idea was to have the entranceway on the eastern part of the building, the part of the building that faces the Colosseum, and to enter into it that way, and to have the main apse be over here on the western end of the structure, to give it a longitudinal focus and the kind of focus one would have seen in a typical frigidarium as well as in a typical basilica. Constantine comes in, takes it over, and decides he wants to change the orientation. He wants the entranceway not to be closest to the Colosseum, but rather to the Roman Forum and to the Sacred Way and to the Viglia, which is the part on which this was built, to the Arch of Titus. And he instructs his architects to change the orientation from an east-west orientation to a north-south orientation, and to place the entranceway on the Forum side on the south. He also instructs them to put 4 columns here, and these columns are made out of porphyry, that purplish stone that's quarried in Egypt and that was used so extensively for Tetrarchic art, Tetrarchic portraiture. We see that here. Then he's very tempted to change the orientation of the niche, to instead of to put his portrait, as Maxentius intended to put his portrait in this, his own portrait, that is of Maxentius, in this apse. Constantine was probably tempted to put his own portrait in this apse over here on the northern side so that it would be the first thing that you saw when you came in. But he resisted that temptation and decided to leave or to place a seated portrait of himself in this niche, leave it where Maxentius intended it. So you would have to enter the building and take an abrupt left to see that statue. But we think, we're not absolutely sure, we think he may also have put another statue of himself, in this case a standing statue in this niche. But as we'll see, there are lots of niches in the wall of the northern end, and we think that there were statues of all of his lieutenants, the lieutenants that had helped him win his great battle at the Milvian Bridge, that were located in this niche. So he may have been shown there surrounded by his most worthy and his most loyal lieutenants, and then another statue of him seated in the niche over here. So we see him again. The most important thing is he shifts the orientation. Another restored view, which perhaps in color, which perhaps gives you a better sense of the majesty of this particular building in its time, the entrance, the Constantinian entranceway through the porphyry columns, through the doorways, into the main body of the structure, the same kind of marble pavements with maroon and green and white that we've seen in so many other buildings used here, marble revetment on the wall. You can get a sense of the groin vaults and the way in which they were probably also decorated either with painting and stucco or maybe even mosaic. The great coffered ceilings of the barrel vaults, and look at the way in which they've created lateral arched entranceways in each of these piers to create a greater flow of space, just as you would see in a typical frigidarium. And then again, this opening up of this very impressive opening up of the walls with these exceedingly large round-headed windows that allow, again, light to stream into the structure. A real tour de force of Roman architecture. In my opinion, one of the greatest buildings ever built by Roman architects. Believe it or not, we have the portrait of Constantine still preserved, and I can show it to you, or at least bits and pieces of it, a fairly significant number of bits and pieces, including the head, which I show you here, which is now on view in the courtyard of the Conservatory Palace, one of the palaces on the Capitoline Hill that belongs to the Capitoline Museums. We see Constantine here, and you can see how similar he is to that transformed portrait that showed him as a neo-Augustus with a neo-Trajanic hairstyle, beardless, very clean-shaven, very large eyes, but very much in the mode of the earlier emperors Augustus and Trajan, rather than in the mode of the tetrarchs, and yet a very abstract geometric image, very much in keeping with tetrarchic and Constantinian art in that regard, and truly colossal in scale. We have a lot of the body parts that are also preserved in that same courtyard from this same statue, including the shin of the leg from the knee down. The knee itself and the way in which the knee is depicted tells us that the knee was bent, and that consequently this did indeed come from a seated statue of Constantine, that statue that would have been in that left-hand niche. We also see the famous hand from the statue, as well as part of an arm. And the arm is very impressive because if you look at it carefully, you will see that the musculature is very clearly delineated. And you can even see the veins of the arm showing through the skin, which shows you how adept artists still were during this time period. These are right out in the courtyard of the Conservatory Palace. Everybody, there's no tourist with a camera who goes by here without taking a photograph in front of it, including yours truly. I've done that. I'm absolutely incapable, I've decided I'm totally incapable of going into this piazza and not taking a picture either of whoever I'm with or them of me. And I have tons of these from years and years of posing in front of this. It's a pretty good Mediterranean tan, I must say, on this side. But posing with these hands and feet and so on. This is my son Alex posing on the foot, as you can see here. So one can't, and you can only imagine. I mean, I imitate the exact gesture up there in this image, but you can only imagine the kinds of photographs that are taken in front of that hand. As tourists after, you can find these actually if you go on Google Image, and you can find them quite readily out there. If you do go, this is one of those other places that I hope if any of you travel there and feel inspiration so moves you to take a picture of yourself and send it to me. I'd love to see it. At any rate, if you put all of those pieces together, and they're actually 2 feet preserved, 2 feet, the shin, the knee, part of the chest, which we also have that arm that I showed you, the hand, and the infamous hand, and the head of Constantine. This is what you get, a seated statue, 30 feet tall. You've got a big building, you need a big statue, 30 feet tall, that sat in the main niche, that niche to the left as you entered into the Basilica of Maxentius Constantine from the Roman Forum. Here's another picture of me, although you can barely see me. This was taken, it's amazing that I was able to take this picture at one point with no one else in it because the Forum is usually so crowded. But here I'm standing with my back to us, looking at the Basilica Nova, and you can see how vast the great barrel vaults of the Basilica Nova are. There are scholars who argue that Roman architecture declined in late antiquity. And not only architecture, but painting and sculpture as well. And one could make an argument, I believe, that Roman painting and sculpture did decline. I'm not saying I necessarily agree that they did, because art can sometimes change for reasons that have to do with trying to articulate a different message than you've tried to articulate before, and a new style may be more appropriate for that than the style that you've been using up to that point. So I think it's a very complex matter when you think about whether art declines or not. But I will go so far as to say, without going into it in great detail, although I'll say a little bit more about it momentarily when we look at the Arch of Constantine, but without saying whether I believe that Roman art, sculpture or painting declines, I want to say categorically that I do not believe that Roman architecture declines. And I think a building like this is a case in point. This, in my opinion, is, again, one of the greatest buildings. If you compare this to the Colosseum, if you compare this even to the Sacred Pantheon, if you compare this to some of the Bath buildings that we've talked about, as impressive as they are, I think this takes its place. The Basilica Nova takes its place among the most impressive works of architecture that were left to us by the Romans. And I think you can see what I mean just by looking at this image, because to still be able to create these kinds of soaring vaults out of concrete, to face them with brick, to create windows that are large enough to essentially dematerialize the wall, and the building still stands and still stands today. The soaring vaults, those soaring rib vaults or groin vaults that we see in the center of the space, to do that at this kind of scale is an incredible architectural feat. I don't think there's any way that one can say that architecture declines during this period when one looks at a building like this. And also keep in mind how creative they've been, that at this point in time they've decided to create a basilica in the form of a frigidarium from a typical imperial bath. That's a very creative thing to do, and I think it couldn't have happened were it not that the creative juices were not continuing to flow for architects and artisans working on major projects like these in the time of Constantine the Great. I want to turn from the Basilica Nova to the Arch of Constantine, which is the last ancient monument that I'm going to show you this semester. The Arch of Constantine was constructed by Constantine to celebrate his victory over Maxentius at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. We think it was begun in 312 AD and completed in 315 AD. It is also possible, some scholars have suggested that it's conceivable that Maxentius may have begun this too, in the same way that he began the Basilica Nova, and that Constantine took it over when he was victorious over Maxentius at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. We don't know which is the case, whether it was begun by Maxentius and finished by Constantine, or whether Constantine began it himself. I'm more likely to favor the latter, that Constantine began it himself, but we do not know, and it's something that you should be aware of, that particular controversy. But it certainly dates to this time period, to roughly between 312 and 315 AD. One of the reasons that we believe, one of the reasons, the incontrovertible reason that we know that the building was completed by Constantine, as the inscription tells us, it's a Constantinian building, but also there are friezes here that depict the Battle of the Milvian Bridge and other battles from that war, and show us, of course, Constantine victorious in those scenes. It is a triple-bayed arch, very similar in that regard to the arch of Septimius Severus in the Roman Forum, and I don't think there's any question that the general format of it is based on the arch of Septimius Severus in the Roman Forum. It, too, like the arch of Septimius Severus, is covered with sculpture, a veritable billboard advertising the achievements of Constantine in this important battle and overall. But we see that, of course, instead of the panels, the excerpts, as I described them, from the columns of Trajan or Marcus Aurelius that we see on the arch of Septimius Severus, we see very different kind of sculptural decoration here. It does cover the entire arch, and it's interesting primarily because some of it is Constantinian. The parts that are Constantinian that were carved during the 4th century are the spandrels with the victories, the spandrels with the river gods, very much like the Arch of Trajan at Benevento, the frieze that encircles all sides of the monument. You can see that frieze here. The pedestals of the columns were also carved in the Constantinian period, and there are 2 roundels, 2 round frames on either short side of the Constantinian monument that were also done during the Constantinian period. But what's particularly interesting is the fact that all the rest of the sculpture was cobbled together from earlier monuments, and it won't surprise you to hear that they were the monuments of the Emperor Trajan, the Emperor Hadrian, and the Emperor of Marcus Aurelius, all the men whom Constantine considered the great emperors of the 2nd century AD, the emperors of the 2nd century AD with whom he most wanted to connect himself. He inserts sculpture from their monuments into this monument. We don't know whether these were monuments that had fallen into disrepair and were lying in shambles, around the city, or whether he actually deliberately took apart earlier monuments to extract from them the fragments that he wanted. Also very interesting is the fact that in all of these scenes, the scenes that are used from earlier monuments, he replaces the heads of Trajan, Hadrian, and Marcus Aurelius with his own portrait. So he, in a sense, becomes them in this arch. Let me show you quickly a diagram which will give you perhaps a better sense of all of this. The material from the Trajanic period includes statues of Dacians that come from the Forum of Trajan in Rome, as well as from 4 panels, in fact, 2 that are located on the central bay on either side, and 2 that are located on the sides on the attic in both cases. Hadrian, the roundels, 8 of them on the 2 long sides of the arch, belong to some lost hunting monument of Hadrian. The vertical panels that you see in the attic, come from an arch, a lost arch of Marcus Aurelius, and as I've already described, the bases, the spandrels, and the frieze all belong to the Constantinian period. I want to show you those very, very quickly. A panel on the left-hand side from the Forum of Trajan, representing Trajan returning to Rome after his victory over the Dacians. We think this was a pedestal or a podium for the Temple of Divine Trajan that was at the end of the Forum and built by Hadrian. We see a couple of the Dacians over here that come from the arch of the Forum of Trajan, the 2nd story and the main part of the Forum. And then here, these vertical panels that we believe come from a lost arch of Marcus Aurelius. Here we see a part of the Constantinian frieze with Constantine seated, now headless, in the center. Here we see the roundels from a lost hunting monument, we believe, of Hadrian. You can see a dead lion, for example, lying here. Hadrian has returned from the hunt, but the head of Hadrian recarved as a head of Constantine. Another scene over here, a sacrifice to Hercules who is floating in the uppermost part above. But again, the main thing for us is just that this comes from a Hadrianic monument, is reused here so that Constantine can associate himself with these great emperors of the 4th century. Another detail showing you the dations from the Forum of Trajan, as well as these panels from this lost arch of Marcus Aurelius, probably originally dating to the 170s to 180 AD. What you see here are the spandrels with victories and a victory in the base, victory triumphant over a barbarian who kneels at her feet. And if you look at these scenes, if you look at these very carefully and you compare them to the little bit of Roman sculpture that we've looked at in the course of the semester, think of the Areopagus, for example, when you think back to that and you look at these figures, one could agree with the contention that this is not as good as it once was. If you look at this figure of the doughy season boy who's representing a season down here, or this figure of the victory who is not depicted with the same finesse that we see the victory writing on the shield on the column of Trajan, I think a case can be made that this is not as well rendered as it was once upon a time. You can see that in the river god, and you can definitely see it in this scene here. This is a scene from the Constantinian frieze depicting the siege of the city of Verona, very similar to that siege scene we saw in the column of Trajan with the battering ram. And I think you can see as you look at these figures, they are much more awkward in their motions. Look at these three over here with the shields and the spears. They are exactly the same, as if they were stamped out of a cookie cutter. You don't see the artist taking the time to create distinction between them, as you would see on the south frieze, for example, of the Areopagus. Again, there may be there's a different thought. They have different thoughts behind this of what they're trying to achieve, and it may be that this different style works better for what they've been trying to achieve. We've talked about this move toward abstraction and toward geometry and so on. But so it's not that I'm talking about this in a denigrating way. I'm saying that it could be chosen for a different reason it helps them present their case in a better way. But I think it's undeniable that it isn't as fine in quality as what we saw before. And we see here this scene of Constantine on the rostra in the Roman Forum, addressing the people. He's got the 5-column monument behind him. But look at these statues on either side. Seated statues, we can identify them by their portraits of Hadrian and of Marcus Aurelius, which I think demonstrates without any question, head of Constantine is gone, but he would have been represented with his neo-Trajanic hairstyle in the center, flanked by Marcus Aurelius and by Hadrian. I think that suggests without question, again, that he is deliberately, that he has taken these bits and pieces of sculpture from other monuments in order to underscore his relationship to these great leaders of the pagan past. From Bernard Berenson, the great art historian, in a book that he wrote called The Arch of Constantine, or The Decline of Form, in 1954. And I quote him as we look at another detail from the Constantinian frieze. These stunted bodies are swathed in heavy blankets or covered with scanty shifts, both with the folds of the drapery as unfunctional, as helplessly chiseled as ever European art sank to in its darkest ages. So that is a very damning point of view vis-a-vis this sculpture. But again, I think a case can be made. But I'd like to say here today that I don't think the same, I want to underscore that I don't think the same case can be made for architecture. When you look at the buildings that we looked at today, the basilica at the palace of Constantius Chlorus, finished by Constantine, I think you will agree with me that this is a great building, and a great building, again, rooted in the past, looking to the future. When you look at something like the Tor dei Schiavi, which we looked at last time, a tomb that is based on the Pantheon in Rome, but has the innovation of the porthole windows that we talked about. Architects still innovating, still looking to the past, but still innovating. The great baths of Diocletian on the left, and of Constantine that we looked at today. Huge baths in the imperial tradition, not very different from the baths of Trajan or the baths of Caracalla. Still is great. They could still build at this scale, and they continue to innovate, exploring new forms for the caldarium in each of these cases. The Minerva Medica that we talked about today, yes, in the tradition of round buildings, in traditions of the explorations of Hadrian at his villa or Rabirius on the Palatine Hill, but of a grand scale and with new innovations. The placement of those windows, those round-headed windows at the base of the dome rather than the oculus. The use of a decagonal plan, innovative, new, things that haven't happened before. So they are looking to the past, they are building as well as they usually build, and they are continuing to add new things. When we look at, in fact, I'm reminded as I think about this, of the two roundels that were put up, that were added to the arch, that were put up in the, that were made in the Constantinian period for the Arch of Constantine, and I show them to you here. Luna in her chariot, the moon descending, a Cupid by her side, and the personification of the ocean, Oceanus down below, Luna descending, and on the other side, Apollo, the sun god, ascending from the ocean. His chariot is going up toward the sky. The Cupid leads the way with a torch. Just as the moon descends and the sun rises, civilizations and eras end, and other civilizations come to take their place. And what happened at the very end of ancient Rome is that Constantine founds a new capital. He founds the city of Constantinople as the capital of the Roman Empire. He does that in 324 AD, and he dedicates it as the he dedicates this new city of Constantinople to the God of the Christians on the 11th of May in 330 AD. 330 AD. So Constantinople becomes the new capital, replaces Rome as the capital of the Roman Empire. This may not have sounded so amazing at the start, because we've already seen the tetrarchs creating all kinds of new capitals. The creation of a new capital wasn't that bizarre at this particular point in time. But he went on to decorate it with all kinds of buildings that look very much like those in Rome. And in retrospect, we know that that move of the capital from Rome to Constantinople signaled the death of Rome at that particular point in time, not to be resuscitated again until essentially the Renaissance. If we look at some of the buildings that survive, though, from Constantinople, we will see that they are based so very closely on those of Rome. The Hippodrome, the sculpture at the base of the obelisk, the aqueducts of Constantinople, and of course, especially the famous mosque of Hagia Sophia, which you see on the left, which would have been inconceivable without the architectural innovations of the Pantheon. So although we see that the capital shifts from Rome to Constantinople, that Rome's history at this point lies in the future, when it's going to be revived in the Renaissance. It's going to be looked at again in the Baroque period and into the time of Mussolini, and even today when Roman architecture remains so influential. But although again the argument can be made that sculpture and painting declined, I think that architecture did not, and the lessons that the Roman architects provided have lasted the test of time, that they were passed on, these architectural wonders were passed on to the Middle Ages in the West, to Byzantium in the eastern part of the empire, that they continued to be operative in the Renaissance, in the Baroque period, in the time of Mussolini, in the time of Richard Meyer, indeed today. And I believe that they will continue to be significant for anyone designing buildings. They will provide an inspiration for at least the next 2,672 years. Thank you very, very much this semester for joining me on what has been a special adventure this semester. And I again want to thank you for that. And that's it. Thank you.